HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? It's Friday. We made it. Great to be with you on a Friday. We're with you till 10 a.m. today. Got a lot of stuff to get to. Thank you to Nick Caserio and the Texans for firing up some white smoke yesterday coming out of NRG Stadium. The offseason is officially here. There's a new Houston Texan. What's going on, Seth? How you feeling?
I feel good, man.
You're not the new Houston Texan. That would be fun, though.
Sorry, I check Twitter about once every 3 days, and somebody had just tweeted a photo of Jesus Christ, Seth Payne, and Jack Easterby. I'm trying to figure it all out. I got a little disoriented. I can't tell whether they're taking a shot at me or lauding me. So I'm just gonna leave it and check Twitter again in 3 days.
Let Twitter handle that. Yeah.
I feel good. I feel good about this Christian Kirk trade.
Yeah, man.
It's exactly what I was hoping for, which is the Texans have spent heavily to get some guys at marquee positions in terms of draft picks, in terms of dollars spent, and everything else like that. What they need now is a well-rounded football team, and getting guys like Christian Kirk. Did I say Kirksey already?
No, you didn't. You're doing great.
I didn't? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Wait. Let me give me a ding.
Yeah. It's going to be a good day,
because I said
man.
Christian Kirk instead of Kirksey.
You did not.
So,
you're
so
good.
Christian Kirk is a guy that, when healthy, has done very well.
Mm-hmm.
And he's had kind of a rocky road in Jacksonville over the last few years. But you get him on what, as far as we know right now, it's a one-year deal. You give up a seventh-round pick for a guy that was going to get his remaining year of his contract. And I think where the Texans have shown that they're a good place to go on a prove-it deal or a prove-it year, if Christian Kirk can just stay healthy, then A, he can provide us a lot of good football play, hopefully.
Yep.
But B, he can maybe leap board into a contract with the Texans or somebody else, and you're not committed to him for the long term. So I really like this deal on the surface of it. For those of you who don't know, Christian Kirk, very much a slot receiver. Takes 75% of his snaps in the slot. He's 5'11", 200 pounds, not as small as Tank Dell, but not a big guy. He is a slot receiver. So there's still a very good chance that the Texans draft a wide receiver in the first round, but it would probably be somebody who's more of an outside guy.
Yeah, I think that's what people need to know about this. If you're just kind of getting into, and you probably saw that the Texans got Christian Kirk, probably a lot of you did dive into the details. If you didn't, as Seth said, they were about to cut him. He signed one of the most lucrative wide receiver contracts in free agency ever at the time, for nearly $20 million a year. Back when the Jags were going on that spending splurge after Trevor Lawrence's first year, he signed a big deal. Like a lot of big deals like that, the last year is kind of phony money because it's not guaranteed. None of his money is guaranteed right now. So the Jags got to a point where he's been banged up the last couple of years, not worth the money. They need to go in a different direction with some other things. So they're about to cut him. This is a lot like the Joe Mixon trade last year. It's the exact same thing. The Bengals are about to cut Joe Mixon. I'm assuming Nick makes a phone call, or maybe the juke him a 7th-round pick so that it keeps everybody else out of the mix. He doesn't hit free agency or anything like that. And now I think it's in play too, Seth, with Christian Kirk, that they could do with Kirk what they did with Mixon last year, is sign him to like a mini extension just to help with the cap a little bit. You know,
well, I don't know about
$16 million. He's making $16 million this year. It's a big.
No. There needs to be a restructure of some sort, or there probably will be a restructure of some sort. The difference is that his injury history is concerning.
Yeah.
And I wonder exactly what they'll do.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he has as much of a justified reason to expect an extension, but there will be some kind of a tweaking. I get nervous about what the extension might be.
I agree.
I don't want him to sweeten the pot too much.
No, I'm with you. Mixon came in a healthy player who was just, a cap casualty. Kirk is a cap casualty who's missed a bunch of games the last 2 years. You touched on something else that I think people need to know, which is, and this is just an opinion of mine, this should affect zero about how they attack the wide receiver position, both throughout the rest of free agency, in my opinion, as well as, and certainly not in the draft. If you were of mind, if the Texans are putting their big board together, and it just so happens that guys like Matthew Golden and Luther Burden and Emeka Ibuka are fairly high up the overall big board, you know, they're in the teens somewhere, and the Texans are picking 25, and if one of those guys is there, like, wow, signing Christian Kirk should affect none of how you look at the draft and wide receivers. Zero.
Right. I know. I think with Caserio, and this is not unique to him, I think a lot of teams look at it this way. You want to go into the draft where you don't feel like you have a desperate need to draft for a specific position.
Yes.
Because if you want to draft best player available, go into the draft where you feel like, all right, we don't have a huge deficit at any of these spots, so we can take the best player available, perhaps at multiple needs of position, but it gets you closer to that point where, if you go in, there have been times, there have been times with the Texans where they went into training camp without a single defensive tackle on the roster. So that's the opposite of what you want to be.
Yeah. Don't go to the grocery store hungry. It's a bad idea. You don't think rationally.
That's a really good analogy.
Yeah. That's when I'm at my worst.
Don't go to the grocery store hungry. Don't don't work in a bar when you're an alcoholic. Any of those things.
Yeah.
Keep yourself away from temptation when you're at your most desperate.
Temptation. That's a good way to put it.
Don't go visit the animal shelter when you're depressed.
Yeah.
Because then all of a sudden you come home with 10 freaking puppies.
Dude, that's a really good one right there.
Yeah.
You and I actually talked about Christian Kirk yesterday. When I saw this trade go down, I'm like, hell yeah, man. 5 hours after Seth and I got done going through the nerdy separation stats that we had in the show yesterday, which I thought were very telling. I think they're good stats. Separation yards at point of catch or incompletion. Basically, how open did the guy get? You had compiled the list from Next Gen Stats of the guys who were either via trade or release or whatever. Christian Kirk was pretty high up that list. The two names that we touched on yesterday, based on where they might fall in price-wise compared to some of these, were Elijah Moore, who was fourth among all these guys. It went Cooper Kupp 1, Chris Godwin 2, Devontae Adams 3, Elijah Moore 4. So Elijah Moore's gotten a lot of separation with some really crappy quarterbacks. And then Christian Kirk was just a couple more guys down after that. Those were the two guys that we kind of zeroed in on, just saying, look, it feels like Kupp, Godwin, Adams, Diggs, Allen, those are all guys that are just on pedigree alone are going to ask for at least 15 to 20 million bucks, whereas Elijah Moore, probably not so much. Kirk was still a Jaguar at the time, but all signs had pointed to him being available, and it turns out he was, and it turns out he's a Texan now. Yay, Payne and Pendergast. Yeah, and
I'll, as far as the injury stuff and concerns, it's not like he's been egregiously injury prone or anything, but he had a couple years in Arizona where he was dealing with things. Then he had a relative stretch of health for 2 seasons, when he, his last year in Arizona and then his first year in Jacksonville. Remember, when Jacksonville gave Christian Kirk that deal, they were widely panned for it, and then he came in and had a career year. He had 1,108 yards receiving with 84 receptions. But then since then, it was a combination of injuries, and then 2 years ago, Calvin Ridley was getting more targets.
Yeah.
You get Brian Thomas, who's certainly the guy for the future for the Jaguars the next year, and Christian Kirk got injured again. Getting on a 1-year deal, perhaps with an extension, and only giving up a 7th-round pick. It's widely being regarded by more objective people than you and I as a really good deal for the Texans.
Yeah, what did he get? An A- from Seth Walder on ESPN on the report card? Yeah, so you got an A- on there. And I think I think what we learned, he got paid like a number 1 back when he got the contract in free agency, but I think what we learned is when he's healthy, he's an excellent number 2. And I think he's going to be an excellent complement to what Nico Collins brings to the table. And so we'll see what you got to keep filling that room up though, man. Like you still need bodies in that room right now, let alone capable bodies. So yeah, I'm with you on all that. His injury last year, if I'm not mistaken, was a broken collarbone.
Right.
Which that doesn't concern me as much about like the overall durability. That's bad luck. That's just you got hit, you landed the wrong way. The
year before it was a core muscle injury.
That worries me more.
Core muscle stuff. I go back to Benny Jopru on this stuff. whenever you have anything from your surrounding your innards, from your groin up to your innards, I get nervous because sometimes that speaks to some kind of biomechanical issue or something. But for whatever it's worth, it wasn't an issue last year. So it's been a couple of injury-riddled seasons for him, but very much upside with Christian Kirk. Plus, wasn't Christian Kirk, I forgot to Google this, he's an Aggie, for those of you who don't know.
Yep.
But he's an Aggie. If I remember correctly, didn't he grow up with a father that really put him to work?
I don't know.
I want to say his father was a businessman of some sort, and Christian Kirk had to basically work at his dad's business and train for football while he was growing up. I'll let listeners do it.
There's several Aggies up listening right now. Text in if that's the case. Text message.
Several. The Aggies are all up at 4:30 a.m. They've already milked the cows taken care of their ailing grandmother. Damn it.
That's right. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Disagree, Sean. I don't think we pick up a slot receiver like Ibuka now. That's from Champ Slice. Yeah, I'm just talking wide receiver in general should not be diminished as a need in the draft. Like they shouldn't start pushing wide receivers down their big board because they signed Christian Kirk. Attack wide receiver with the same ferocity that you were attacking it before this trade.
It might make them feel. I guess if there's one thing we could look at, it's, hey, some offensive coordinators really don't care too much about having a classic slot receiver, whereas other offensive coordinators do. So for whatever Kaylee's input was into this, it's perhaps a move away from being so heavily focused on lining up with two tight ends or anything else like that. They can be somewhat flexible if they've got a genuine wide slot receiver in there.
You know that what this means too, Seth. This trade, it means that Nick Caserio has now done a trade. I believe this is the first trade ever executed by the Magnificent Gladstone.
The Magnificent Gladstone,
Nick Caserio,
who also released Evan Ingram, by the way.
He did release Evan Ingram, too. Yeah, Nick Caserio was his first.
Yes.
Nick Caserio.
Oh, you always remember your first.
Yeah, man. Nick Caserio was the first for the Magnificent Gladstone executing a trade.
I hope he was gentle. This
Yes.
I would love that Gladstone has done studies on Nick Caserio and the Patriots and the way they operate, and probably looks at as Caserio as kind of that's where I want to be. That's what I want to get to. I like the way he operates.
Yeah.
So what Caserio needs to do now is what Belichick had done with so many of his former proteges, which is really screw him over in a lot of deals. Kind of talk him into almost Jedi mind trick them into like, no, this is a really good deal for you.
It is an angle, though, independent of all the Magnificent Gladstone hoopla that goes on. Okay, we're up against it. I want to bring up an aspect of this trade.
Up against what?
We're up against the clock.
I thought he said he was going to be gentle.
I cannot change the clock. I'm not the Magnificent Gladstone. There is one aspect to this trade, though, from a Jacksonville perspective I do want to touch on. And the Rockets, thankfully, saved me from being very angry this morning. So we'll get to the Rockets, a little beef in the NBA as well. That's pretty funny that we can get to. Astros and camps. Man, there's a lot of stuff to get to. We're going to get to all of it today. Stay there. West Point, Lincoln. Katie Free.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This is good, man. This trade for Christian Kirk is almost like it's kickstarted people really starting to look at the roster now. You know, Sean, is it possible the Texans can also go get Ingram if they want? The Jags are letting a lot of people go. And as we welcome you back in here on a Friday, Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne with you to the Jags for Christian Kirk yesterday. He's about to get cut. So this is it's the same template that they used to pick up Joe Mixon last year. They said, all right, we'll give you a seventh. It's a seventh next year. It's not even this year. And as a placeholder to say, okay, don't cut him. We'll take him. We don't want to compete with a bunch of other teams in free agency after you release the guy. This is what I wonder, Seth, as you and I were talking about Nick dealing with the Magnificent Gladstone on this trade. The Magnificent Gladstone, for those who don't know, is the very corporate. Ben, you know, while we're talking about this, if you could, grab the Magnificent Gladstone cut. I'll come to it, not in 2 seconds or anything, but just to set the stage here. Any Magnificent Gladstone cut, the best one you can find in there, barkeep. Bring me a Gladstone. This was the first deal that the new GM of the Jags, James Gladstone, did, the first trade that he's done. And we call him the Magnificent Gladstone because he buries you magically under a pile of corporate buzzwords and somehow makes Shad Khan hire him as a GM. I wonder if people, Seth, in Jacksonville are upset today because James Gladstone, the GM, basically took a seventh-round pick, a pittance, a throwaway, to help the Houston Texans become what could be materially better offensively in 2025.
Right. Well, that's where it could be. I don't think they were upset that he got traded. You're exactly right to point out that dynamic.
Yeah.
That you're going to cut the guy anyway. You've dangled him out there, hopefully get something like this.
Right.
They probably anticipated something like this deal, but you did it with a divisional opponent.
Division champ of all teams.
Right, yeah, the team that's that you're trying to ascend to a certain level, where at the very least, a lot of NFL coaches, hey, that's their first goal on your stepping stones to glory is win the division. Win the division, then win home field advantage, then go ahead and win yourself a Super Bowl. They helped out. They helped strengthen, or at least a lot of fans would think, hey, wait a second, you helped strengthen the division leader. What the hell are you doing?
At a position of need, right? Like it wasn't even like, okay, Nick has his fishing line in the water for everything, like he always does. Like Nick is talking to everybody all day, every day. Like he's a GM that is going to have activity going on, man, all the time, and you help them. You cannot find an analysis of the Texans' upcoming draft needs or free agency needs that doesn't have wide receiver either one or two right now.
And because, so to lay it out, because it might sound kind of confusing for some people, they were probably going to release Christian Kirk, at which point he would become a free agent, and then anybody in the league could have him. So the Texans, at the very least, if the Texans got Christian Kirk, they might have had to plunk down a bunch of money for a guy who's had injuries the last couple of years, hasn't really lived up to the value of his contract. All right, and then you're maybe screwing over the Texans a little bit in your own mind. But now you're giving him that guy, but with none of the risk and all of the upside.
Yeah.
For way to go, Gladstone.
For a 7. Yeah, does this sound...
This smacks of being way too clever.
Right, okay, does this sound like a guy who galaxy-brained his way into handing the Texans Christian Kirk?
I think that's a fresh perspective, I'd say. A deep understanding of really the modern tools and mechanisms that are revolutionizing the sport. And so, that'll certainly be something that we leverage here. While at the same time, I mean, we're walking into the combine this afternoon, right? And so the current mode of operation is in rhythm. The cadence is in place. So my intent here through this initial spring is to really calibrate my own mode of operation to the current mode of operation, insert some specific efficiencies that'll help me better understand our group's insights and perspectives. And then assess at the end of this spring what types of things we can roll out into the future. But we'll certainly,
Okay, we're good. We're good, Ben. I mean, can you imagine executing a trade with that guy?
He's exactly the reason I'm bad at board games. He just does it with a better vocabulary. Yeah. I'm always like, I try to play chess, and I'm doing what I think chess people are supposed to do. Is I'm thinking like 9 plays out, and then all of a sudden my king gets taken by a pawn. I'm an idiot. I'm awful at it. No. I overanalyze it way too much.
You need bigger
words. Instead of just like having the mentality of like, no, I'm going to go out and I'm going to crush people and kill people. Yes, I look forward to Gladstone overthinking every little thing over these ensuing years.
Nick, I think I can execute a transaction in my ecosystem with which I forfeit you Christian Kirk's services, and I will send him over to your ecosystem. You'll insert some efficiencies in the offense with Christian Kirk for a 7th-round selection in the upcoming 2025 player draft event. Yeah,
I like those. I also do enjoy grudge matches too, to where now whenever you have a guy that's going against his former team or a team that cut him twice a year, those guys have a little extra oomph, a little extra pep in their step. Sometimes fun coordinators, offensive and defensive coordinators, will put in a couple plays specifically to take advantage of how motivated that guy is. Let's go ahead and go off this week. That's a fun. You know what was like that was Rex Ryan. Except Rex Ryan would do it with guys who were going to be free agents for the entire season. Ooh. He would basically, because the Ravens they might feel like, okay, we're not going to be able to retain this guy. Let's just give him a career year and
make
that
it pricey.
Way. And then you do it, and then the younger players or the other players see that that's what the setup is, and so they gladly go along with it because they're like, oh, when it's my turn, when it's my contract year, I'm going to – because Anthony Weaver told that to me. Anthony Weaver got a huge deal with the Texans.
I was just going to say Weaver must have been one of those guys.
Lo and behold, Weaver had a career year in his final year with the Ravens, and he got a huge contract with the Texans. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad it happened with Weaver. I like Weaver. That's good.
Yeah.
We're getting some texts. Wow, Gladstone sounds just like Tony Khan sounds when he's on TV for AEW. That's why they get along so well. The Magic Gladstone has been touting Tony Khan as a real asset, the owner's son, which I don't think is true. People went 7th next year for Kirk. They gave up Mr. Irrelevant. I like that kind of energy. That means the Texans are picking last in the draft. Yes.
Boom.
Yeah. Take that.
A lot of people questioning whether, okay, well, is this is where I don't want to get overly X's and O's about this, but this is pretty simple. Look, Kirk is very much a slot receiver. He takes about 75% of his snaps in the slot, and that's where he's done his best work. Mm-hmm. And they'll say, well, okay, so now we have a slot to replace Tank Dell. Tank Dell has not been used like a slot receiver. He takes the vast majority of his snaps outside. So now maybe that's something that, again, Bobby Slowick should have developed or done a better job with. I don't know, but this is more of a genuine slot receiver. And we think about, okay, is Caley going to have the influence? Is it going to be more like a Rams offense or a Patriots offense? It's going to be a Nick Caley offense. But you think about his time in New England and how great they were at using the slot receivers. I can't help but imagine a lot of that influence is going to be attached to this move.
Yep. We're getting a few people saying, hey, guys, isn't his contract $15-16 million this coming year for Kirk? It is. And that's why, and that's a fair point. It'd be hypocritical of me to have the opinion on this trade, to have a different opinion than I had on the hypothetical Joe Thuney trade. Thuney's salary is almost exactly identical to Christian Kirk's salary. Both positions of need for the Texans. Now, the Chiefs got a 4th-round pick from the Bears for Thuney next year. Thuney's an all... He's an all-pro. Made trade. I would have liked it because they would be addressing the interior of the O-line, but it would add a lot of questions about, okay, what does this do to your flexibility moving forward in free agency? I have the same feeling about Christian Kirk. I'm excited about this trade. It addresses a need like Thuney would have. Yeah. I do have questions about how they handle the financial part of this thing. I trust they'll find a good solution.
Well, I'm guessing they probably already they might have a deal in place, maybe not. I don't know. But they're going to want to do something about that cap number.
Yeah.
We'll see exactly what the deal, a renegotiated deal or a restructure looks like. But the big part of it is that you haven't plunked down to get him in the building. You haven't plunked down 3 years with a boatload of guaranteed money.
Yep.
So right now the Texans are, according to Over the Cap, $982,000 above the cap. So that's something relatively easy to maneuver and work with. But if they want to make more moves, they're going to have to do some more contract restructures, either with Christian Kirk or other guys on the team already.
They must have added Kirk to that dynamic then, because I checked last night. He hadn't been added. Are you looking at over the cap right now?
They
hadn't added, so they must have added him overnight to that, because they were still at like $14 million when I looked last night. I Payne and Pendergast with you. Thank you, Rockets, last night for sending me in here happy, not angry. You know, I called that a must-win last night, Seth, and the Rockets came through in a must-win situation. At New Orleans in early March, declared by Pendergast, must-win, and they came through big, 109-97. It didn't look so hot in the first half where they gave up 15 wins this year. But they buckled down in the second half defensively. And a crazy stat for this game was they didn't shoot all that well. They shot horribly, not horribly, but pretty bad from three. 31% is not good. And yet they shot 57% overall from the field. When they weren't shooting threes, they were easy baskets, everything in the paint, knocking down mid-range. Like they actually were overall as a team super efficient last night, just not from distances at all. So they dominated the second half. They allowed only 38 points. That was good to see. It was a fun lineup, man, that they had out there. That starting lineup they had with Amen Thompson, Tari Eason, Jalen Green out there in the starting line. Alperen Şengün and Dylan Brooks. That's a five that is so tenacious defensively on the wings there and whatnot, and pretty decent offensively. You should not lose to bad teams with that lineup. Just by effort alone, like that's a lineup that put with Tari and Amen and Dylan Brooks out there alone. You're getting a lot of defensive dog out there in that line.
Yeah, coming out and playing in the second half the way they did is the most encouraging sign. Usually when a coach uses things like back-to-back games or road games or anything else as an excuse, I get a little agitated. When Udoka does it, which he has done, and he's pointed to some of the fatigue of all these back-to-backs, I listen to it because Udoka's not that kind of guy that's going to go make excuses for a lot of this play. So I have to, out of sheer desperation, I have to cling on word being the accurate word, which is, all right, in some respects, these guys have just been beleaguered physically. Yeah. And that when you get into the playoffs and you get a little bit more spacing out between games and everything else like that, maybe we see the best version of the Rockets. Well, as long as they're still in the playoffs.
Yeah. Because
losing eight road games in a row is not the way to do that. Mm-mm. Winning a road game was good last night.
That was good. You're right. They snapped that road losing streak. Look, this is a really crucial part of the schedule if they want to make some noise in the postseason. They've got 6 straight home games coming up, and none of them are against world beaters. Yeah. They've got 8 straight games against teams coming up where the highest seeded team in their conference right now, I think, is the Heat, who are the 7 seed in the Eastern Conference. Like, they are not playing. This is the opposite of that stretch they had earlier that they actually navigated really well, where they had 2 Cleveland games, a Boston game, a Denver game, all these things. This is the opposite of that. They're home for like 2.5 weeks now against teams that are all extremely beatable,
Yeah, and I think, honestly, when you look at the Rockets, because they're not going to be a good shooting team this year. They're not going to always be as bad as they were a couple nights ago, obviously, but they're not going to be a good shooting team. Their offensive rebounding has helped them overcome that, and it's kind of like in the same way that sometimes when you tell a shooter to, like, hey, get some easy shots, make some layups. Yeah. With the Rockets, I almost feel like the linchpin to any kind of sustained success is going to be go get some offensive rebounds. Rebounds. Don't make it anything from that. The scrappiness and the defensive play comes and follows, and you'll get more points because you'll get more shots.
Yeah, that's where I think having healthy Tari for sure on that. Like, that dude gets after it on the glass. Kind of a tone setter there. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. People weighing in on the trade for Christian Kirk. I hear that dude, the Magic Gladstone, talk, and it brings out my inner ogre from Revenge of the Nerds. Nerds! All caps, all exclamation points. It's true. The dude's super nerdy, man. Super nerdy.
Is. No, and you get to watch in Jacksonville where at some point, my prediction, what's the over-under on the time that the date at which Tony Baselli, who's now an executive in the organization, just actually grabs him by the lapels and pins him up against the wall.
I guess the question would be, is it something that occurs in free agency or something that happens on draft weekend? You know Tony much better than I do, so I would set If you think that, the Magic Gladstone, the magnificent Gladstone, is already off to a bit of a rough start helping the Texans out yesterday.
Well, no, but I don't, look, you're in the 6-month period now where all of your best laid plans look brilliant no matter what.
Okay.
And it was one of their plans to now, because a lot of GMs will have the philosophy of like, we don't care whether we trade in the division or not. It's not a big deal. Even if, we don't care if we trade to a team that's better than us, we're doing what's best for the team. It's after a rough stretch in the regular season.
Okay, so I'm going to set a date for you then.
Okay.
I'm going to say October 25th. Because then weeks of the season where you'll start to have a big enough sample size that it's not working in Jacksonville, and the magnificent Gladstone, there'll be something about the trade deadline that he says or does that annoys Tony Baselli. And the magnificent G might be right about the whole thing, but Baselli, it'll be percolating because the team is not succeeding.
I'm gonna take the over on that because I think it'll be closer to the trade deadline.
Okay, so like in November.
Yeah, Gladstone thinks very, very highly of himself. It's obvious. It's impossible to think otherwise.
Right.
But also, coupled with a deep self-hatred. These things get complex. But he thinks very highly of himself in some regards.
Yes.
I think he makes some drastic move at the trade deadline that he thinks he's playing five-dimensional chess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you go over on October 25th. I like it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headline. We didn't get to Cam Smith's big day yesterday. Cam Smith is taking something that a lot of folks, including myself, said shouldn't even be a debate, and turning it into a debate. So we'll get to that in headlines. We'll dig more into the Rockets in headlines, some NFL news, big NFL news that we'll get to in headlines as well. Stay there. But first, here's
with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll start with the Texans. They make a deal yesterday, a deal that seems to be widely approved by most Texan fans and experts around the league. They trade a 7th-round pick to Jacksonville to get Christian Kirk, wide receiver, Texas A&M Aggie. Did some good things in Jacksonville. Got a big deal that a lot of people thought was an overpay a few years ago. I wonder how they were looking at the Christian Kirk, the overall totality of that contract now. He did some good things for them. I guess the fact that he's getting let go in the last year of the deal is not entirely unexpected, but maybe coin flip. Don't really care too much about how they feel. I just know I'm happy that Christian Kirk, Seth, is a Houston Texan. The 7th-round pick, they were about to cut him, so Nick Caserio sends a 7th-round pick to Jacksonville to tell their GM, the magnificent Gladstone, whoa, don't cut him. Here's a 7th-rounder. Give him to us, and I'll worry about the $16 million that he's set to make next year.
And this is a deal that you can't really judge until you find out what does the contract look like a couple weeks from now.
Yeah.
There's a very, very good chance that they're going to restructure this in some way. Do they sweeten the pot to get the deal done? Did they already agree to something? We really don't know until we learn. So kind of like with the Stephon Diggs trade, Stephon Diggs was a bigger name and a higher dollar number, but you don't know for sure how good of a trade it was until you see how it is in my appetite for I don't think the Texans should be going after a guy like DK Metcalf strictly because I don't want a top-heavy football team. This team, for everybody that's been whining and complaining about how they need interior offensive linemen, defensive tackles, tight ends, everything else like that, that doesn't go hand in hand with trading away high draft picks and $30 million a year for DK Metcalf.
Yep.
It's not as exciting, it's not as glitzy, but you need guys who are solid football players right now to have a more well-rounded football team and a deeper football team. So I like this in terms of the type of guy they're getting a lot more. And I do like also that you can start to envision, all right, he's a genuine slot receiver.
Yeah.
He does his best work on the inside. So what's a Nick Caley offense going to look like? We can start to see a little bit more of how it's shaping up on the roster.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it at the top of the hour for sure. This is kind of priming the pump for next week. Free agency, by the way, begins 11 a.m. on Monday is when the legal tampering period begins. The first deals will start to come down at about 11:15. Like that's how quick they are. That's how quick they are to get start getting deals done next week. Should be fun. One other Texans note, they re-signed Kurt Heinisch to a 1-year deal that maxes out if he hits his incentives at about $2.3 million. That according to Aaron Wilson. This is sort of the defensive equivalent of the Dare Ogunbowale deal yesterday, Seth, where they re-signed Dare to 1 year, $2 million. That's that level of the roster. Guys that are who've been with the team and done some good things, and I think are well liked in the building over there. Kurt Heinisch plays a position where we hope there is a ton of competition, and it is a battle for Kurt Heinisch. As much as we love him, I hope it's a battle for him to make the team next year.
Well, and I think with Ogunbowale, and I would include Joe Mixon in this, obviously, it's, okay, how are you using your running backs as receivers?
Yeah.
Ogunbowale has a lot of value as a pass protector, at least in comparison to the other running backs. And you can use that to set him up as a receiver. And the Texans did that at times last year, but I don't think they really were as polished with it as they should have been or could have been. All the short area passing game stuff, again, that's where Christian Kirk comes in, being able to carve people up over the middle of the field when you're seeing a lot of cover two. Why were we not seeing more of that? Hopefully you see more of that with the running backs and with Christian Kirk next year.
Yep. Rockets we dug into in the previous segment. We'll hit them again here, 109-97. They beat the New Orleans Pelicans last night. Alperen Şengün leading the way for the Rockets. Another 20-plus point game for him. They did not shoot well from distance, but overall for the game, super efficient. They shot 57% from the field. They dominated in the paint. They got a lot of easy buckets. Most importantly, the second half of this basketball game, even though late in the fourth quarter, when they had like a 15-point lead, they let it get down to about 7 or 8 or whatever. They let the Pelicans hang around a little longer than I would have liked, but I'm not going to get picky. They win the game by 12. To your point earlier, Seth, most importantly, they snapped this horrific losing streak on the road that they had. They've lost 8 straight on the road. Importantly, they're back home for a long time. 6-game homestand coming up And there are no world beaters in this thing, man. Like anything, this 6-game homestand, anything less than 5-1 is going to be a disappointment to me, considering what they're fighting. They're fighting for home court in the first round of the playoffs.
Right. Yeah, given the position they're in, they can't be in cruise mode right now, obviously, for multiple reasons. But if you're a truly professional basketball team and you've run through a gauntlet of some tough tests in terms of scheduling, especially tough teams you've played, if you want to be, whether or not people take them seriously doesn't matter to them. If they can take themselves seriously, be a professional basketball team over the next 6 games.
Yes.
Take care of business.
Yep. They've got the Pelicans tomorrow night. The same team they beat last night. They've got them at Toyota Center tomorrow night, Saturday night. Astros beat the Mets 5-1 in spring training yesterday. The big story out of this one, Cam Smith. Cam Smith has yet to have a bad game. He had 3 more hits last night. He's 7, or yesterday. Yeah, it was last night. It was a night game last night. 3 more hits. His numbers on spring training so far, Seth, and again, we're 2 weeks in. A lot of ball to still be played. But he has done nothing yet to quell the argument, the burgeoning argument that he should make the team out of spring training. Now, I know service time and all those things. There are some other elements to this that probably aren't built for headlines. Incentive to put Cam Smith on the roster that baseball has put in place for some of the top prospects. The bottom line is he's hitting .636. He's got an OPS of 2,100. Good is 800 for OPS. Yeah. He's got a 2,100 OPS right now.
And now with Christian Walker injured for the moment, it starts to sound more and more enticing for Dana Brown to like, hey man, how long does this guy have to prove himself in AA before you bring him up here? There's a lot of little wrinkles in service time that create exceptions. Chandler Rome has a really good article about this, about the dynamic of how Cam Smith might end up earlier on the team earlier than you might expect because they can throw some wrinkles into how they manage the service time. I still think it's very unlikely that he's there on opening day, but I'm getting kind of antsy. I want to see Cam Smith. I'm an impetuous child, Sean. This kid, don't hold this kid down longer than he needs to be.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. You're like, all right, is this the right thing to do from a practicality standpoint? Is it the right thing to do from a service time standpoint? I had no idea about the things that Chandler was pointing out in that article, the wrinkles that existed. That if you're a top 100 prospect and there's an incentive to put you on the team because if you win Rookie of the Year or you finish high up in the awards, which is a long shot. I mean, obviously it's a long shot, but the team gets extra draft capital through that. Like you get a compensatory first-round pick if you bring a guy that's a top 100 prospect up earlier than you normally would, and the guy turns out to be really, really good. So that exists for Cam Smith right now. To me, the most interesting thing is he himself is doing nothing. Like I think they're like to look back. He's got these numbers, and we didn't even point out the fact that he's only struck out one time. He's got 4 walks and 1 strikeout. There has been nothing at the plate so far that he has not looked exceptional at, whether it's his eye, whether it's power, whether it's the ability to go the other way with pitches. Like he looks like a big league. Now, it's spring training. He's not going against guys you're going to be going against by and large in the regular season. But, man, this has been a fun first couple weeks for Cam Smith.
This could be – I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I don't want to start coming up with nicknames for like Summer of Cam type stuff or anything. I don't want to get – let's not go there.
That's our role in this, as James Gladstone would call it, ecosystem. We're the ones here to hot take. The journos
as the measly radio hosts.
Yes, the journos are the ones there to provide the sanity and the
that's right,
the picturesque fonts and everything. Yes.
I forgot the journos. Yeah. The journos hold themselves up to a certain standard that's above the meager and better paid radio hosts.
You and I are in the muck.
Yes,
we're in the muck. Hot take away, baby.
Okay. All right. Hey, Dana Brown, what are you, yella? What are you, yella? Bring Cam Smith up. Bring him up now.
What are you, yella?
Put that in the Are You Yella doc.
Yeah. Ben, the big book of Are You Yella. Put it in. All right, so that's Cam Smith. The other headline we'll get to at some point in the 7 o'clock hour or later in the show, just NFL note, the Bengals, boy, some of these teams got to be really hard to root for, man. The Bengals get in the best pass rusher in the league the last 2 years to go seek a trade.
For a second year in a row.
Yes.
This is the second year they've
This is the second year he's wanted a trade. This is the first time they've said, okay, go get a trade.
This is the second time he's agitated.
Yeah.
First time they've allowed it.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Got 17 and a half sacks last year. Yeah, sure.
I'm turning into such a grumpy old man about guys agitating for trades. I've completely 100% made this flip from former athlete who used to defend guys who do it, where now it's just, it felt like it used to be way more justified when guys did it, where now it's just like, hey, I want more money, man.
Yep.
Hey, give me some more money. I did good. Give me some more money.
Give me money.
It's harder and harder to defend you anymore on this. You're really well paid. You signed a contract based on just play your damn contract out.
Like you're at the beach with your parents and you're at the boardwalk and you want to go play. Give me money. Give me money. I want to go play games. Give me money. Oh, my God.
Oh, man, my mom set me straight when I was young in that. My mom,
you got to.
My mom, my mom was a single mom with 3 kids and everything. Man. She's going to night school and working all day long. And she got me I think she bought me a pair of Air Jordans. And it was a big deal for her to plunk out that money for Jordans.
Yeah.
And I remember like 2 weeks later, I'm agitating for a new dirt bike. And she flipped the hell out on me. She put a guilt trip on me so hard that the scars remain on my soul.
A dirt bike.
I felt guilty about wanting anything else for the rest of my life.
It's good she laid down the law, man.
Not a motocross bike. Just a Huff.
Yeah.
But the bike I had was fine.
You wanted better. You wanted
a Huffy.
You wanted the Air Jordan of bikes. Yeah, she's like, I never should have gotten him those Air Jordans.
Yeah, she's like a spoiled little bastard.
Yep. All right,
I think that was the word she used, or the term she used with me.
Christian Kirk is a Houston Texan. What does this mean for how the Texans attack the wide receiver room? A lot of people just waking up now asking us that question. I'll tell you what it should mean for it. We'll get to that and a whole lot more in a nice long segment coming up for you here at 7 o'clock. Stay there, Payne and Pendergast. But let me give you something to put on the agenda for this weekend.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Just rolling along on a Friday here. Payne and Pendergast. Christian Kirk is a Houston Texan. That trade coming down yesterday. Good to see. Good to see a little activity. Good to see some urgency at the wide receiver position. The Texans send a 7th-round pick to the kid GM, the magnificent Gladstone in Jacksonville, for the rights to make Christian Kirk a Houston Texan. $16.5 million in salary and game, overall cap hit for the Texans right now is $16.5 million. That's going to get spread out, I would imagine, in a way other than just getting hit with all $16 million this year, Seth. They're going to find a way to make that Christian Kirk cap hit a whole lot more easy to swallow than $16 million.
So what does that look like? And we'll find out probably sometime by the end of the weekend.
Yep.
Just like with Stephon Diggs, you heard about the trade and then you found out about the contract, and that changed things a little bit.
Okay, you bring up Diggs' name. We've not done that yet, and I think this is worth bringing up. There's a few questions now, or I think questions about what this means in the way the Texans attack free agency and attack the draft. Does this do anything to the chances in your mind of them bringing Stephon Diggs back? Does the Christian Kirk trade alter the percentage chance you had in your mind that Diggs would be a Houston Texan next year?
Yeah, I would say it decreases it.
I do too.
I think that this is you've only got so much room for guys that are either coming off of injuries or a certain body type of receiver or anything else like that. I think that this increases the chance that the Texans take more of a classic outside wide receiver in the draft. I also, though, does it decrease? It decreases the chance that they go after anybody like, okay, yes. I was trying to think of whether it increases or decreases the chances of going after like a Cooper Kupp. Because I think Texans Cap and I were chatting a little bit yesterday. Texans Cap thinks that Cooper Kupp should expect about $9 to $12 million per year.
Okay.
I think this decreases the chance of anybody in that bucket of older wide receivers like Cooper Kupp, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, who's I think higher on the value list of the previous two guys.
Yeah.
I think it decreases the chances of getting any of those guys. And now the Texans can feel like going into the draft, they don't have to reach for wide receivers necessarily, but they're in a good position to take one. They're probably going to address the interior offensive line or defensive tackles in free. I mean, they have to address defensive tackles in free agency, I think. Yeah. You got to have at least one veteran. Both your starters are free agents. I don't feel great about the guys on the roster right now, other than Tim Settle perhaps being your everyday starter. So I think you'll see either an interior offensive lineman or a defensive tackle in free agency.
Yeah, I would agree. I think when it comes to Diggs, I think there's a certain aisle that you shop in for wide receivers. And when you go to the store and you're like, I'm only getting one thing in this aisle right here. Like, you're going in with only so much money in your pocket. And you're like, I can afford one of these. And I think Christian Kirk falls in the same money range that the Texans would have the appetite to bring Diggs back at. Diggs may end up getting more than $16.5 million on the open market just based purely on supply and demand. There's not a lot of receivers that pop in terms of ceiling and name recognition on the market. I could see a couple of desperate teams getting into it. As weird as this sounds, guy coming off an ACL. I could see mini war for Diggs at like a 2-year, $40 million thing.
Yeah.
That's too rich for the Texans right now, having just traded for Christian Kirk. So that's your one item in that aisle. I'm with you. I think it when this trade first came down, my gut reaction was, well, Diggs ain't coming back. And then you think about it a little more. I'm like, all right, well, never say never to anything. Maybe Diggs wants to be here and he gives you a hometown discount. Who the hell knows?
Well, and I would say even before this deal for Christian Kirk, if you had asked me, okay, what's more likely, Diggs to the Commanders or Diggs to the Texans, I would say even with the Commanders already having spent money on Deebo Samuel, then the Commanders have a boatload of cap space. They've got a young quarterback, much like the Texans last year, where they might want to just surround him with veterans. I think there's a much better chance that Diggs ends up now, especially with a team like the Commanders, than with the Texans. And by the way, since I said Deebo Samuel and not Brandon Ayuk.
Way to go, Seth. Yeah, you deserve that. You deserve that. I think the thing, too, with Diggs, specific to the Commanders, is that I think last year probably washed the taste out of the mouth for a lot of the NFL that, at least in the short term, he can't be a guy that you have around your young quarterback because he's going to get agitated. Like, I think the relationship with Diggs and C.J. Stroud was really productive. I think it was a good relationship.
The track record now for Stephon Diggs is that in Minnesota, in Buffalo, and in Houston, he was magnificent from a personality standpoint and everything in the first year there. The challenge for him last year was, man, he was everything you wanted in terms of veteran leadership, and he was doing it on a team that was struggling offensively. He was playing well, but he was playing better than his stats suggest, and was still on pace for over 1,000 yards receiving. He just wasn't magnificent, and he was a model student. So I think that, I think there might be many fewer teams this year that are worried about any of the personality stuff, but you do have the added ACL issue and then his current legal issues, which is all in the civil courts, but it's a messy, ugly situation.
Yeah, it's a situation probably that if he didn't have an ACL tear and he was coming off 4 straight Pro Bowls, you'd be like, all right, well, we'll weather the storm. With an ACL tear, it might be one of those things like, well, we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah,
it's all a balance sheet, with these guys,
Wait, it's all a little bit like, wait, are we going to care a lot about morality right this moment or not? I don't know. How good is the fella?
For a lot of teams, it's a sliding scale. I don't think that's not a stretch at all. I think the other thing with the Christian Kirk acquisition, the question we're getting a lot on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, either questions or declarations. So is a number 2 receiver still a need? That's a text. I say yes. I think yes. Number 2, depending on how you label it. I know you don't like the number labels with receivers.
I don't like it especially when you're talking about a slot receiver.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk is a slot receiver.
Yes.
Where Tank Dell's not a slot receiver. Christian Kirk is a slot receiver. That's where he's done his best work. That's where he takes 75% of his snaps. So that becomes, to use a buzzword, it's a game plan. It's a game-by-game scenario. There's going to be certain times where your slot receiver is your number 1 guy that day. There's going to be, obviously, other times where Nico Collins is going to go off for 200 yards. But if you've got the outside, they need a number 2 guy that can line up on the outside and do damage out there.
This is how I would frame it, because, number 2 receiver is – like, number 1 receiver is a label that I can get with because you know who that's that dude. That's Nico Collins. Number 2 receiver is a little bit different once you start to get into, you're right, like the specific skill sets of slot on the outside. How much is he targeted? How comfortable is he with CJ? All those things. What I would say is weapons are still a need. This is an offense that's still need, whatever that is. And honestly, I'm open to it being, like, if a tight end falls to the Texans at 25, like Loveland out of Michigan, or if they get within striking distance of Tyler Warren from Penn State, if what happens with him is what I hoped would happen last year. I was hoping last year Brock Bowers would drop to about 20 or 21 and the Texans might make a move there. Then whatever the weapon is, go get it. Because we don't know what Nick Caley we don't know what this looks like yet with Nick Caley. Like what scratches his itch when it comes.
I mean,
to
you can always use more wide receivers.
Yes.
There's so many. You spend so much time with 3 wide receivers on the field that you're never going to be in a position where you're rarely in a position where you say, we don't need any guys on the outside that we feel really good about. It might end up being a guy like Noah Brown. Maybe not, or maybe specifically Noah Brown or a guy like Noah Brown.
Yep.
When you're playing opposite of Nico Collins, you tend to get a very good version of that guy. My guess is that it's probably going to end up being somebody in the draft, either the first or second round pick is a guy that they think can develop conventional body type outside wide receiver.
I'm all for that, man. I am all for that. So Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com did a piece talking about DK Metcalf and the various places he could land. And I think this is probably something we need to address because if wide receiver is still a need, if you need more bodies in that room, there are Texan fans, although a diminishing number. I've been pleasantly, I don't want to say surprised. I've been very pleased with how most of the Texan fan base that I've interacted with have been processing the DK Metcalf availability, which is there's a tendency on the internet to go, available? Go get him. It's a first and a third. The Seahawks want a first-round pick and a third-round pick, and DK Metcalf himself wants a $30 million plus a year contract extension. He's in the last year of his current deal. I don't want anything having to do with that. And yet, Bill Barnwell has 10 teams that should go after DK Metcalf. The Texans are on his list. Texans are on his list. Would you like to hear his rationale for going after DK Metcalf?
Give it to me, nerd.
Here we go.
That's Bill. Bill's the nerd, not you, Sean.
No, it's no worries. If at first you don't succeed, try again, he says. Texans tried to make a big move for a vet wideout last year, sending a second-round pick to the Bills to get Stephon Diggs. Houston voided the rest of his deal to keep him interested and motivated in a contract year. That's talking about taking it from a 4-year deal down to a 1-year deal. Diggs was efficient during his stint with the Texans. Getting into the Metcalf part. A year ago, the Texans were wildly optimistic about what their offense could be. A year later, with Nico Collins having earned a significant but still team-friendly extension, it feels as if Caserio needs to focus his efforts and resources elsewhere. Stroud was overwhelmed at times behind a dismal offensive line in 2024, one that shut down the Houston run game, had too many sacks, saw Stroud leave the playoff loss to the Chiefs with an injury. With Bobby Slowick replaced by Nick Caley, I wouldn't be shocked if the Texans were potentially looking at adding Cooper Kupp, who won't cost as much as Metcalf and won't require draft compensation if he hits the open market. So it seems like Barnwell is more workshopping this thing and arriving.
Well, and this was obviously written before the Christian Kirk trade.
Definitely,
so,
fair point.
I mean, that's a big part of it. If he had to write this now, just like yesterday, Sean, I did a video on Cooper Kupp. It took some editing, and so I shut down for 3 hours so I could kind of do some research, look at the positives, the negatives of signing a guy like Cooper Kupp, cut up some highlights and stuff, edited it, hit send, checked my phone, and it's a text from you about how the Texans have just traded for Christian Kirk. Son of a...
Now, anytime you think of that episode, you're going to think of me. Like, I hate him.
I hate him so much.
I hate him.
Yeah. So, look, things have changed now.
Yeah.
Now, Cooper Kupp, if he could be had for $10 million a year, that's enticing to me. My philosophy of this entire offseason right now is that I like having studs at the marquee positions.
They've got those.
And the Texans have a lot of studs at marquee positions.
Yes.
We know this from past experience with the Texans through multiple different coaches. There have been times where the Texans have been really top-heavy, but then been so decrepit in the middle-class players that you've got starters playing special teams all over the place. It's not a winning recipe. They need a well-rounded football team. And I've got my appetite. I would rather have 10 solid starters who make $10 million a year than one DK Metcalf to add to Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Because when you get the Nico Collins, but you don't have those 3 other guys, you're not going to get the best out of either of those wide receivers. You're not going to get the best out of the offense. So non-glitzy or interior offensive linemen. The guard from the Zeitler, Kevin Zeitler.
Yeah.
Kevin Zeitler made $6 million last year.
That's crazy.
And it was one of the best guards in football for the Detroit Lions.
Dude, I've
got more of an appetite for Kevin Zeitler at $6 million per year than I do DK Metcalf at $30 million a year. Because I think he does more for this football team right now.
Yes, yeah. And I mean, I think he does more for this football team. And I mean, that's $6 million is it, huh? Is what he got.
According to my meager ability to read salary cap websites and everything.
Seth. I trust you on this.
I'll fact check myself on this right now. He signed a 1-year, $6 million contract with the Lions last year.
Yeah. Champ Slice on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I think this goes back to when we were talking about Cam Smith. When you said you don't want to get ahead of yourself.
Yeah.
Get ahead of yourself.
Yeah. No, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm too. You know what? I fall prey to the wannabe intellectuals a little too much. You know, the sports writers who sometimes they like to act like they're all Hemingway or something, and just the height of. No, you're not good writers. But you've fallen lax in your journalistic standards, so you're not even really journalists anymore. So I can't try to hold myself to their fictitious standard where they hold themselves above radio hosts.
Yeah.
You're bum journos, okay?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And I am a hot take artist. artist.
Yes.
All right? So what are you, Dana Brown? Are you yella?
Come at me.
If you don't have Cam Smith on that opening day roster, then you don't want it bad enough.
It,
yeah.
Yella. You're yella. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Will Caserio pick up 0, 1, or 2 interior O-linemen in free agency? That's an interesting question. I'll put the number at 1.5 in free agency, of any level of free agency next week, Seth. Not just a marquee guy. Yeah.
That's a tricky one.
Yeah.
Because, it's just adding a bunch of bodies to the mix. It needs to be more than just that. It really needs to be that Nick Caley is much better at designing and engineering an offense than Nick Caserio was. Or, excuse me, Bobby Slowick was. I caught myself, so hold on a second.
There you go.
He needs to be a lot better in that regard. That offensive line can be immediately better with a better offensive coordinator. That is my firm belief.
Mm-hmm.
But there needs to be veterans who actually can still play good football there. I would put I'm going to guess they sign 1 interior offensive lineman.
Yep.
I think that there's still very much upside in Juice Scruggs and especially Jarrett Patterson. And then I think you draft the guy too. So there's 2 new interior offensive linemen. One that's a top 3 rounds of the draft, interior offensive lineman, and 1 free agent.
Yep, I'm with you. If the number I put out there, free agent interior lineman was 1.5, I'd go under on my own number on that. I'm 100% with you on that.
I think right now if they sign somebody who's a 100% journeyman, I almost don't want to count him. If it's a guy that's never actually been a starter or anything, if they pick some guy up who's been a practice squad guy somewhere else, I won't count him.
Yeah.
That's like drafting a 5th or 6th or 7th rounder where you don't necessarily expect to get a lot out of him this year.
We'll say a guy had to start a minimum of 10 games last year, something like that. Whether through injury or whatever.
A bona fide starter.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message, love DK Metcalf. Nah, that's too much. Totally agree. It'll be interesting to see how Seattle plays the DK Metcalf. All these teams that have given permission for guys to go find trades. Now, a lot of them are guys that are lower level, are going to wind up getting cut because teams just don't want to trade for them. They'll wait it out and see. Cooper Kupp, I think, might be that. Jonathan Allen, I think, might be that. Now, the 2 that are not that, I think, are DK Metcalf. Made 1st and a 3rd and pay him $30 million. Maybe not, but he's still in his prime. That is still a guy that somebody's going to give him an extension of some sort. Somebody's going to give up some level of good draft capital. I just don't know it'll be what the Seahawks are looking for in draft capital, nor what DK Metcalf is looking for in salary. Trey Hendrickson is the one that gets super interesting because that is a hyper position of massive explosive salary growth. He, unlike DK Metcalf, who's very good at his position, you could argue Trey Hendrickson is the best or near the best at his position. He's led the league in sacks at least the last couple of years. You can make an argument. It'll be interesting to see if these teams handle it the same way that Nick Caserio handled the Deshaun Watson trade scenario, just in terms of allowing teams, because there's going to be new contracts for both of these guys, Metcalf and Hendrickson. Yeah. If you recall the way that Nick handled the Deshaun Watson thing, he actually got a lot of love for that. Mike Florio talked about this yesterday. He said, man, we had Nick on the show at the Combine. I wanted to give him props for the kind of unique and new way, we hadn't seen a team do this before, that he handled all the suitors for Deshaun Watson.
When we had Nick Caserio on last week, the GM of the Texans, I wanted to tell him, either on or off the air, that he came up with the best trade approach that I've ever seen,
Definitely.
Especially given that Deshaun Watson hasn't done jack diddly squat since he was traded 3 years ago. You pre-qualify teams. You tell them this is what it's going to take if you're the team to whom the player gets traded, and then it's between the teams. This is it. And if you have multiple teams that want to do it, you got to pay the cover charge to get in the club. And if you don't, that's fine. The others will. That's the best way to pull it off.
Yeah.
No, it is 100% the best way to pull it off. And it was kind of a fun experiment because what we saw was the very, very, very rare instance where a highly thought of quarterback, and Deshaun Watson in some respects was coming off his best year as a passer. The offense wasn't great, but Deshaun Watson looked at that point very much like a young guy that was potentially going to be one of the very best quarterbacks in the league. Those guys never hit free agency.
No.
And what the Texans did, what Caserio did, was he created a little miniature free agency for Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
And it ended up being how many teams in the mix? Five?
Four teams.
Four.
Yeah.
Four paid the cover charge to get in.
Cleveland, Carolina, New Orleans, and Atlanta were the 4 teams.
And it ended up being a deal that broke the model. It was so far above and beyond anything that any player had ever gotten in the NFL before, because it was a miniature free agency where only 4 teams were involved. That's how much quarterbacks are worth. And that's why it is one of the reasons why you see teams pay these guys after their 3rd year, even though they haven't even really earned it yet. It's because if you want to play the game out and the guy does work out, it's almost impossible to actually pay the guy.
Well,
because teams are that, to his credit, it's like that's a business rule in general and in life. If you can create an auction environment, all it takes is 2. Once you create an auction type environment, if you got 2 bidders that are really desperate, you can just blow it out of the water. And Caserio managed to pull that off. And that was with a quarterback with 4 teams vying for him, who at the moment had a couple of dozen sexual misconduct lawsuits against him, and the criminal charges were not. They were
done. That's
gone,
what opened
right,
up the auction. Remember the criminal charges were dismissed on March 11th. I know this because I just watched the documentary. And the bidding began on March 15th. Like that was what opened the door to the bidding war.
It really should be taught in business classes at colleges about the power of creating an auction-like environment.
But 2 auctions at the same time. An auction amongst the 4 teams as to what they would be willing to give up for the right to talk to Deshaun, and then the subsequent auction as to, because Deshaun had the power of the no-trade clause. We should point that out. I have no idea if Trey Hendrickson has a no-trade clause or not. But Deshaun basically was handed the ability to go, nope, not getting traded to that team. And so it was, you're right, like in retrospect, man, much respect to Nick for the way he handled that. You and I have pointed this out many times. You yourself have pointed this out about the way you would have handled it, and I think I would have been the same way. There would have been a point in that year, full year, where I would have gone, all right, fine, 2/3. I just want to get out of this thing.
I would have broken, man. I would have broken so hard.
Yeah.
There's a fellow by the name of Seth Payne, line coach. Has been for a long time. He's younger than me. I think he's younger than me by about 10, 15 years or so. But I've followed him. We've had him on the show a couple times because he's not me. But he just got the job as the defensive line coach and run game coordinator at Western Michigan. So he's been at smaller schools, and now he's getting a job at Western Michigan. And I've gotten so many congratulatory texts from like people like Charlie Casserly texted me early this morning with congratulating me on getting the Western Michigan job.
No way.
Don't worry, I'm not I'm not pulling a Doug Gottlieb here. I'm not going to be a full-time radio host and full-time college coach.
I don't think I could pull it.
My point being, I understand my strengths and weaknesses, and I don't. A lot of people say, "Hey, Seth, you'd probably be a good coach." No, I'd be a horrible coach at any level of the game. I have so much respect for the way good coaches operate. I know that I'm not built that same way, but as a GM as well. That moment with Caserio, where remember the team was under so much scrutiny, they were getting it from all sides. Every level of the organization was being insulted daily. The Texans were supposedly just a decrepit mess that couldn't get out of their own way, and Caserio managed to navigate all of that through many, many months in a way that I know for sure that I could not do it. It was impressive.
This is how long ago. You're right. No, this is how long ago. I mean, we're coming up on the 4-year anniversary. No, 3 trade got done. They still hadn't even drafted Derek Stingley Jr. yet. Like that's how little rebuilding. That's how bad the roster was at that point. You're absolutely right. Like it was it was an absolute train wreck. Did you go back and forth with Charlie at all when he texted you? Did you?
Yeah, a little bit. We're having a modern conversation where I'll text him back in about 45 minutes. I don't want him to think I'm too eager.
Right. Let it simmer a little bit.
He's doing. I didn't know what he was doing. He's working on. And then I was reminded when I asked him what he was doing these days. He's working on an NFL council that helps advise upcoming coaches.
Okay.
Like, let's see, consultant working on the development of head coaches and GMs. He also teaches at George Mason University remotely, living in Florida. Yeah.
Living in Florida, teaching remotely. Okay, so he didn't have to live in Virginia or anything. He's living in Florida, teaching a class online. Consultant, dude, that's the sweet spot for a guy.
Consultant
Charlie
working for the NFL.
Yeah. Okay, so he's work. Oh wow, so this isn't some academy they've created to develop coaches and GMs like independent of the NFL.
No. He's working for the NFL.
For the NFL.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay,
yeah.
I didn't hear that part. Okay. Oh, that's cool, man. That's a nice gig, man.
I'll tell you what. There's one thing about going to anything that the NFL puts on. They're not stingy when it comes to certain things. I bet they treat him pretty well. I'm going to ask him that much. I'm going to ask him.
Is that your next?
How
text?
much you making anyway?
What are they paying you?
What are they paying you? Can you put in a good word for me?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Kind of like the Gottlieb this thing. It'd be a full consultant for the NFL somehow.
Yes, sir. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday. There's some odds that came out yesterday about wide receivers, as long as we're talking about it. So the Texans trade for Christian Kirk. They've already got Nico Collins. John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson are kind of on this burner of their own right now. I don't know if it's a back burner or a front burner. It's just the Mechie and Hutchinson burner. I think the way most Texan fans are viewing them now is like, all right, these are the other guys in the room. At least one or both of these guys better step up next year the way we're currently constructed, or there's going to be big problems.
Yeah.
Who do you trust more to step up next year based on what they've done so far, Mechie or Hutchinson? They both had moments.
I think Hutchinson.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really want it to be John Mechie.
Mm-hmm.
Not that either of those guys obviously are bad guys or anything.
Right.
I think that Xavier Hutchinson just seems at times to be more within the flow of the offense.
Yeah.
Now, again, this will change a lot, and a lot of this I can put back on Bobby Slowick, and I think actually utilizing guys to the best of their abilities and putting together a cohesive and well-constructed offense. I think both those guys potentially could look a lot better next year.
I agree.
If Nick Caley is good at his job.
Yep.
It's a huge, huge if. We will not know if Nick Caley is good at his job until sometime next year. That's a huge if over all of this right now.
I am rooting for Hutchinson over Mechie purely based the mercenary rookie contract. Mechie's Mechie all of a sudden is in a contract year. Like, that went by fast, and I know the first year he was out battling cancer. But this whole thing's gone by quick. Hutchinson's got 2 years left on his deal. So if he were to develop into a viable, say, wide receiver 3 or 4 as a 6th-round pick with 2 years left on a 6th-round pick deal, that would be incredible. The 3 receivers whose odds of where they'll land next year, Seth, came out yesterday, and these are all similar guys. These are aging guys who have battled injury, whose best days were really, really good. But, man, where are they right now? Amari Cooper, the favorite right now, if he doesn't go back to Buffalo, is that he would go to either Pittsburgh or New England. But how about the Texans are third on the Amari Cooper market right now? 5-1. That was surprising to me. I don't feel like Amari Cooper, that trade got widely lauded last year at the deadline where they brought him in for Josh Allen in Buffalo. And then he scores a touchdown, I think, in his first game as a Bill. And it's like, all right, Bills are going to the Super Bowl. They got Amari Cooper. And then he was banged up and very quiet. It was way more the Khalil Shakir show the rest of the year than it was the Amari Cooper show.
Yeah, and it was, I guess that's where you get with Amari Cooper, though, too, is how much of it was because of injuries and how much does he have left in the tank. It might be a very affordable contract.
It might be.
And if you want somebody that can line up on the outside that you feel good about and to go into the draft not being desperate for a wide receiver, that might be the case. I think that if they do pick up another veteran wide receiver, it's either going to be a Noah Brown, a guy that, like Amari Cooper, who has a big name but a much lower price tag than he would have had a few years ago.
How do you feel about either of these two? These are the other two. Keenan Allen re-signing with Chicago looks like a long shot. It seems like they're and the favorite is that he goes back to one of the LA teams, either the Chargers where he played most of his career or the Rams. Texans are 7th on the board at 12-1 for Keenan Allen right now.
I think with Keenan Allen, I'm going to be honest with you, everybody. I didn't have a lot of passion for watching the Bears last year in the second half of the season.
Yes.
So I didn't go do a deep dive at any point with him. But I would say from when I watched him early in the season a lot more, okay, he's older, but he was also banged up. Those tend to go hand in hand. But I didn't see a level of athleticism that really impressed me all that much.
Yeah.
I'm not. And he's also, he plays in the slot a lot. He's about 50-50 how much he plays in the slot. And Christian Kirk is a slot receiver, so I don't think the fit's quite right.
Last one, DeAndre Hopkins. The Texans are 2nd on the odds board for DeAndre Hopkins. I wish I could go the other way. I wish I could be the house on that one. I don't think DeAndre Hopkins is coming back here. I know he still lives here. 4.5-1. The leader is Carolina at 4-1, which I'm guessing is based on, 1, they still need guys that Bryce Young can feel are reliable, and 2, he went to Clemson, and that's a part of the country that he might be. And he's from that part of the country. He's from the Carolinas. So I'm guessing that's based. I'm guessing the 2.
Your Leggett.
Yeah, maybe so.
Because right now, Adam Thielen apparently is the only guy in the wide receivers room who understands what Xavier Leggett is saying at any given time, so he has to translate for him. Which I feel like Thielen must have been a linguistics major or something in college.
Yeah.
He did his term paper on the deep rural South Carolina accents.
Yeah. Dude, Reggie Atatula sent me a video on Instagram. He DM'd me a video on Instagram of Xavier Leggett with a bunch of his buddies on some sort of farm, raising
a bunch of his friends from home?
Yeah, like Xavier Leggett out there shirtless with horses, watching his horses run around. It is one of the most Xavier Leggett talking at a farm with horses running around. Find me something more country than that.
I'll give you one
if
up.
If that ain't country, I'll whip your ass, as David Allen Coe would say.
This won't be nearly as country.
Yeah.
But the Texans media department does some really cool cinematic type productions and documentaries and everything.
Yes.
They've really upped their game over the last several years.
Big time.
Not just in comparison to them, but to other NFL franchises
Yep.
too. I really do want to see a bunch of Texans up living the farm life with Cade Stover for a few days. Maybe maybe in the summer when they've got that time off. No heavy machinery is allowed, okay? We can't have them out there. I don't want them anywhere near a hay elevator or anything, but I'd like to see them getting up at dawn and going to work. Yeah, stacking hay, but nowhere near the elevator.
No.
Okay?
No. Nothing near any sort of machinery that could chop off various digits or appendages. No.
Yeah.
Okay, so getting a little more specific, which, if you had to pick 3 or 4 Texans that would be going to visit Cade Stover on the farm, do you have a preference?
Well, C.J. Stroud, 100%, because he's really good.
He's been there.
I've
seen footage of him. I've seen still footage of him at the Stover
at Cade
farm.
Stover's farm.
Yeah.
I need to see him working.
Yes.
I need to see him. I'd get some calluses on those fingers of yours.
Will Anderson would attack it with incredible ferocity.
No, you know what Will Anderson would love? Okay, so when you are stacking hay, it gets super competitive.
Yeah.
Sometimes the guys that are unloading the wagon try to bury the guys who are up in the hay mow.
Yep.
Stacking the hay. And Will would love that challenge. But he's got to be up stacking hay. He can't be the one in the hay wagon.
Laramie
That's more
Tunsil
dangerous
and
down
Titus Howard need to be part of this for their own good. For their own personal growth, Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard need to be on the Cade Stover
on the
Texans
manure spreader. They got to be on the manure spreader.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They've got to work the manure spreader.
They have to have the dirtiest, grimiest, stinkiest, sweatiest job.
My Carhartt's got dirty.
Laramie, pull up Lululemon.com. I must replace these.
Lululemon workwear.
Yeah, I must replace these. They're dirty. Those would be at the top. Dude, I think Aziz would be fun on that thing. I think anybody with tremendous intensity and swarminess.
Any of the swarm guys.
That's why back
when there were more getting farm kids because they look at football as a break from the hard work.
Dude.
There's no whining about like, I can't believe I think I'm dehydrated.
Okay.
Oh, check my GPS stats, coach.
Okay.
I'm
gonna say a name that needs to be part of this, and I want you to react.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz.
Oh, no, I think Dalton would probably.
You think you?
He'd like to listen to the country music, I think.
He probably would like the. I think Dalton would probably be okay. I think he'd be a go with the flow guy. I think he'd be all right. I just think of the video gamer Dalton. I think like Dalton, put the Oculus down. You got to get outside now.
Is this barn air conditioned?
Yes. Yeah, I think there'd be a definite soft. I say this as somebody who's the softest man on the face of the earth when it comes to manual labor. So this is not me throwing shade or anything. Seth has been a legit farm worker before. I am coming from a place that is complete hypocrisy when it comes to making fun of any of these guys. I admit that.
There's no job worse than climbing up covered hay silo chute in August with silage going down your back while you're sweating and everything. It's there's nothing worse in football that even approaches that or baling hay. So that's why I really wish every football player should go work on a farm in August for at least a couple weeks. Or July. July's better. And just get a taste of what actual misery is like.
Good prep for a Texans training camp, possibly? Like the from a heat standpoint or just from a...
Yeah. Get you acclimatized to it. Yeah.
Acclimatized. All right, Payne and Pendergast on a Friday. 7:45 coming up here. Mock draft injection time. I think Seth, this is a recalibration mock draft we've got that I think that'll make Seth happy. I do want to circle back to some of the quarterback talk from yesterday's mock draft, though, particularly the comps that are getting thrown around now about Shedeur Sanders, one in particular that I think might get Texan fans a little worked up. We'll get to that in the mock draft injection that's coming up next. Oh, Dr. Ben Salento. Yes, sir. Dr. Ben.
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. I just got a text from my wife. She's been her new thing, Seth, is in the parking garage at our building. She gets really angry with people that take up 2 parking spaces. Like, what are you, better than the rest of us? You're allowed, because you have this really, really, really nice car, you can take up 2 parking spaces. So she ordered these cards on Amazon that basically either insult or warn these people that you suck at parking, stop doing this, and sticks them under their windshield wiper. And she sent me a picture of 2 more that she did it to. I'm like, baby, you're basically a crossing guard right now. You're a parking narc is what you are right now. I'm proud of her. I'm glad she's vigilant about this. She's speaking for the voiceless right now. I just find it very, very funny that this is where her energy is directed right now.
I liked a little game I used to play in college when I was driving a 1982 Mazda GLC. Was that I would there were all these rich kids that you'd be at a stoplight and the light would turn green. They were on the opposite side of traffic, but they were turning left. So like some kid in his daddy's 700 series BMW, I could tell that he was just gonna gun it and go left while I was going straight. Yeah. And I would just hit my Mazda. I would hit the accelerator as hard as I could. Yeah. And I never successfully tagged one of them. I made sure to go completely straight ahead. Yeah. I kept it a fair game. Yep. But I tried to get him,
Seth speaking for the blue-collar drivers.
I wish I could have gotten him. There's this one intersection. The hard part was where it always happened was I was going uphill, on my way to class. Well, these guys were turning left into their fancy apartments that they had in College Town. Yeah. And there was this one little bastard. I could never see him in nature. I never saw him like off the road or anything or on campus.
Out in the wild.
But I recognized his moppy frat boy haircut. Oh, I wanted to hit his car so bad.
Oh, your Mazda. I love how you caveated you had a sunroof. Wasn't a total janky car. I had a sunroof.
Hand cranked sunroof. I bought it for $500 and installed my own radio in it.
Good for you, man. Yeah, my first car was $250. It was a 1974 Plymouth Gold Duster that I bought from one of my dad's fraternity brothers that lived like an hour from us, and it had a roof that looked like snakeskin, and it was like poop brown. And I paid $253 for the stereo that I put in it. The stereo is worth more than the rest of the car. All right, let's get to the mock draft injection here for today. The particular mock drafter here that's laying it out is Josh Edwards of CBSSports.com. Let's get right to the Texans. I don't want to circle back to the top of the draft in these quarterbacks. With the 25th pick in the Josh Edwards, CBSSports.com mock draft. Oh, Seth, he's back in our lives.
Yeah. Who is it?
Kenneth Grant. Defensive
Kenneth Grant. Injected into my veins.
We have not had a K. Grant mock draft in at least 2 weeks, and I know you are a big, big fan of the big fella from Michigan.
I think that the couple things that I like about Kenneth Grant, one is that he's much more athletic than you would think for a guy his body size. I don't know. You know what? I didn't even check to see what he actually weighed in at the combine.
Oh, yeah.
Because he didn't work out, and I kind of checked out mentally on him and to wait for his pro day.
Yep.
But he's way more athletic than you would think, because a lot of people, he was listed at 340, and a lot of people thought, well, it doesn't seem like D'Amico really likes these big, fat, chubby guys. But he's not a T'Vondre Sweat. He's way more athletic than T'Vondre Sweat, the Titans defensive line pick from out of Texas last year. And I think he can provide this is not a comp because Will Fork was so good. Yeah. But I think the way Will Fork never got a lot of sacks or anything, but he got really good push up the middle, I think Kenneth Grant could be that type of a player. And he also improved a lot from 2023 to I'm still going to be surprised if he's there at 25 because I think he probably will test really well at his pro day, but I'd be really happy with that.
How much do you factor in with Kenneth Grant that he played alongside Mason Graham, who is a top 5 pick in a lot of people's minds?
Not as much. In college, the double team dynamic doesn't matter as much as it does in the NFL. It's there. But a lot of the stuff that you see that Kenneth Grant does really well holds up whether he's playing next to a stud or not. It's
and he will be playing in between Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr.
Right,
at the NFL level.
Yeah.
I should point that out, I guess.
No, and I think too, especially in the draft, when you're looking at what does a guy look like? What does it look like he can do, and where can I project him? He is, for a guy his size, he's not as stout consistently versus double teams as I'd like him to be, but I think he makes up for it with the fact that he gets upfield a lot quicker than most guys do his size too. And he does show an ability to anchor down versus double teams. He's just got to learn just to be more consistent with it and maybe just read offenses a little bit better, read blocking schemes better. But there's a lot to like about him.
The quarterbacks in this particular draft, it's interesting. The Titans trade back. They flip-flop with the Giants. The Giants move up. This is something we've heard the Giants pondering. The Giants are pondering two things according to a lot of the experts or the Nugget hussies out there. Either signing Aaron Rodgers or trading up to number 1 to get Cam Ward, and who knows, maybe both. We've fantasized about that world, Seth, where, more with the Titans than the Giants, but a world as sort of a souped-up bridge quarterback to one of these tippy-top picks. Shedeur Sanders goes 6th to the Raiders in this one. The mock draft we did yesterday, Charles Davis had the draft going Sanders 1 to the Titans, Cam Ward 2 to the Browns, Jackson Dart 3 to the Giants. So 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks. And they had some comps in there, too. Charles Davis compared Shedeur Sanders to Joe Burrow. I don't know if I'm seeing that one. How about this comp for Shedeur Sanders? Now, Kurt Benkert, for those who don't know who Kurt Benkert is, Seth, who is Kurt Benkert that we're about to hear this comp from?
He's a former backup quarterback in the NFL. Puts out a lot of social media content.
I've seen him before.
He does kind of digestible little breakdowns of quarterbacks, which are nice.
Yep.
He's a little kind of like the QB school guy. Which quarterback is that?
JT O'Sullivan.
JT O'Sullivan.
Yep.
Those are both good follows. JT O'Sullivan especially. If you're an actual coach or a quarterback or a high school player or something, he's really good for getting an education into the way the NFL quarterbacks operate.
Yeah, he goes deep. You get comfy.
So anyway, this is Kurt Benkert, which with a comp that I'm not sure I'm entirely a fan of for Shedeur Sanders.
Mix between C.J. Stroud and Jared Goff, and I'm going to tell you why. Neither of those guys are pretty creative in how they scramble, but they navigate the pocket pretty well. Obviously, C.J. Stroud is way more athletic than Jared Goff, but Jared can move the chains when he needs to on third down with his feet. That's kind of like Shedeur. Shedeur doesn't really make any crazy plays with his feet, but he can get the first down with his feet. He's not really like snappy and quick like C.J.'s. It's more like Jared's. A little bit elongated, but it's still smooth. It's like a smooth throwing motion.
Okay.
I don't like that at all. Hey, Ben, was the audio all glitchy on that because of the file that I sent you?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh.
Damn,
Seth. Hell, Seth.
Yeah. All right, so
sorry.
The comp.
All right. I'm trying to not be insulted that C.J. Stroud's name was dragged into that mix.
Yeah.
I see where he's going with it. And I'm not agreeing with it. I'm not agreeing with it because you know what? It feels like it's trying too hard to be a Joe Burrow comparison, which was a comp for CJ in a lot of ways that made sense, but that he didn't have the guts to say Joe Burrow. And I think for either of those guys, when it comes to actual accuracy, and don't be misled by Shedeur Sanders' completion percentage in college, which was really good. That was at least partly a combination of, at times, holding on to the ball too long and not throwing it or throwing to wide open guys. He's not as accurate as C.J. Stroud. He is now Shedeur Sanders' athleticism. Like, yeah, he's not as athletic as Cam Ward, but he can scramble when he needs to scramble. I think the same thing you could say about Joe Burrow. I could go there with that, but I don't think Shedeur Sanders is a good enough prospect to reach to the C.J. Stroud or even Jared Goff type of level for what type of a quarterback he is.
I feel like C.J. came into the league way more advanced, and I feel like Shedeur is going to look in the league when he gets in there in training camp. Like we saw it right away with C.J., just how quickly. You feel like Benkert's comp on the athleticism, I think you and I are on the same page on that part, the beginning part of that, I'm like, okay, like Shedeur's not an elite. He's athletic enough to move around and avoid some things and go use his legs to go get yards, but he ain't Lamar. He ain't Josh Allen. And I feel like CJ is kind of in that same category. Jared Goff's not in the same category with either of them athletically, I don't think.
So in this mock draft, Shedeur is going with the 6th pick to the Raiders, right?
Yeah. You see that one a lot. You see that one a lot.
Lance had him going way lower on his latest one.
Yeah, Lance Zierlein had him going 29th to the Browns.
29th.
Woo! It's a good way to
It could go anywhere with him. I don't think Shedeur Sanders should go to the draft. I don't if he's invited.
Shedeur, go if you're listening.
No, I'm thinking like if I were advising him, I would advise him not to go. But
I'm thinking
as a hot take artist,
right.
As somebody far, far below the venerable journalists and writers,
No, Seth,
I would 100% endorse. Give me the drama.
Please.
Give Shedeur Sanders crestfallen over the fact and insulted and with a chip in. This is what I desperately need. I need Shedeur Sanders to get drafted in the second round, where he can talk about how he's going to prove it to all those teams that insulted him. One of which is the team that drafted him in the second round.
Right.
Because that team usually also passed on you in the first round.
Prove it to your current employer that they're stupid. Yes. Yeah, man, Seth, you got to stop with the encouraging him to do the right thing like you're a parent. Get in your Mazda, drive back in the muck with me, and ignore all these journos out here. Get back in the
I'm going to take my Mazda GLC and gun it. And I'll purchase Lambo, whatever it is.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. An amazing number about two teams that have made recent Super Bowls and keeping their rosters together. Extreme ends of the spectrum. My question is, what end of the spectrum, which of these two teams will the Texans look more like 2 years from now when they're having to retain all of their in-house studs? That is coming up next.
Hey, Underdog is one of the leading
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, real two recent Super Bowl teams and how they're attacking or not attacking roster and player retention. A lot of people weighing in on your first car, Seth. Text message. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. They love that you caveated that it had a sunroof.
Yeah.
Quote.
It was a Mazda 82 Mazda GLC with a sunroof, hand crank.
With a sunroof, exclamation point. Texter says, my brother's first car was a Ford Escort GT. He always was sure to include GT after.
GT.
Make sure they knew it was a GT.
Well, you know what? I upgraded to a Pontiac Le Mans, which was a weird car because at one point the Le Mans was kind of a muscle car, and then the new Le Mans was the exact opposite. It was like the Pontiac version of an Escort.
Yeah.
And this was even worse than the Mazda GLC. It was just newer. I think I paid $2,000 for that one.
Okay, look at you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did you pay for the first one? $500?
$500.
Look at you paying 4 times what you paid for your first car. Had an 82 texter, had an 82 Mazda GLC as well. Very excited.
Oh,
multiple
nice.
exclamation points. Yeah, Mazda bros.
We're like Eskimo brothers.
Yes, yeah, Mazda bros. Got 10 kids in there with the sunroof open, and after I took out the home stereo speakers that I put in. LOL. First car, 1980 and a half. Okay, so midway through 1980, I guess. Datsun by Nissan, 200 SX SE, 5-speed, pretty fast. Bought it from a neighbor for $1,000. Second car. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that, man. All over the place.
The Volkswagen Rabbits were big amongst high school kids. Like old beat-up Rabbits were big back in the day.
Yep, for sure.
Emily Weaver, one of my girlfriends, she drove a Volkswagen Rabbit.
Look at her, Emily Weaver. She sounds hot.
She was.
Yeah.
Hottest girl in the school. She was out of my league. I blew it.
That's all right.
Yeah.
You did okay. You did.
But she was older than me, you know. I was her little plaything, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Your fling. Boy toy. You were her boy toy.
I was.
First car, yellow 77 Mustang 2 with DIY T-tops. Oh, wow. That's impressive.
DIY T-top. Oh, like he took
his own T-tops. Like he took
a Sawzall
like a metal
and made his own. Yeah.
That's hardcore.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That is a manly thing to do.
There's a lot of
He
people.
made his own T-top.
His own T-tops, dude.
That had to have leaked like hell.
All right. Hey, brother, I'm taking your number down just so you know. We can see everybody's phone number on the text page. I'm taking your number down. If I ever need anything done around the house, with my car, whatever, you are the DIY man that I want. A metal saw and making his own T-tops.
I love just the thought of that guy out in his driveway. His mom looking out the window and be like, oh, this idiot. What is he doing?
Well, that's not going to be good for resale. Oh, my God. That's tremendous. That is tremendous.
Yeah, do they still have T-tops in non-luxury vehicles?
If they don't, this guy will make them for you.
If
they don't, get this guy's card. He'll make them for you. We can tell you that right now.
Damn it.
All right, so Warren Sharp posted this, at Sharp Football, and he said, this is wild. The Bengals and Eagles both signed their quarterbacks to extensions in 2023. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is the Texans are about to be, at least from a roster construction standpoint, the Bengals and the Eagles. From the standpoint of teams that have a lot of very good players that they've drafted, that they've nurtured in-house, or that they've brought in maybe like the Eagles did with Saquon and want to keep around. It's all about keeping your own when it comes to what I'm about to say here. Now, hopefully they're like both of these teams in that they make a Super Bowl in the next couple of years. Bengals made it a few years ago. Eagles defending Super Bowl champs. Warren Sharp, this is wild. The Bengals and the Eagles both signed their QBs to extensions in 2023. Jalen Hurts with the Eagles, Joe Burrow with the Bengals, and they both made well over $50 million in average annual value, or are making on their new extensions. Since then, the Bengals have re-signed one player to a contract of over $40 million overall money. I'm guessing maybe guaranteed money. Logan Wilson. The Eagles have re-signed in the same time period, Seth, 8 players to contracts with values of greater than $40 million. A.J. Brown, Landon Dickerson, Lane Johnson, Devontae Smith, Jordan Mailata, Zach Bond, Darius Slay, and Saquon Barkley. We should point out they cut Darius Slay earlier this week. I think it's also worth pointing out 3 of those are offensive linemen and 2 of those are wide receivers. Kind of worth noting.
You know what? It's interesting because it's easy right now to just point to the Eagles and say, hey, there's different ways to do it. The Patriots were a team that was always super, super careful with their money, wouldn't spend liberally in free agency or anything, would let veterans walk out the door. They did have the benefit of having one of the all-time best defensive coaches and having a guy named Tom Brady on their team. So it's hard to follow that model to the core. But there's other teams that have done it really well being more conservative. There's other teams like the Eagles that they've got the guy who might be the Tom Brady of GMs and Howie Roseman.
Yeah.
I think it's fair enough to say that the Bengals, at no point in the past 30 years has anybody thought that the Bengals have operated anywhere close to the way Howie Roseman or Bill Belichick have operated.
Never.
So it gets frustrating if you're a Bengals fan that, like, all right, man, I appreciate you being careful with your money and everything, but my God, we've got players beating down the doors to get the hell out of here or that don't want to come here. And they've spent more aggressively, though, over the past, since before they got Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
They don't want to, it doesn't seem like they've got it in them to really make that one last push.
Yes.
And
yeah.
the way the Eagles have done it various times.
Well, they're giving Trey Hendrickson, one of the best pass rushers in the league, permission to go find a trade right now. I mean, my guess is that wouldn't happen on Howie Roseman's watch in a million years. They would find a way to keep the best, the biggest sack artist of the last 2 years.
The Bengals they've spent. They're like middle of the road. I'd have to look at Ask Texans Cap to be specific about this. They haven't been a stingy franchise. I think it's.
Yeah,
Several seasons, they're about middle of the pack in terms of how much cash they've spent. Mm-hmm. But I think it's just a different realm when it comes to paying guys that are your own.
Yeah,
and they seem to be like they're still stingy in some regards.
Yeah,
where it feels like, all right, they don't want to reward the guys. They're very grudging to reward the guys who have demonstrated that they're worth the high draft pick and everything else.
I don't want to get too deep in the salary cap muck. The salary cap is a real thing, despite what you may hear on the internet out there. It does exist. However, there are ways to work your way around it if you are willing, for teams that are willing to spend a ton of cash in the now, which the Bengals are not, to your point, in the upper tier of those teams. They're more free spending than they used to be, but not nearly as free spending as others. The Eagles and Jeffrey Lurie, their owner, and Howie Roseman, their GM, in the state they're in right now, where they're maybe the most talented team top to bottom roster-wise in the NFL, they're willing to go balls to the wall to give Saquon another $40 million, to give Zach Baum $50 million, 34 guaranteed, whatever it is. That requires an owner who is willing to, in the short term, have to spend a lot of cash. The cap will be the great equalizer over time, but the Eagles are spending a ton right now to jam it into way down the road credit card. I guess my question would be, what's our sense on the Texans, both from a standpoint of Nick Caserio and his, and by proxy D'Amico Ryans because they work in tandem with one another, but particularly Caserio because he's responsible for the cap. What's his appetite for doing what Howie Roseman does and kicking the can down the road with a lot of that? They may need to do that to keep all the guys that they have right now. They've got a lot of guys who are. And the other thing, Seth, real quick, and what is Cal McNair's appetite for spending the short-term cash necessary to do all these things?
I feel like they've already demonstrated that Caserio's strategy is to just go ahead and give big money, but with lots of guaranteed money, but on shorter-term contracts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the question would be, okay, when. So they're totally willing to spend. Yep. And I think Cal has demonstrated that he's very much willing to spend and listen to the football people, which was a bad thing when Jack Easterby was around and Bill O'Brien was a co-GM. That was a bad thing. But it was still good that you had an owner who was willing to let his football people do football things. You just got to find the right football people. So I think that Cal's going to be willing to do whatever Caserio wants to do. Mm-hmm. So that's the real question is, hey, Caserio has spent big money on shorter-term contracts. He did already renegotiate Deshaun Watson. Or no, that was Easterby. Sorry, he didn't do so Easterby did Deshaun Watson's deal. But Cal demonstrated that he was Cal demonstrated he was totally willing to pay Deshaun Watson on that third-year extension. So I'm not worried about that at all. I don't think that if the Texans get to a point where, hey, they make a couple of AFC championship games, but you've got these guys coming up, I think they'll make that either ill-advised or courageous push into spending money into the future. Because Cal's been around long enough now to know and understand also that, sometimes it doesn't work for the Eagles, or sometimes you're like the various other majority of teams where it doesn't work out and you got to hit a reset a couple of years down the road.
I think in terms of the appetite to do whatever it takes, cash-wise and financially, to win, I think the McNairs skew way more towards the Jeffrey Lurie end of this fictitious spectrum we've just created here with this Warren Sharp tweet. If it's the Bengals-Eagles spectrum we're talking about, the low end and the high end, and I know the Bengals are better than they used to be, but for purposes of this conversation, contenders, I'll put them at that end because they've only retained one of these guys. It's about to be 2 or 3 once they sign Jamar Chase and presumably T. Higgins. I think they're way more at the Eagles' end of the willingness to do that than they are the Bengals' end of the way to do that.
I had a really interesting conversation with Eric Winston once when I can't remember if it was right after he retired or while he was still with the Bengals. But he said that the Bengals were such a weird team because they were so stingy, and yet at the same time, they would hold on to guys like Eric Winston. Eric was talking about himself, like with a lot of humility, basically saying, like, the last couple of years I've been thinking about retiring, but the Bengals kind of just, like, if they like you, they'll keep you around. And I think what Eric was saying was, I don't think I'm worth the money they're paying me, and I'd kind of like to retire, but it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a lucrative contract or anything. He was a blue-collar player that they liked as a veteran, and they kept him around longer than probably a lot of other teams would have.
That's interesting.
So it's a weird...
Was that when Winston was the president of the Players Association?
Yeah.
Or was that... Okay. Because that may have been one of those...
Because I think he was right up until he retired.
Yeah, that may be one of those for the Brown family, the owners of the Bengals. Let's keep our friends close and our enemies closer.
Yeah, they probably had his phones tapped.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, Eric, we're going to give you $5 million, and here's a new cell phone as well. Now, it's on our account.
I could see Bengals ownership being like so antiquated. They're like, well, we can't. No, just tap his landline. No, we can't be paying for it. It costs a lot more to tap his cell phone. We don't want that.
They have a big Bengal stripe van outside his house with 3 Brown family members with headphones on in there, like in the
listening to nothing but calls from telemarketers. Like that.
Talking to Eric Winston, talking to his mom or something like that. Let's see. As much as we talk about football, people just want to weigh in on what their first cars were. I had a 79 Camaro with a straight 63 speed on the floor that my dad got. I don't even know what this means. That my dad got drunk and bought for $100 for me. Okay, that part I know what means. Your dad got drunk and bought you a car for $100. First car in 91, an 81 Oldsmobile 88, known as Junkmobile. Had to start it with a screwdriver.
Man, I miss those days. The cars that you would start with a screwdriver.
Yeah,
those were the best. You see that a lot on farms on old equipment. You got to start it with a screwdriver. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It was somebody who knew you.
What's the number of years difference between the actual year you got your first car and the year that the car was actually manufactured, to where you can maintain that you are living a blue collar lifestyle? You know what I mean? Like, I feel
at least 10, right?
Yeah, I think 10 feels if it's 1995 and you're like, yeah, my first car was a brand new 95 whatever. I'm like, spoiled.
That's why I felt like I got such a good deal on my 82 Mazda GLC, because that would have been in 1992, I think. Yeah,
10 years.
So it was doing all right. It had over 100,000 miles on it, but it was an 82.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, mine was I had an 11-year Delta. I got my license in 85, and I had a 74 Plymouth Gold Duster.
You just don't. There's one thing that you just don't see as many hoopties around these days.
You don't.
They started manufacturing cars so that they don't rust as easily. The water drains better and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So they just we've gotten spoiled. I need to see more children driving incredibly unsafe vehicles.
Yeah.
I remember driving in my mom's car when I was like 6 or 7 years old. We had a car that the floor in the back seat had rusted out.
The floor on my Duster had rusted out.
Yeah, you could see the road as you're driving along.
Dude,
yeah.
When it rained, there would be drops coming out from like underneath the part underneath the steering wheel where my feet
you
were.
get spray coming up.
Like drips coming down like towards my feet, like out from underneath where my feet were underneath the steering column there.
Yeah.
Incredibly, ever let me drive this thing? I have no idea.
Well, there was so much more of a sense of adventure when you'd go on a road trip because you didn't know if you were going to make it.
Dude.
And if you broke down, there were no cell phones.
Driving to school was a road trip for me. One time, my mom got so mad. My car just died in the middle of a busy intersection near our school, and I just left it there and called my mom from the payphone in the lobby. I'm like, Mom, you got to call AAA and come get my car. I put the hazards on, and I walked to school. I was not missing class on behalf of that crappy car.
You left it in the middle of the road?
I managed to veer it over to the side, sort of. It was disrupting traffic, though. Me and my brother got out and walked to school. What else am I going to do?
Well, you could have pushed it off the road.
Trust me, there was no.
There was no way to do it.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. There was nowhere to put it. It wasn't like in the middle of the intersection, but it was disrupting. It was like in the right lane, and everybody's having to kind of squeeze around. And if you wanted to go right, you had to go around the Pendermobile to turn right. Yeah, at that intersection. Keep texting them in, man. We're highly entertained by everybody's first vehicle.
What happened? What happened with the car? Did your mom set up a tow truck?
She did.
Something?
She called AAA and got it done. My mom.
So you got to school and then called your mom from. Did you call from a payphone or did you go to the office to use the school phone?
Payphone. Yeah, payphone.
Okay.
Payphone right in the lobby. There were 3 bank of payphones right there in the lobby of old Simsbury High School.
I remember, but it's usually outside the school office.
Yes.
Sometimes you could go sometimes you could make a call from the school office for certain things. Otherwise, you had to use the payphone.
Yeah, I was rolling in dough back then. I just dropped the dime in the payphone. I spent the dime on it, man. A dime, yeah.
I was thinking it was a quarter, but you could do it for a dime. Yeah.
A quarter, you get a little more time if you were calling long distance. Kids, gather around. This is a campfire.
Gosh, I haven't gotten a collect call in forever.
I'm giving you one today. I'm calling you collect today. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back. The big news today is the Texans have attacked the wide receiver position with what I think the consensus seems to be this is a really good move for the Texans. We'll talk about it. What does it mean to how they're going to handle it next week and at the end of April? That's coming up next.
Hey, listen, when you get to retirement age, you don't want to be to the point where you're having to make all your
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the Giant of
6 and presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. If you're just jumping in on the show here and you want to jump into the fray that is our text page, know that you are jumping into a sea of texts of people bragging or not about their first vehicles that they ever drove when they got their driver's license back.
It's a walk down memory lane. Throwback to the times when there were no cell phones. There were no reliable used vehicles. It was.
I can't go back and get my car. I can't. It doesn't exist anymore, I'm assuming. But if I could, if I could somehow magically reproduce my first car that I ever drove, I would put it up against anybody's in terms of how unsafe, crappy looking, and crappy it was on the inside. Anybody. I mean, I paid $250 for the damn thing. It was poop brown with a snakeskin roof. It was bad, man. I should have sawn in my own T-tops like that listener did.
Yeah,
DIY.
and you know the funny thing about it was, now you grew up in an area where there were a lot of rich kids.
Mm-hmm.
At the time when I grew up, our town was pretty just whatever, average, probably kind of semi-rural, semi-suburb, but not a lot of money there. It's changed since then. Yeah. It's turned into kind of a bunch of fancy lads. But I don't remember ever feeling any embarrassment over how crappy my car was.
No, I wasn't either. I remember getting that thing and just being psyched to drive around town.
Yeah, but there was never any kind of. I'm grateful for that. I didn't grow up in an area where the materialism side of. We had a couple rich kids in our town. Yeah. My friend Sean Sanderson. Yeah. He and his brother had a really nice car, and it was a big deal that they had that nice car. But there was never any like, oh, I wish I was him or something. It was just maybe that helped because I got to ride in the nice car.
Yeah, that helps. And not like for me, like. You're right. Like, I grew up in a town. There were a lot of rich kids in my town. My friends, I didn't have a single friend that drove a nice car as their first car. Like, mine was by far the worst. You know, a lot of them were, I'm the oldest, so a lot of them got, like, hand-me-down cars from their older brothers and sisters that had been pretty beat up and banged up. But, yeah, like, I'm with you. Like, it was an embarrassing car in retrospect, but I was never embarrassed to go pick up a girl on a date or anything like that and that crap. I was psyched to drive, man. I was happy to drive.
I think the social media has definitely amped up the materialism pressure point for a lot of kids.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of just the how much importance they attach to it, which is unfortunate for kids.
Yep.
I feel genuinely bad. Like when I'm at the Galleria or something, and I see some of the kids that you can tell are just ultra rich. There is a part of me that feels bad for them because it's setting a standard of expectations for what's important in life that's so far beyond the reach of something that might actually make them happy.
Yeah.
That it kind of sets you on a path that is, I don't want to say it's unachievable or unsustainable, but it's just, it's the wrong path to be on if you want to be happy in life.
Right. So what I did for my kids is, to make sure that wasn't going to happen, executive job in the sales world, to be an entry-level radio host just as they were turning into teenagers at the time. I'll make sure you don't get nice things, okay?
Right.
By making myself much poorer than I was 3 years ago. How's that
They don't
sound?
realize the sacrifice that you're making in making them sacrifice
for
so
them.
much.
Yeah, for them. So the Texans, they I would say Christian Kirk, definitely not a banged-up 74 Plymouth Gold Duster. He's not a vintage new luxury vehicle either, but this is a pretty nice shiny thing that C.J. Stroud just picked up yesterday for the offense he skippers.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know the total of the news, the Texans trade a 7th-round pick for Christian Kirk, who was probably going to be released and would have been a free agent. The Texans just give up a 7th-round pick for the right to get him in the building. Yeah. They're probably going to restructure his contract. But at least the way it looks right now is that, you got a serviceable – it's the equivalent of getting you're the second owner of this vehicle, and you don't have to pay the sticker price of the new car vehicle.
Yes.
It's had a couple of incidents.
Yeah.
Had a couple of incidents.
The Carfax is not great.
Right.
Yeah.
When you go to Kelley Blue Book, you can't check the excellent no dings or no marks or whatever like that.
Yeah, there's
but
dings.
I think you can put it in good condition.
Good condition.
And that hopefully you got that good used vehicle.
Yeah.
What financially responsible people do. You buy a several years old vehicle with low mileage on it.
This should not stop you, Texans, from shopping on the new lot at the wide receiver position. You should keep we need a big garage full of wide receiver vehicles, and you should continue to shop, kick tires on the Ibukas and the Goldens and the Burdens out there, I would say.
So the quick rundown on Christian Kirk. He's 6'1", 200 pounds. He is a genuine slot receiver. Takes about 75% of his snaps in the slot. Something that the Texans at various times have never had, or kind of had guys who have dabbled in the slot. But that's something to get excited about when you think about what kind of an offense is Nick Caley wanting to bring to the team. I think a lot of it could be too that, man, last year when the deep stuff wasn't available, why were the Texans not carving guys up over the middle? Why? Where were the crossing routes? Where were the mesh concepts? Where were all these things? Why are you not destroying them in the soft spots of zone defenses? Having a pure slot receiver helps a lot in that regard. And you think back to Nick Caley in New England and Julian Edelman and Wes Welker before him, all of that. It's enticing. So that's the best case scenario. But he got a big contract in Jacksonville in 2022. And a lot of people criticized how much money they gave Christian Kirk in 2022. He went out and got 1,108 yards receiving that year. It was a really good year for him. Yep. These last couple years, he's missed 16 games over the course of the last 2 games, one because of a core muscle injury, one because of a broken collarbone. And also probably saw his targets diminish because of Calvin Ridley a couple years ago, Brian Thomas this year. Yep. But he's still got a lot to get excited about. And he's still a very viable football player, especially with a quarterback like C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. Healthy, this is a really good pickup. Health is the big concern. I'm not super concerned about the salary because I think they'll find a way to work around that. And I said earlier, my excitement level for this pickup is the same as it would have been had they traded a 4th rounder for Joe Thuney like the Bears did. It's price, it's at a cost that they're going to need to do some maneuvering cap-wise. I'm confident they can do that, but it does scratch a very, very specific itch with this team. The need for a slot receiver, the need for a guy to work underneath. Super excited to see what Nick Caley eventually thinks of this and how he uses Christian Kirk. I'm guessing Christian Kirk probably pretty happy to be back in the state of Texas where he played his college ball.
Yeah.
So that's exciting as well.
Did anybody ever fill me in on whether or not I was right or wrong in remembering that Christian Kirk had to work for his dad's business?
I did not see. I didn't see.
Okay, I think I'm swapping him out with a different Aggie.
Okay. Boy, we're getting some first cars on the text page here. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. 77 GMC truck, drove it in 1999. That's a blue collar Delta right there. 22 years for something that's not vintage. You know what I mean? If it's one of those old Cadillacs you used to drive into the sock hop or whatever back in the day. That's different. Real quick, Seth, on this truck, no keys, just the wings on the starter. Smelled like exhaust after every drive. Real man cologne.
Real man cologne. Older vehicles are making more of a comeback. Where it seemed forever like it was even hard to spot the old cars on the road, but partly for manly men who really want to work on their own vehicles.
Yeah,
it's damn near impossible to work on your own vehicle these days. I'm scared to change the oil in any new car or anything.
Oh yeah,
because everything's all computerized and everything.
You have to be a software engineer to change your oil.
Yeah. Well, it's a big thing with farmers now too, because the new tractors are almost like locked down to the farmer himself, to where you have to have the manufacturer diagnose it and fix it and everything.
Oh, do they charge? Do they charge for that when you have to do that?
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
It's a whole. It's almost like it feels like owning real estate where you're like, well, I own it, but I do have to pay the property taxes.
Right.
You're like, okay, I own this tractor, but I've got to go to my landlord to get it fixed almost.
Yes. Yeah. No, the recurring revenue is what keeps those companies in business these days.
It's like buying a tractor is like buying a printer these days.
Yeah.
Where you buy a printer and you're like, wow, that seems cheap.
Yeah.
Oh, how much is printer ink? Oh my God.
$68 for a pair of cartridges? Yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha. 88 88 Oldsmobile Cutlass stick shift, and I didn't even know how to drive a stick shift. How many kids these days know how to drive a stick shift, do you think?
Gosh, yeah, that's probably not very many at all.
Yeah.
I don't think you've got to probably request the standard. And now
were your cars a stick shift back in the day, the ones you drove?
No, they weren't.
Yeah.
They weren't, which I was embarrassed about.
Yeah.
That was the only thing I was embarrassed about. I wasn't embarrassed. It was like, it's kind of
automatic.
It is automatic, yeah.
Fancy boy, yeah. Soft. SAWF, soft. Seth Payne drives an automatic. Let's see here.
Remember my stepfather had a business associate from Germany who'd come over to visit. This sounds like a business associate from Germany. No, but he was disgusted that his rental car was an automatic.
Oh, yeah.
Like over there, it was still. Now this would have been in the '90s. It was still. It was like he said that's for women. What's no?
Yeah.
Like he was dismayed that he couldn't get a stick shift.
Dude, a stick shift on the Autobahn is the height of masculinity over there in Germany.
Yeah.
Yes. This is funny. Christian Kirk, Toyota Tacoma, fair condition, 112,000 miles on it. You're the second owner. Toyota has excellent resale value because you can get some great mileage out of them. Someone just made a Blue Book comparison for Christian Kirk.
That's a good one. I think that's a good one.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, top of the hour, we will do the Friday Take a Mania. Is Angelo Cataldi going to get unseated from his championship perch in the Bad Take Thunderdome that we call Take a Mania at the top of the hour? We'll do that. There's some bad takes this week. There was a nice media battle going on yesterday in the NBA world. Which side are you on between Charles Barkley and Kendrick Perkins? We will have that for you coming up next.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Here's where people come out on this little debate here that got stirred up last night. Here was Charles Barkley on Inside the NBA talking about ESPN's coverage of the NBA, how Laker and Warrior-centric it is, and he took great exception to something that Kendrick Perkins had to say. Here is Charles Barkley on Inside the NBA.
I saw a fool idiot on TV talking about the Lakers saved the NBA.
Saved the NBA?
Yeah. He's an idiot and a fool, but he know who he is. What's his name, Shaq?
Which one are you talking about?
Kendrick Perkins. Oh, he said the Lakers. First of all, the Lakers have had a great 2 weeks. He said the Lakers saved the NBA season. That's because them fools on the other network, which we're gonna be working for next year. That's all they talk about. Let me tell y'all something.
Tell me something.
And first of all, I want all the smoke. I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard or anything like that.
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard.
Right.
I like that.
Hey, man,
I'm stealing that one.
The Lakers are doing great. Got a long way to go. But the reason the season's been going great for Oklahoma City Thunder, y'all just want to talk about the Warriors and the Lakers. They're both doing great. Don't get me wrong. If I turn out to be wrong, I got no problem with that. But y'all are idiots because y'all talk about the Lakers and the Warriors all the time.
Now, let me be clear. Charles will go on for another 2 minutes, kind of repeating himself, getting angrier and angrier. At the very end of the 3 minutes or so that he ranted last night, he talked about how silly that the resurrected Michael versus LeBron arguments are, and it's lazy and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I agree with a lot of what Charles said. I disagree with some of what he said. The big story with him actually saying it is that that show is getting taken over to ESPN next year, and he's theoretically...
They're going to be coworkers.
They'll be coworkers. Yeah, not even theoretically. Like, literally, they'll be coworkers.
Yeah.
And Perkins replied here, and we'll get to that in just a second. The sense I got, Seth, in watching the reaction to this, Charles has been burying the Lakers all year. The worst thing that's happened to Charles Barkley when it comes to his takes on the Lakers is the Luka Doncic trade. He was one of the few voices who thought that this was a good trade for the Dallas Mavericks, and it's turned out to be what everybody else thought it was going to be, which is a disaster for the Mavericks, a franchise killer, and Luka and LeBron are starting to figure it out now, and the Lakers are pretty rapidly climbing the standings. So you heard Charles a couple times in that 1 minute go, I may be wrong. He's acknowledging that this Lakers thing is going in the opposite direction where he was kicking dirt on these guys earlier this year. And it's funny, like Nick Wright is responding to all this because Nick's a huge LeBron guy. So he's got multiple we love Charles, but ... Now,
everything before the but is bogus. Yeah.
Here's Perk. I want to get your reaction to this. So Kendrick Perkins, shortly after Charles says this is last night at 6:50 p.m. Kendrick Perkins, who does not mess around, says, hey, at NBA on TNT, might want to tell that senior citizen, Charles Barkley, that I'll be around. When he sees an idiot or a fool in person, make sure he keeps that same energy. He can come playing with me if he wants to, and I'm going to dress his ass like the numbers on a house. Okay, here's where it gets real. Straight from the 409 homeboy, and we bar none and fade all. Hashtag Texas boy. When you pull geography and area codes into it, you struck a nerve. Like, Perk is from the Golden Triangle over there in Port Arthur, Beaumont area.
Yeah. That's he's gonna take it back to the way it was when he grew up. I got no appetite for watching a 40-year-old Kendrick Perkins get in a fight with Charles Barkley, just because it's not going to be much of a fight. Kendrick Perkins would kick his ass.
Yes.
This is where it gets interesting, though. I do think it's real and genuine. I don't think that this is all trumped up for television or anything.
No.
I can't even remember how it all... This goes back a couple of weeks where I think Kendrick Perkins might have been the first name caller. Is that right? I think he might have said something about an idiot or something. So it's name calling at this point.
Yes.
It ventures into personal insult. It's not just saying it's a stupid take. He's saying you're a stupid...
Do these two strike you as two guys who, if they're going at it on social media in separate locales, right? They're across the country from one another. It's not as though they're going to pass each other in the hallway anytime soon. But if they run into each other, they could theoretically run into each other in the playoffs, where ESPN happens to be there, TNT's covering it. Are these two guys that it will get escalated if there's been no burying of the hatchet till then? Or are these two guys that will do what I think most guys do in this situation, which is like dap each other up and try to like...
I know. I think they could have an argument. I think they would have a genuine argument.
Yeah.
I don't think it would get physical. Like you get to an age that you're too old for that. And not to mention, and this is the sad truth of the matter, when Charles Barkley gets to ESPN, if these two have an incident, Charles Barkley ain't going nowhere.
No.
Like, it's Kendrick Perkins would lose his job, and the ESPN would say, well, we have no room for behavior like this. But meanwhile, they'd be like, well, what about Charles? Well, there's extenuating circumstances. So, now maybe Kendrick Perkins doesn't care. Maybe he's actually that agitated or that mad. Yeah. It'll be interesting. I'll also be interested to see how ESPN feels about Charles Barkley poo-pooing the topics that they think he should be talking about.
Yeah.
When, hey, you know why there's so many annoying LeBron versus Jordan arguments? Because as annoying as they are, they get clicks.
Well,
yeah, it's annoying.
I was trying to keep the cut concise. Charles goes on in this rant for hey, you know what's a great story that you should be talking about instead of the Lakers and Warriors?
Yeah.
This is what you and I were kind of talking about early in the show a couple days ago. The Cleveland Cavaliers and the Oklahoma City Thunder are both leading their conferences by a mile, and the Cavaliers have won 12 games in a row. And that was the part where I'm like, Charles, there is a play-the-hits element to the business that you're in right now. Yeah. People don't, LeBron talk pops for people on these TV shows more so. And what are you going to say about Cleveland, that they're awesome? They're 10 games better than anybody in the Eastern Conference. Find the average fan. They can name two guys on the Cavaliers,
It is also funny, though, because, Charles Barkley trying to put himself up there, in the pulpit of the guy that wants to have nuanced conversations about basketball. Come on, Charles Barkley. You know what you are. You're not. He's way smarter than he lets on television. Yeah. But he just... he's not having elevated intellectual discussions about stuff, or even at times all that well informed. He's entertaining as hell as a person and as a personality. So I don't know. There's a little bit of it. On Charles' side, I feel like it's more of him having fun and just being Charles Barkley. I could see Kendrick Perkins being genuinely offended and angry.
Absolutely. Who would you root for in a fight between Kendrick Perkins? Not who would win. You've already said who you think would win, and I agree with you. Who would you root for in a fight between Barkley and Perkins? Either?
Oh, I'm straight from the 409. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Kendrick Perkins.
You and I would have an issue on this. Barkley's my favorite. Root Charles Barkley in this fight?
It would be awful. There's no way, because Kendrick Perkins would destroy Charles Barkley so quickly and thoroughly. It would be bad on multiple levels, but I think Kendrick Perkins might be crying afterwards because he feels so bad about what he did to Charles Barkley.
I don't find Kendrick Perkins' takes to be particularly enlightening. I like him on TV because he's entertaining. I love the way he talks. I love his voice and his inflection and his cadence and things like that. The thing that bothers me about Kendrick Perkins is that at the end of his career, he was literally maybe the worst NBA basketball player I've ever watched. He was so bad at the end of his career. Go find the cut-ups. And the cut-up, and this is bad, I was watching I'm watching plenty of NBA at the time. You put the ball in his hands, and he looked like he would conduct himself like he'd never touched a basketball before.
Are you talking about his last years with the Thunder or with the Cavs and the Cavaliers and all those
Whatever
teams?
The tail end was where he was still part of a rotation with a team.
Remember, with the Thunder, one of the big problems was that it felt like Scotty Brooks was just wanted to have a big man in there no matter what, and that they were still trying to rely on a lot of old school conventional type stuff.
Yeah.
And Perkins at that point in his career wasn't going to be the guy to do it.
God, no.
Yeah. I put that on Scotty Brooks as much as I put it on Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah, okay, I'll accept that. Because I want to like Perkins. Like I said, I like him on TV. It's just I just can't get over the radio so many times after I'd watch a game of theirs. And it must have been on OKC, because I doubt I'd be talking on the radio in Houston about some team that was not relevant at the time to us.
He barely played those last 3 years of his career, so it was probably with the Thunder.
It was
the Thunder obviously was very relevant.
It was the Thunder, and it was also that last year, and he was so bad on the New Orleans Pelicans when he looked like a fan that they let dress up as a player and go play 14 minutes a night. It was so bad. Much like many of your cars that you're texting in about here, if you missed it earlier, Seth was describing his first car, which led to hundreds of you telling us about your first car. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, paid $1,000 for a 1970 Barracuda.
Ooh.
Wrecked. He bought it wrecked with a black fender. My dad said, don't do it. It was my money, though. He was right. Motor crapped out in 3 months.
How much did he spend?
$1,000.
In what year?
Well, I don't know what year it was. The car was a 1970 Barracuda. He or she doesn't say what year they were driving this particular car. Yeah. So
Barracuda was cool looking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
are you looking at it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent. If let's say he bought it in 1980 when it was 10 years old, that'd be equivalent of $3,800. Ooh, that's a lot for a kid, man.
Big spender. I paid $600 for a Chevy Vega, used beer boxes for floorboards due to the holes in the floor, kept a case of transmission fluid in the back due to a leak, frequently had to pull over and add transmission fluid. The little things you had to do, little hacks or things that you had to do that normal car owners didn't have to do.
Yeah, like just pulling over to just open the hood because even with radiator fluid, it wasn't working.
Just to keep it on the road.
Yeah. That's coaxing your old vehicle along. And it was like, it's like learning how to love a woman. It's just like everyone's different. You gotta. There's just certain little things you got to do that your car likes. You got to take care of her.
Howie Roseman approves of your analogy right there. Yes.
Well, hey, I'm not making it sexual. You're the one making it sexual.
Oh, you're just
dirty dog. What was that last car? A Chevy what?
Chevy Vega.
I don't even remember the existence of a Chevy Vega.
I don't either. All right, 9 o'clock hour coming up. Let's get to it. We do it each and every Friday. Bad takes, they abound. The defending champion, we treat this like a wrestling belt. Angelo Cataldi is a 4-week defending champion, former host on our sister station, WIP in Philadelphia. Had a horrific take about Andy Reid that remains the gold standard. He will be challenged by at least 3 or 4 challengers today in Take-A-Mania. That is coming up next. Academy Sports and Outdoors, if you're looking to
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, every Friday at 9 o'clock, we assess the week that was in bad takes. Take a Mania, and right now the champion is basically like Hulk Hogan in his prime. 4 weeks of being the champ on top in bad takes and radio is like being a world champion in any other individual combat sport for like 5 years.
I don't know if this is ever going to die. This is this is one of the most horrendously bad takes that you can't find anywhere. From almost even the replies to any given comment on the internet are not as bad as this bad take.
It's an historically bad take. Here's Angelo Cataldi, former legendary host with Philadelphia's WIP, our sister station up there. This is him on an interview on a podcast the day after Andy Reid, former Eagles coach, current Chiefs coach, lost in the Super Bowl in a big, big way. Here is Angelo Cataldi giving his take on Andy Reid.
Let me let your audience in on a little secret, all right? Because most of the country will argue this to the death. Andy Reid is way overrated as a coach, all right? Andy Reid was in Philadelphia 14 years. He won 0 championships. Doug Peterson was here 5. He won 1. Nick Sirianni's been here 4. He won 1. The only reason Andy Reid was winning big games in KC was because he had this mastermind, Mahomes, making up plays on the run and doing brilliant stuff. The only reason Mahomes didn't do that yesterday is he had no time to do it. And Andy Reid could not figure out a way to give him time to do it. And the truth is, Mahomes is a stud. Mahomes is a great player despite yesterday. Zach, no argument. Reid, the all-time fraud of American sports.
Okay, I mean,
Andy Reid.
It was a bad take before the end where he's finishing move of bad takes.
That's what put it way over the top. The all-time fraud
in American
sports. And when he said most of the country will argue this to the death, I'm thinking he would say argue against this take. The first time I heard it, I thought he was saying like this was an active and raging debate over whether or not Andy Reid is a fraud as a coach. Yeah, bad take. Bad take. We don't have to talk anymore about it.
Nope.
We've already spent like probably a total of 17 hours on how bad this take is.
And we're gonna be sucked into doing it again if nobody steps up here and knocks out the champ. All right, so here we go. This week's entries. I did my best. But I don't know, man. These are David versus Goliath here. This is Sean Stiletto. He is the agent, let's call it very Italian agent of Tommy DeVito, the quarterback for the New York Giants. Sean Stiletto carries himself with a lot of Italian bravado, wears the fedora everywhere he goes. He's got a costume.
He dresses like a 1950s gangster.
He does, yes. Here was Stiletto at the Combine last week doing an interview with his assistant, Tommy DeVito, who re-signed with the Giants on a minimum deal. Started 2 games for them last year after bursting on the scene in 2023 and becoming a sensation in the Italian tri-state community.
3 weeks,
3-week sensation. Here's Stiletto with his assessment of DeVito.
Tommy would love to stay, and I think what will happen is he'll be here another year, and then from there we'll see what happens. But he loves Coach Dable, loves his teammates, loves his fans. It's close to home, but at the end of the day, it's an opinion for me to lead business.
Yep.
And he's locked in the lab. He's working 5-6 days a week. Feels comfortable. I thought he showed growth on 2 starts. Didn't turn the ball over. 31 for 44. Went up against 2 playoff teams. I think if he's healthy and he gets protection, Tommy can start in the National Football League and be successful.
Okay.
No. Yeah, that's he's a guy's agent. He didn't say. Did he say anything there other than none of his arguments necessarily were that bad? You look at the sum total of his stats, and it's easy to see where the agent is coming from. He's got a much better completion percentage than Anthony Richardson. 65% completion percentage.
Yeah. This was I'm with you. Like I said, it's been hard to find some this week, but so 2, 3, ding ding. Cataldi just pinned Sean Stiletto pretty easily too. Little sweet chin music and Stiletto is out. You're right. That one doesn't even come close to stacking up. All right, next one. Draymond Green was on a podcast with Baron Davis. It might have been Draymond's podcast. It might have been Baron Davis's podcast. 2 of them are chopping it up on Zoom. This was a take. The New York Knicks played the Golden State Warriors earlier this week. Karl Anthony Towns is now a New York Knick. Jimmy Butler is a Golden State Warrior. They were teammates in Minnesota at one point, one of Jimmy Butler's many stops along the way the last few years. And I guess they didn't get along real well. They got into it at times as teammates there. Draymond Green started this rumor that actually picked up a lot of steam that Karl Anthony Towns didn't play in that game because he was out for personal reasons. Listed as out from Jimmy Butler.
For us, and obviously they ain't had a cat. You know, some would say he didn't play because Jimmy was in the building. I don't know.
It's like that.
You know, I'll tell you what. Though, I saw Cat Pops yesterday at the game, and it's always love. I got mad love for the OG. His pops is an incredible man. But yeah, they said Cat ain't play because Jimmy came into town, and you know him and Jimmy had the infamous practice in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
And so,
what?
Maybe that's the thing. I don't know.
That's a conspiracy theory says he was hurt.
I don't know what was hurt. I didn't look that deep into it to figure out like what his injury was or nothing like that, bro. You know,
like that be happening, bro. That's the history of the league. Like that be happening. Like,
absolutely.
Okay, I'm cool.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Not just Draymond. I mean, not just Draymond and Baron Davis. And the reason Seth is groaning right now, for those who haven't heard the story, Karl Anthony Towns did miss that game against Golden State. He was at a funeral for a friend who died from breast cancer. That's why he wasn't at the game. Draymond's sitting here saying he's afraid of Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
That bleep happened, man. That bleep
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. He bailed himself out a little bit by saying, I didn't look into it that much. Okay, this is weird. This is gonna sound like it's not logically possible. Can I say it's not because it was such a horribly delivered bad take? I feel like a part of a bad take has to be that it has to be delivered with forceful confidence, which makes it a better take than a worse take. Which is, if I read the transcripts of these takes together, then Draymond Green's bad take might be worse than the Cataldi take. And yet, it's such a bad take that I don't think it qualifies for bad take. He was kind of hemming and hawing his way through it. It almost doesn't even qualify as a take as much as just a conversation. He threw it out there like that.
Yeah, Cataldi's is a true sports opinion.
Yeah,
that I think a lot of people disagree with. Whereas Draymond is just completely misinformed and Draymond's is irresponsible.
Yeah.
You know, like that's irresponsible.
It's the most irresponsible bad take.
Yeah.
It's a bad human being take.
Yeah.
And yet it's the one which I could see. I could see myself kind of wondering aloud, like, oh wow, that's interesting. He didn't play. I'm not informed as to why he is or not. And you're just throwing it out there. These are the kinds of things that happen on podcasts.
Yeah.
Where you're just having a conversation. But no, it's definitely not as bad as Cataldi's take.
Yeah, I don't think it's as bad as Cataldi's take.
Did he do it? Cover!
Cataldi kicked out. Draymond had him in a pin, and Cataldi kicked out at the last minute.
So the rare instance in which a bad take is almost just too weak of a take to qualify for being a bad take.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, and it's to me. Look, this is our way of getting this on the show. This was a big story yesterday.
Yeah.
It's in a different aisle than Cataldi and your garden variety sports opinions.
Yeah.
But actually deleted that. I'm reading the article right now on SI.com. It was on Draymond's podcast, and they deleted that part of the podcast from it.
The live stream had it, but then they deleted it.
They edited it out of the uploaded version of it. Yeah. All right, a few more here that I don't know if these are going to pin the champion right now. This was Shedeur Sanders at the Combine saying he's not worried about his critics.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over, and I've done it over and over and over, so it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us.
Okay.
So we like diversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
All right, which part is worse with that? We'll talk about whether it's worse than Cataldi or not in a second. Which part is worse for you? The part where he claims to be this culture changer over and literally
because
says
he's done it over and over.
Over and over
Jackson
3
State
times
and
over.
Colorado, right?
Yeah, Jackson State and Colorado. I'm like, last I checked, I didn't watch you playing in the playoffs or anything. Now, granted, Colorado was in the – okay, we can debate that.
They turned a couple of –
Or the part where he brings up Daddy. At the,
okay, if we want to help him out a little bit, we need to cut that clip off immediately after he says, "Do you know who my dad is?"
Yeah.
Because normally when people hear, "Do you know who my dad is?" it's, you're not going to give me a parking ticket.
Right.
I'll have you know. If we had just cut it off right after that, that could have put up a fight. The fact that he explained that he was more talking about the scrutiny and the pressure and the criticism that comes with it, that rescued him from being the worst take. So I can't, because he shouldn't have, like, that is a loaded term. Do you know who my dad is?
Yeah.
But he wasn't using it in the classic sense that
He wasn't.
little rich kids use it.
And he was a big part of culture change at those places. The fact that he brings it up and equates it to changing the culture of an NFL team, like it's going to be automatic, is to me, if I were an actual culture changer in the NFL, I would be a little bit like, okay, settle down, kid. Like, easy. This isn't Colorado and Jackson State.
Yeah, and it ain't so easy necessarily. You know who you're not going to have along the side for the ride for you this time is your daddy. Okay?
Yep.
You know, with a better quarterback, your daddy could have done more at University of Colorado. Your daddy is the guy that drove that program to being where it is now.
I love that. All right, so he kicked out. So Cataldi kicks out again at the last second on Shedeur. So the champ is still the champ. All right, a couple more here. We'll do these real quick. Take a Mania. Angelo Cataldi, still reigning champion. Here's Shedeur Sanders' college teammate, Travis Hunter, when he was asked, what's harder, what you do, playing both ways on the football field in college, or what Shohei Ohtani does, pitching and hitting at the major league level?
Probably me, what I do in football, because it's a lot on your body. You know, Tony, he's a great player, but you got to do a lot in football.
All right.
Yeah, this one, because depending on which filter you're looking through, whether physically how difficult is it from a skills standpoint, the thing that bothers me the most about I actually kind of agree with Travis Hunter the way he presented it.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact of the matter is, the thing that annoyed me most is he hasn't done it yet. He's done it in the minor leagues.
Yep.
And it was incredibly impressive. If he somehow did it in the NFL, because then he'd be doing something that is just way beyond anything anybody's ever done, then it would be right there up on Keller. But there's no way in hell he's going to do it in the NFL.
Yeah.
If he does it then we can talk. But otherwise, I get what he was saying on the physical, which is why the fact that it is more physically taxing, him playing 120 plays a game on both offense and defense, it's not, teams aren't going to look at him and wanting him to do that because it's so much more physically taxing.
Yeah, this one's a pretty easy one. Cataldi stays the champ. Cataldi kicks out, and he pins Travis Hunter with a sunset flip. All right, last one. Sean McVay was on the Pat McAfee show. The name of James Gladstone, the GM of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who did his first trade. Yay, James! Did his first trade yesterday with Nick Caserio, the Christian Kirk trade. We'll talk about that coming up in the next segment a little bit. Sean McVay says Gladstone's a stud.
Guys also lost somebody in the front office. Are you worried about Gladstone, little babyface, coming in and just sniping all of your guys?
Gladstone's a stud, man. Don't sleep on Gladstone. He is, I'll tell you what, this guy's a smart, sharp, articulate dude. Love the way he sees the game. He's got a great delivery. You know, I'm so much faster. He's got this nice patience. Listen to you talk. He's a great teacher. I'm fired up for James Gladstone. Congratulations to James. Go help Liam get this thing right in Jacksonville.
This was a throw-in for me at the last minute, and yet I feel like this might be the worst take out of all the ones we've played.
I would say kind of like DeVito's agent there, though. It's obviously – show me the clip of a head coach who doesn't gush about any one of his guys who gets a job somewhere else. And it might all be genuine. The fact that he veered more into his speaking delivery more so than his actual football acumen – I think that's what makes it a really bad take.
Thank you. Because I don't.
Hey, Seth, how is Sean as a radio host? I'll tell you what, man. I've never seen a guy who's more devoted to his wife than Sean. Boy, he and Amy they've got a great relationship. But how is he as a radio host? And another thing about Sean, he really takes care of his vehicle. So you can tell he's a guy that grew up, his first car was a piece of crap, and you can tell that he learned how to appreciate things in life. You can never say that Sean doesn't appreciate making more money than he's worth. Yes.
That he's overpaid. Bastard. Yeah, I mean, it's a good analogy. But I'm with you. I don't think the McVay take stacks up.
Can he do it? Cover!
Yeah. Cataldi kicks out again, man.
Good job, Cataldi.
Cataldi survives another week by calling Andy Reid the biggest fraud in America.
We're going to have to start seeking out other Cataldi interviews to try to dethrone Cataldi. Yeah. We can't keep playing that same soundbite for the next 10 years.
Two Spider-Mans pointing at each other to tease the segment.
Hey, yeah. Don't worry. Long after Sean and I are gone from 6'10", 20, 30 years from now, we'll still be podcasting together. Payne and Pendergast will live on.
Hell yeah, we will. We'll be like the two Muppet old men sitting in the balcony.
Still playing Cataldi.
Sniping it, yeah. And Cataldi will still be alive. He'll be 115 years old, still getting takes.
Sean, how many downloads did we get last week? Oh, it was Sean. Said it was bad. 37 downloads. We need more Cataldi. I told you. I've been telling you we haven't played enough Cataldi. That's what the kids want.
Yes, they want Cataldi. All right, so that was Take a Mania for the week on Friday. All right, up next, let's circle back. Got a lot of you dipping in here in the 9 o'clock hour. Have not heard us discuss the trade the Texans made yesterday, and it's important. How does this shape the way the Texans go about the next several weeks, both in free agency and the draft? What does the Christian Kirk trade mean for Stephon Diggs? We'll get into that coming up next.
What does Mokaram injury?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Texans trade a 7th-round pick yesterday for Christian Kirk, former Jacksonville Jaguar wide receiver. He had 1 year left on his deal. The Jags were ready to cut him to save some money underneath the salary cap. He's due $16.5 million this year. Fortunately, most people, it feels like fortunately is an appropriate adjective or adverb here. They're happy that Nick Caserio and James Gladstone, the GM of the Jags, were able to come together and put a deal together here to allow the Texans to send them a 7th-round pick. If Kirk were to get released, he'd have been a free agent. That gets a whole lot tougher to get him in the building. Clearly, they really like Christian Kirk. I would be curious kind of if Christian Kirk is a guy that Caserio has had sort of a high grade on for a long time. Like somebody that he liked coming out of A&M back in the day, and now here's not. It feels a little bit high right now for what he's been the last couple years, Kirk, mostly due to injuries, but just a chance to get him in the building and improve your receiving core, man. They are a better team today than they were this time yesterday.
Right. Yeah, the biggest thing with Christian Kirk is that over the last couple years, he's been banged up a lot. He's missed somewhere between 14 and 16 games due to injuries over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And none of them are all that alarming. Last year was a broken clavicle, so that's just a broken bone that'll heal. The year before that, it was a core muscle injury. That could be a little bit more concerning because those seem to have a way of being, ongoing issues. For whatever it's worth, he hasn't had that issue since 2023. But when the Jaguars first signed Christian Kirk back in 2022, They faced a lot of criticism for it. People thought it was too lucrative, and he came out and played really, really well. He had a career year in 2022. Since then, it's been a combination of injuries, but then the addition of Calvin Ridley and then Brian Thomas this year, where the targets weren't going to be the same as they were in 2022. I think the upside here is very big. The downside is minimal, because it's a short-term contract. Mm-hmm. We'll see. That could change depending on how they tweak the contract. Yeah. They're going to want to push some of that money off into the future. It can still remain, for all intents and purposes, a 1-year deal, but who knows? Maybe they do give him some kind of an actual extension.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. The broken collarbone doesn't scare me. I'd be more nervous, Seth, if the broken collarbone was 2 years ago and the core muscle was last year. 2 year removed. Like a broken collarbone is that's bad luck. You just landed on it. I don't see somebody breaking a collarbone as necessarily meaning that they're injury prone. I mean, healthy. I love the pickup. I love that this is a guy who's a true slot. He's got a role on this team. Is this a tell at all on Nick Caley and how he views the world offensively, or is this
I don't want to read too much into it, other than that. Okay, there's some offensive coordinators that just. We saw this with Kubiak for a long time. It's not like Kubiak desperately needed a classic slot-type receiver. David Anderson was probably the closest that it ever came to having a guy like that. Mm-hmm. But lots of teams these days will just they put big guys in there. They don't worry about it. He's a classic slot receiver and will, lines up 75% of the time in the slot. Yeah, it's hard not to think about how effective the Patriots were back when Caley was there with guys like Julian Edelman. At the very least, we know that he's willing to have it. What I like is that, man, last year the Texans just did not develop their short game or their quick game when everything indicated that that's what they should be doing. Mm-hmm. You just did not see these tracer bullets over the middle, attacking soft spots and zones. You didn't see that develop. So I think at the very least, Nick Caley might be wired a little bit differently than Bobby Slowick.
Okay, there's a few things I'm wondering with this trade. The first one is, how do we think Christian Kirk feels about this? I have to imagine he's very excited about this opportunity.
He doesn't have to face Azeez Al-Shire twice a year.
Well, he doesn't have to do that yet, right? He can go over
and also that. We get to ask him a question about that whole ordeal.
About the Trevor Lawrence, Azeez Al-Shire thing. That's a great point. I would imagine just purely from a football standpoint. I mean, look, he's going from the team that's picking 5th in the draft to a team that's actually won a playoff game each of the last 2 years with a young, I think still ascending quarterback in C.J. Stroud, a new OC that probably has all kinds of great ideas on how to use him. He's coming back to Texas. Maybe the biggest thing, Seth, is that instead of getting cut and being thrown out there in the bin with a lot of other maybe second and third tier receivers, not knowing how much of the money, the available money out there next week you're going to get, he at least knows, it would appear, I mean, unless the Texans trade him and ask him to take a pay cut, and I don't see that happening, he knows he's going to get his $16 million this year, too.
It's impossible to know exactly how he might feel about it because this is a year where there aren't a lot of realistically enticing wide receivers. It's going to be a seller's market because Chris Godwin is going to command a lot of money. It looks like Tampa's probably going to pay whatever it takes to get him back, or at least that's what the scuttlebutt is.
Yeah.
DK Metcalf is a guy you're going to have to trade high draft picks and pay a bunch of money to. So we don't know exactly how that's going to go with DK. Like DK Metcalf will not be simply released by the Seahawks the way Christian Kirk has.
No.
So that's a hefty price. So after DK Metcalf and Chris Godwin, it comes down to a lot of guys like Christian Kirk and Devontae Adams and Stephon Diggs who are either not marquee guys or their age. Because of the market, I think, because people are so desperate for wide receivers these days, I think there's a very good chance that all those guys get kind of eye-popping or at least eyebrow-raising numbers.
Eyebrow-raising, yeah.
Yeah, like we'll be like, oh, wow, it costs that much? Like Cooper Kupp. I talked to Texans Cap about this. He thinks that Cooper Kupp's realistic value, and these guys break it all down by all the things that we predict. Yeah. Like he thinks Cooper Kupp should be $9 to $12 million a year.
Should be.
But I think we might very well raise an eyebrow over some team that has cap space and says, nope, get him in here. We want him.
And that's why I think the Diggs era is over in Houston. I think Stephon Diggs' price tag is going to be at the very least in the same aisle as what they're going to pay Christian Kirk this year. I don't know that this team – I think this team has the wherewithal to go get a couple of guys in that 15, 16 million range and find the cap space to go do it. I don't know that it's smart to do it if you're going to have two splurges like that, to do it at the same position with very similar guys. Like Diggs has a similar skill set and dimensions to Christian Kirk.
Right, yeah, I think now if you're trying to build your roster out, your basketball team of wide receivers, you want a guy who's longer and can play on the outside, an outside receiver to complement Nico Collins if you're going to draft one, especially, and probably not feel necessarily desperate to get one in free agency. So a guy like Noah Brown is a good complement to Nico Collins, especially if you have, especially with Christian Kirk in there. So before I started rambling, wide receiver market is that Christian Kirk was probably at the point where he was expecting to get cut and be a free agent, and his expectations for the deal he could get might have been a lot higher than this one-year deal.
Maybe.
So he might come to Houston maybe feeling great about C.J. Stroud, but also feeling like, hey, guys, what the hell? You know, I was about to get a 3-year deal somewhere, and now I'm back in the same position I was. So we'll see. We'll see how they rework his deal.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
They're going to have to at least restructure it to create some space.
That's undoubtedly so. I feel very confident in saying $16.5 million ain't hitting the cap this year. In fact, I think I even saw a tweet from Aaron Wilson that talked about voidable years that are in this contract right now. So it may be something that was already baked into it when it got, that contract when it got here. But 100%, like they ain't even $16 million on the cap on Christian Kirk in 2025. The other thing that I think is interesting about this is how are they feeling in Jacksonville about this trade today? I might have to do a little digging about that. If I were a Jacksonville fan, I would feel a little bit. Now, keep in mind, this GM they're bringing in, who we like to call the Magnificent Gladstone, burying you under his magical words of 14 letters or more, he's viewed as the boy wonder. And a lot of Jags fans take exception with how he's being poked fun at on the internet. They feel like they found their guy who's going to rebuild this team because of all the mid-round successes that the Rams had while he was in the building. The only deal we have to go off of so far is this trade he made with Nick Caserio. And I can tell you right now, chasing the Houston Texans, if I was a fan of that team, this trade, more than anything, helped facilitate Christian Kirk getting to the Texans. And the Jags are just taking pocket change, seat cushion money to allow the Texans to make themselves, I think a lot of people feel, if Christian Kirk is healthy, materially better on offense, more dangerous on offense. You just took the team that you're chasing and allowed them in the short term to get better at the mere price of a 7th-round pick that they'll probably recoup with a compensatory formula at some point here, just by letting free agents walk. That would be concerning for me if I was a Jags fan, that my new GM thought this was a good idea.
All right, I think if you're Jags radio host, I think you feel that way. If you're Jags fan, I think what you think is that, hey, for one, you lean into the Rams resume big time. Because he was there. He was there from 2016 on. You ignore that Les Snead was the GM of that entire time.
Yeah.
But you lean hard into that. And you say, like, listen, the guy's focused on the Jaguars, and he's going to make the decisions that make that team better. If the goal is to win the division, then that means that you do things better than every other team in the division, including just accumulating assets, doing whatever. There are a lot of GMs that have no issues with trading within the division at all, because it's like, all right, what am I going to duck the – if I think it's good for this team, I'm not going to worry about that. We're getting to the point where I don't have to worry about the little moves that team makes. We're going to do it.
Getting is like the 268th pick in the draft 2 years from now.
Yeah, but it all factors in. You know what? I mean, it's all the points add up. All the little things add up.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick uses these late round picks for stuff just such as this. So it's one asset you have to use on a maneuver like this down on the road.
Do you think in Jacksonville that they're saying in Gladstone we trust right now? That's always the big label that you get as a GM. That's sort of the validator. Is if you have a fan base. I mean, it was that way with Daryl Morey for a long time, and Morey we trust, even though it never resulted in an appearance in the NBA Finals. Even
Sean, let's look at let's look at any mythology. Let's look at any world religion and ask yourself, hey, this story doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. People don't fervently believe this, do they? Yes, they do.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And now at this they are born again Gladstone in Jacksonville. Okay?
Born again Gladstones.
Yes.
They've seen the light.
You just put the promise up in there. Whatever the promise of your given mythology is, you can latch onto it.
That's tremendous.
And you will raise down entire villages to justifying it with your beliefs.
That's tremendous. All right. Are we at a stage with Dana Brown where in Dana we trust? We won't discuss that necessarily, but Dana Brown did an interview yesterday, talked about the hardest thing that he's had to do so far as the Astros general manager. And maybe the hardest thing might be a little Cam Smith decision down the road. We'll talk about that a little bit as we roll on here on a Friday here on Sports Radio 610. Not going on the show. Man, I got Prize Picks open right now because I'm getting ready. I do this towards the end of the show.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you. Here was Dana Brown did an interview, I believe, on MLB Network, and it might have been AJ Przinsky's podcast. Either way, he did this interview and was asked, what was the hardest thing you've had to do so far as Astros GM?
Yeah, the hardest thing, of course, was, trading Kyle Tucker. I mean, it was, very difficult. But, we saw an opportunity there to continue to be good in the present and build toward the future and getting a guy like Cam Smith. And so, we felt like, look, this is a good move for the organization. You gained 14 years of control by giving up 1 year of control.
Okay, what he's talking about there, the 14 years of control, you've got 6, whatever it is, with Cam Smith's entire controllable portion of his major league career. That's about 6 years. You've still got 4 controllable years with Wisniewski at the major league level, and you've still got Paredes. Those are the 3 guys in the deal. Paredes still has 3 years of team control. So 13 or 14, depending on when you bring up Cam Smith from the minor leagues. It's depending on how they manipulate the service time. That's what gets interesting. Dana Brown has no problem gushing about what Cam Smith has looked like so far. He's making a run here where, at the very least, Seth, he's getting fans that may not understand the complete dynamic around manipulating service time. He's getting them on board with, how is this guy not going to make the big league club out of spring training?
Right, and I think the biggest thing, by and large, more than anything, is going to be that how is the team faring? I think that last year we saw a lot of guys elevated very, very quickly, but a lot of that was by necessity. And because Dana Brown, 2 things can be true. Dana Brown does not hesitate to advance guys up through the ranks faster than a lot of other GMs. But, you got to do it with discretion and do what's best for your organization and the prospect. Last year, a lot of guys were really just pressed into coming up to the majors because of so many injuries. So I think that I think you just try to kick the can down the road as long as you can while still getting that extra year of control over the player, as long as the team's not struggling.
Yeah.
If the team is struggling and if they got off to a slow start or something, man, I mean, this kid he's just showing so much poise in so many ways, albeit in spring training. And the way that Dana Brown and Joe Espada gush about him, the way anybody that's ever been around him gushes about him, it feels like it's a foregone conclusion that I know it's a horrible way to think about baseball. A novice baseball fan here, but I want it.
Yeah.
I know it's not right, but I want it.
And Seth, here's the thing. And again, it's 11 at-bats in spring training, so I know this. Before you text in, I know this. So I know this.
We're chumps and suckers.
I know this. But Seth, this is the muck in which you and I live, the lowly sports talk radio host.
Yes,
we're not journos. Yes. But here's what I was going to say. He's 7 for 11 so far. There's only one of those 7 hits that I've not seen. I didn't see all 3 hits yesterday. I saw the first one where he got on base and got driven in by Jonathan Singleton. And then I saw the last one where everybody's going, man, 3 hits for Cam Smith. Didn't see the one in the middle. But the 6 that I've seen so far, there's been nothing cheap about any. Honestly, the only one that I would consider cheap of the ones I've seen so far, with any degree of cheapness attached to it, would be his second home run in the game that you and I were at in person, where he hit the 2 home runs, where the ball got kind of caught up in the wind and landed in like the second row behind the fence. And even that, I would say, look, if this were almost any other human being that hit it up into that wind, it would have drifted back and gotten caught on the warning track or in front of the warning track. So in some ways, it's not cheap at all, because Cam Smith hits it with enough power where if it gets caught up in a zephyr up there, it lands in the third row, not in front of the warning track.
It wasn't like a young Kyle Tucker, remember when he was warning tracked Tucker?
Yes.
Where it felt like all he needed was a couple of scoops of creatine and he might be able to carry some of those out.
Home runs.
Yeah. He needed to put on his man muscles. Cam Smith already, there's no part of him where you look like, wow, if he grows into that frame. Like, nope, that's a large and athletic human being right there.
If I'd known what Cam Smith looked like when this trade was being discussed, the Kyle Tucker trade, if I just looked at him, I would have. If I looked at put him at Sugarland to start with, I'll go to Sugarland games to watch 4 Cam Smith minor league at bats in a given night. I mean, Constellation Field's awesome. If I need a reason to go down there, we love going to those games anyways. But if I can get, on a night, if I can get 4 Cam Smith at-bats and a Lance McCullers rehab start, I am there, man.
Sean, I think people might think I'm exaggerating because I tend to do that at times. They might think I'm exaggerating when I say he looks like Andre Johnson. Cam Smith, 6'3", 224 pounds.
Okay.
Andre Johnson, 6'3", 229 pounds.
Yeah, man.
He's Andre Johnson
put together
out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's electrifying.
Yep.
It's really, really cool to see.
Here's Dana Brown, follow-up question. Did this Juan Soto contract, 15 years, $700+ million that the Mets gave him before the Tucker trade, did the Soto contract scare you into realizing, wow, Kyle Tucker's going to get a lot of money?
Part of baseball operations, and we think about like, hey, can we sign this guy long term? What's the percentages? What type of shot do we have on getting this guy done? And we knew all along that, look, if Kyle Tucker goes to free agency, he's going to be a guy that that's going to demand probably a lot. So look, we took a look at it. We had been talking about it, and then we just put the works in play during the winter meetings, and we felt like, look, this was the best thing for the organization.
Yeah, so far so good, I would say, on that trade.
The Mets dynamic is interesting because I think there's probably a lot of people in baseball that are just waiting for maybe Cohen, Stephen Cohen, the owner up for the Mets. I think where they're probably agitated with him because he's a mega billionaire who spends extremely liberally. It feels like the Mets are his plaything.
Yeah.
Cohen's one of these guys who apparently in his personal life is incredibly stingy about some things, but then willing to spend $20 million for a work of art, like that type of guy. And it feels like his current work of art is the Mets. And you see this in sports where a team really gets kind of jumpy and wants to spend a whole lot of money, and the veteran franchises around the league just sit back and they're like, all right, we'll bide our time, and we'll see how this plays out. At some point, Cohen's going to get sick of just dumping, maybe after his first World Series win. They might be hoping for the Mets to win a World Series because then maybe Cohen will actually, he'll back off a little bit on it. He'll have that trophy, and they'll start treating it more like a business. It was like that with the Jaguars and the Panthers, but especially the Jaguars early on because those two expansion teams got a whole. Expansion teams will never get again,
right? Because
both those teams made it to the championship game in their second year of existence. One of them was they had a boatload of cap space, and they were spending. And I can remember being on that team and all these other teams around the league being like, oh, they'll get their comeuppance, Sonny.
Yeah.
Whatever. And I think and it did happen there. I think with the Mets, this is going to be a short-term thing.
I hope so. It's funny. Right after the Astros won the World Series where Justin Verlander was a free agent and he was talking to the Mets. Yeah, he wound up signing with the Mets. I remember talking to somebody very well placed within the Astros organization who would know these things, very well placed. And they said, look, it was during the negotiations with Verlander, and they said, there's the market and there's the Mets. They actually showed me how much money the Mets were losing because Steve Cohen just doesn't care about competitive balance tax or anything like that. The Astros are one of the many, 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 many teams in professional sports that are actually attempting to turn somewhat of a profit.
Well, no, and even the Dodgers and the Yankees, they don't care about the luxury tax, but they're still operating like a business.
Yeah.
They're still making money in their business venture.
Yeah.
Whereas the Mets it's a plaything for the owner.
Yes.
And he's an extremely rich owner.
Yep.
What do you think what's your guess on Stephen Cohen's net worth?
I'll go 20 bill.
20 bill? Is that a lot these days?
That's what Ballmer was worth when he bought the Clippers, so that's why I'm going with that number.
Oh, look at you, $21.3 billion. All right, good.
Seth, if there's one thing I'm really good at, estimating the net worth of.
That's true.
Yeah.
You're trying to get beyond just
that's how I attack
Sean.
That's how I attack my Rolodex every day. Yeah.
Well, I was afraid it was going to be like 80 billion or something.
Yeah.
Because that's a different category. He's a relatively upper middle class billionaire at this point. If he were up there with that Bezos money or something, then he could just do whatever the hell he wanted.
Oh yeah,
forever.
No, he's a blue collar billionaire for sure at 20 billion. Yeah,
that's the first thing I tell every billionaire. I was like, listen, man, it goes faster than you think. Just be careful. All
yeah,
right?
Take it from me.
There's only one or two Juan Sotos that you can spend. Don't become a Juan Soto collector.
Speaking of money, Texans Cap, who's really good at tracking the spending of rich people on football players.
Yeah.
brings up a good point. Friday news dump could be wild today across the league. That's very true. A lot of I bet a lot of cuts today.
Well, listen, everybody stay tuned because you know from the history of this station that some of those dumps might come earlier, and they usually happen at about 10:01 a.m.
Yes.
Right after you and I get off the air,
Yeah.
where John Lopez has greased enough palms to get journos to sit on their takes until he can talk about
I
it.
filed my complaints with the people who control these kind of things.
Hey,
they restructured.
John.
They restructured Nico during our show the other day. That was a little something. I
Oh,
suppose.
yeah. Hey, thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Nick. Preach.
Thanks for something.
Preach, King. Yeah.
Hey, John, we were talking earlier a little bit about how it seems like I'm curious about this. Why do so many journos, you being a former journo, why do so many journos have it in for radio hosts?
Yeah, why do they look
why
down
do
on
they,
us?
You know what?
why do they hate
I
us
thought
so
the
much?
same thing.
Yeah.
I think part of it is they're not in it. Just basic jealousy.
Yeah.
I think another part of it is they just arrogance. Look down their nose at like, well, they don't go to the games
because
do you
they
realize
are men of letters.
Yes. And I know exactly who you're talking about, who I respect immensely.
Yeah, that's what hurts.
Yeah, I respect him immensely. But do you know how many press boxes and press conferences I've been to, and when I had a chance to not go to them anymore, I buy tickets and go to games.
Right.
Yeah,
you
listen,
know, I buy tickets and go to games.
Yeah.
Listen,
how much? Okay, now you got me going here, Seth. But how much real information do you get at press conferences?
Well, no, that's the whole thing, though. Is
Yeah.
I see writers basically complaining about having a different job description than a radio host.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, it's your job to go to the press conferences and to get those quotes for me.
Well-
I pay you $8 a month for you to go to the press conference.
Correct.
Do your job and get to scribbling.
Well,
Yeah.
Ooh,
and
500 words a day
Yeah.
sounds brutal.
Yeah. No, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Is that when they're like, these guys don't even show up at the press conferences to ask questions, I 100% guarantee you that if we did and started asking questions, the complaint would be that we're getting in the way of their asking of questions to write whatever story it is.
Yeah.
No, Seth, I am right there with you because I have been so deep in both ends.
Yeah.
In both ends where like, oh my gosh, you got to go every single day, twice a day. And then these days, because of press conferences, the best information, I guarantee, and this isn't being arrogant because Sean can do it, Seth can do it. I guarantee you I can get more information by texting 2 or 3 people at any of these organizations than you get at.
Yes. Hey, Reggie.
Who broke CJ Stroud being drafted last year?
Who?
This guy.
You did 2 thumbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was sitting right here.
Yeah. Right.
I was sitting right here.
To go to a press conference?
Yeah.
Yeah. How you feeling?
All right, feeling all right.
Yeah.
Excited for the weekend. I will say, at the risk of joining your show long conversation that is pretty much a security question risk. 95 Toyota Corolla that I had for a few months. It was gifted to me, handed down by my late grandmother, and there was 2 things wrong with it.
Yeah.
The rear view mirror lost traction to the point where unless it was taped up in a very particular way, it pointed directly down to the floorboard. And then also the gas gauge didn't work, so you just kind of had to put gas in it every so often.
Dude.
Yeah.
I would run out of gas once every couple weeks.
1976 Mercury Monarch.
That's you, huh?
That was a hand-me-down from my sister who was trying to sell it for $500. And the thing I remember most about that car was I was not as proper and clean a person back then in high school. The floorboard was pretty dirty with mud and dirt and football practice and grass and baseball practice and all that.
Oh, my God.
To the point that my senior year, I looked over to the floorboard of the passenger side.
I don't even want to know.
And there was a bean plant growing.
You had fauna growing. You had flora growing in your.
I had a plant growing in my.
That is gross.
Hand to God.
When you picked up women to go on, when you picked up women to go on dates, did you brag about the garden in the front of your vehicle?
Because I was always doing sports and I just had dirt.
Just
everywhere,
dirt. Yeah.
everywhere.
You know what, John? Though that's a great little tidbit of advice to the younger men out there.
Wash.
Listen, man, you don't realize or understand how much a woman is evaluating you, or maybe considering certain things based on the cleanliness of your apartment or your car.
Yes.
Yeah, there's women. to generalize, women have a much lower tolerance for dirty environment, especially when it comes to disrobing in dirty environments.
Yes.
So, okay.
Yeah. Especially random plants growing within a
wasn't random.
radius.
It was clearly
It was a good 3 or 4 inches tall.
Men will say like, oh, is there any poop in that rest stop bathroom? Nope, we're good. Let's go do it.
Good.
Yeah, women not so much.
How tall did you let it grow? I feel like once I saw that thing, I'm like, I see where we can take this.
I did exactly that.
Yeah.
It went to about 3 or 4 inches.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
So you never got any actual beans out of it?
No, never got any beans.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame.
You should have. You know what? A car is like a natural greenhouse most of the day.
Yeah, well, in Texas.
You know?
Yeah, for sure.
You could have made a science project.
At that point, sometimes Texas is more like a natural air fryer.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah. That's true. Just throw some nuggets in the back seat and see what happens. All right, fellas. Well, have a great show.
Thank you, fellas.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
And Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Yeah, antibodies and fond memories of crappy vehicles.
We're done. We're out of time. You guys all have a great weekend as well out there in the listenership. KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. That's what you're tuned into right now. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop and they start now.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday.
It is indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig here hanging out with you. Okay, I see you trying to get the vibes up, get the energy up.
It's Friday, man.
It is indeed Friday. Let's have a good one. How about we add a wide receiver to the team?
How about that?
Shout out to Nick Caserio and the Houston Texans. And you're right, Sean. And Aggie gets to come home. And seems like that was actually something that he was excited about.
I didn't notice.
Now, John.
That's right, he is an Aggie.
He is indeed an Aggie from Scottsdale, but applied his trade at A&M before he went to the league. Yes, Christian Kirk is the new wide receiver for your Houston Texans. Do you like this? Do you like it? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
And appreciation to Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream. Which
we keep it 100.
That's right. You can get on the YouTube or the Twitch. Yeah, man. Christian Kirk acquired for the low price of a 2026 7th-round pick. In fact, I was like, which 7th-round pick is that? That is the Rams 7th-round pick that you got in the swap when you brought back Ben Skoranek. Yeah. So that one goes in order to avoid free agency and allowing Christian Kirk to reach receiver in division, make a trade in division, and you bring him in.
Those saps.
Yeah, I guess we can talk about that as well. But you bring him in, and now you have a wide receiver. Let's just start there. How do you like the acquisition? Because I know Christian Kirk is a wide receiver, a name that you had mentioned a couple of times in the last week or so.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll put it this way. I like it even if it doesn't work out all the way. I like it even if it doesn't work out because this is exactly how you do it, man. I mean, 7th round. I'm not going to say he's going to be Joe Mixon good. But this is what Nick Caserio has done with late-round picks. And let's say he's just, 10 games, whatever, 700 yards, 2 touchdowns. I still like it. I still like it because of the amount of nothingness that you had to really send back. A 7th-round pick, a conditional 7th-round pick next year. This is a very, very, very good trade. And we don't even know how it's going to end up yet. That's how I would put it.
All right. Well, it seems like let's start here. I know that if you were going to have a negative reaction to this, and to be completely honest, it seems like largely people had a good reaction, and the early returns on the live stream and on the text line are good. Brandon says smart from the 281. Love it if he's healthy. And that's about where I was about to go, because you said even if you only get 10 games out of him, I think that's. Yeah, the question of injuries comes up. In his last year, he played 8 games, started 7 in the year, 17 games. That year in Jacksonville, that was an abdominal injury that took, was it oblique injury that took him out for those 5 games? And then last year, broken clavicle is what it did. So not the same injury, and especially the most recent one being like a break. I feel like breaks are ones that are not even. I feel like
you take a break.
Yeah. Well, I guess, yeah, in a way
So
of saying. But yeah,
it's not debilitating long term.
And they're less likely to be like ones that continue to nag in injury, right?
Correct.
That ends up being once you're healed up, you should be good to go, as opposed to like a soft tissue injury or whatever, what have you, that could be a continuous problem.
You can say, if healthy, and I get it, if healthy this, if healthy that, but you're talking about the high end return. What I'm saying is this is the lowest of risks and the potential highest of rewards. Because what have we been saying? And there's a couple of other elements that make me love this deal. First of all, what have we been saying? Yeah, DK Metcalf this, DK Metcalf that. But we really have been looking for a number 2 wide receiver for this squad. When he signed that contract with Jacksonville, he was a number 1 wide receiver and somewhat miscast.
Ooh, I don't know that he was number 1
He played
wide
like
receiver.
one his first year. He was their leading receiver with 1,000 yards, all these touchdowns, etc. But he is perfectly fit as a number 2. Not only that, still has the speed, still in his 20s, certainly a compliment underneath, which is one of his go-to, calling cards, whatever you want to call it. So just as a fit, high reward to me makes it a no-brainer. But then there's 2 other elements here that I think are very, very key. This doesn't preclude Nick from doing anything. I mean, he can still get a wide receiver in free agency. He can still draft a wide receiver. He can do all of these. And then that leads to the third thing. It makes you less predictable in the draft. If you go into the draft without a number 2 wide receiver and without having signed a legitimate, maybe just a flyer on some peripheral wide receiver, people know you're looking for a wide receiver at 25 overall. They know it. That's probably very high on the list. So now you're unpredictable. You have low risk, high reward, and you still can acquire a wide receiver. This is the best possible scenario, no matter if healthy or whatever.
Yeah, this is typically what good front offices do headed into or in going through kind of a general free agency period. Obviously, technically, you aren't in free agency. That will come on Monday when you enter the legal tampering period, and then 2 days later, if memory serves me correctly, you will enter the technical new year, a new league year, and be able to go in, and see actual deals consummated. In fact, technically, this trade does not go through until the new league year, but we have details on what this is coming down as. Not to be too much of a nitpicker in this situation, when you call him a number 1 wide receiver, I don't think that he was that, because one thing we saw, obviously he was drafted to the Arizona Cardinals, started there, had a little bit of a hiccup to start his career. But when he found, I think you could really see that once he had become a majority slot receiver. You saw that in 2021, which was his final year in Arizona. That's when he moved to about like high 70, low 80% of his snaps from the slot, and that continued on anywhere from 70 to 80% of his snaps as a slot wide receiver in Jacksonville as well. And I think that that's where you've seen him be effective. And I don't know that you can necessarily point. There's very few, I guess I should say, receivers in this league, even in the modern iteration, that you go, a slot receiver is the number 1 wide receiver, and maybe that's a distinction without a difference and not really worth discussion. But I think ultimately the good thing about it is, like, you see that you've papered over that place. You have someone who is going to hold down that slot receiver role. I think also this helps you define what you're looking for further, and I think that that's also a sign of a good move, is that it helps you kind of define what you're looking at. It gives you some confines to work with. But a solid slot receiver, I was going through I just kind of popped up some of his plays, and I know that other people have been doing exactly that. I know that John Crumpler, I saw him kind of posting some videos on Twitter as well. It looks good. Like, the quickness is there, the ability to break in, break out, like have some ability to run down the seam, right? Especially with 2 high safeties and really challenge safeties. All of those things are great from the middle of the field. Like, all of that feels really good. There's a few instances of like some drops that I did not love, but I mean at the price point, it feels like it's worthwhile, especially when you talk about the give up. Now, when I talk about price, the 1 year remaining on his salary, $16.5 million in salary cap hit for your Texans. There's a couple of void years on that contract, interestingly enough, according to Over the Cap, that don't have any money on them. So I'm wondering because I don't know that I love $16.5 million for this particular player. but I think that and not to purport myself as any level of cap expert, I do wonder if you change some salary to signing bonus, is that how you then lower the cap hit for this year, spreading it out over those other 2 void years as well?
I would expect the top receiver. He had that role in 2022. Slot, outside, whatever. That's what I'm talking about. He was somewhat not in his comfort zone. Then, here he's going to be absolutely in his comfort zone and a true number 2. Now, I think this is I'm not going to say win-win because there is a possibility of whatever injuries really derailing him, but I think it's extremely low risk, extremely high reward, and the Texans still have everything on the table. You can't ask for more than that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Some other things that are coming in on the text line from the 832, if healthy, like he hasn't played more games in the last 2 seasons than Tank Dell. You make this move, and part of why I don't think that this precludes you from making other moves is because you cannot assume this year that Tank is going to return. Plus, unless you go into this and you look at that cap situation and you go, hey, we're going to extend him, which I don't know that that's the way that they play this. He becomes a free agent after this year as well. And if you somehow have Tank Dell ready to return after the 2025
there's nothing
season,
wrong with that.
He slots back in a way that feels nicely. Even if you draft or sign another wide receiver in free agency, you still would have 2 wide receivers that you prominently feature as starters, so to say, and then you slide Tank back into that spot that would be vacated by Christian Kirk. Only thing about it is Tank as slot receiver is not quite the same building. Even though he's a small receiver, he does not operate necessarily as a slot receiver. However, this might maybe give you some opportunity to have someone with a little bit of flexibility on the outside as well. Or just you get a strong Z receiver and you just go, we'll figure that out at a later date.
Yeah.
But I don't know that if there is a downside for this. You mentioned health. Is there any other circumstance where you go, hey, there's a downside within this move?
I would have to squint my eyes and really look, because the worst case scenario, and you touched on this, it doesn't really cost you anything. That was a pick that was a gimme from the Skoranek deal.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, your 7th round pick had already been traded in that Skoranek deal. That was the swap that you that's because
either way, 7th round pick right now.
That's what the 6th and 7th round picks for.
Yeah,
for little stuff like that to kind of get a flyer on the guy before he hit the market.
Yes, and that's the other part of it, Figgy. Like, he would have been a free agent if you liked Christian Kirk, and he would have been a free agent. The cost would have been a lot more, and maybe we would have had to have really started thinking about, okay, is it worth it if you signed him for 2-3 years?
Right. No, that's absolutely fair, especially when you consider that. I keep coming back to the Tutu Atwell 1 year, $10 million for a guy that it did not feel like would cost that much, and it does make me wonder that. And I saw something earlier today being reported, and I think this was reported by Max Giraldi. And look, take this for what you will, because he says that Chris Godwin is expected to land in the range of $25 million per season.
Okay.
I don't know if that's actually what happens. I don't know if that's just kind of lying season. That sounds like something that could easily be an agent trying to put out a number to try and grease the wheels on deals. So obviously I say that you have to take that with a grain of salt. However, if that is what we're talking about in the realm of wide receivers, and understanding that Chris Godwin is on a different level than what we're talking about here, but still, I don't know what the numbers are going to look like wide receiver-wise, and it's starting to look like it might be relatively robust in various ways. So getting him at this number and getting him for this cost without having to do the negotiation where a market can balloon the ultimate cost of him is probably a good way of going about it.
I mentioned this. We talked about it yesterday. They went to TJ Maxx. They went to TJ Maxx and got the best deal they possibly could on something that could be again. But no, it's. This is what Nick Caserio does. This is what he does really, really well. And I reference you to Joe Mixon. That was one where it was just a fleecing. I'm not going to say this will be that, but it has the potential to be. It has the potential. Here's the other thing. Oh, if he stays healthy, what if he's in the perfect fit as we're talking about, and becomes an absolute weapon like he's been wont to do in various scenarios? This could be an absolute home run. This could be in the Joe Mixon realm.
Yeah, it very much could. Yeah. And so I'm excited. I like to see that we're starting to get some answers on what the Texans are doing. I think this also gives us a little bit of clarity. I mean, not going to say that it fully gives us all the way clarity, but I think it's a little bit of clarity on where they're going as you start putting some things in place on this offseason for the Texans. So, yes, Christian Kirk is indeed a Texan, a deal that happens yesterday during the drive. The fellas did a great job breaking that one down as well. It comes from the Jaguars for the low cost of a 7th-round pick, a 2026 Rams 7th-round pick. You still control your own. I had that mistaken because I was confusing it for that deal that brought you the pick where you swapped a 6th for a 7th.
Yeah.
So you had 2 7th in next year's draft. You still have that 7th for whatever that is worth, if that means something to you. But the Rams 7th-round pick goes on to the Jaguars, who we'll talk about this around the NFL. What are the fellas on the morning show calling it? The Magnificent Gladstone.
Yes.
He is doing something that I find to be very interesting. And
interesting is one way to put it.
That is the best word that I use this to grasp what's going on there. We'll try and parse that later on in the program, but we're getting going here on a Friday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Welcome to the Texans, Christian Kirk. Excited to see him get to work. I guess you could say that as well because that absolutely fits. All right, you're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, is this thing that popped up for the Astros cause for concern, or could it just be how Cam Smith makes the bigs? Let's talk about that next.
Who's on Sean's Texans free agent?
Factor, Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Is this cause for concern with your Astros? Is this just kind of how Cam makes the big leagues? You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Friday. Hope that you're having a good time. And it seems like we're still getting Payne and Pendergast, who had a very fun show this morning where, I mean, you know, the organic stuff ends up being some of the most fun, where people were violating their security questions. I bet somebody was just listening, just taking notes. Like, I bet I could get to these people. But people were regaling each other of stories of their first car and the various janky, hoopty natures of them. And if you want to keep that going, I will not be upset because people keep sending that in and it keeps making me laugh. From the 281, they said they had a 72 Cutlass.
Ooh.
Turtle vomit green is what they described it as.
Damn.
I don't even like. I have a strong
vomit.
I have a strong feeling that's not what it came from the manufacturer. I feel like that's not what they called it. I have a strong feeling that that's not the case. But yeah, if you want to do that, I'd appreciate it because we could smile over that. All right, but is this a cause for concern when it comes to your Astros? They've been having a good time. They got a victory yesterday in spring training baseball. If that's anything that you give a rat's ass about, the actual wins and losses in this. But one of the things that came out of West Palm yesterday was that, and something that we knew of, which was Christian Walker, your big free agent acquisition at first base, 3 for 30 is the contract, that he's dealing with the oblique strain, which is akin to a injury that took him out for over a month last year. They sent him back to Houston in order to look at this. Is this cause for concern when it comes to your Astros? Let's start there because your first baseman, you brought him in. He's going to be a huge tentpole in this lineup, and some of the lineups that we've seen in spring ball. Is that? Are you concerned about that first and foremost?
Yeah, it is. It is for a couple of reasons. First of all, number one, and we touched on this, but it's worth revisiting. It is the same area. You said akin to the same injury he had. He was put on the IL. He was out a month. So you do have to immediately start worrying about aggravation, resurfacing, whatever you want to call it. But the other thing,
but specifically that they're not only did they, hey, we're looking at it out here, we're getting them some time. They flew him back to Houston
the other thing.
In order to take a look at it.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The fact that they did that means MRI to me. I mean, no one has reported this, but I think you connect dots. Some sort of further examination, which tells you also this isn't just like, oh, he'll be fine, I'll be fine, whatever. They're going to have to dig deeper, and then that leads to.
Well, can I ask you a question here? Sorry, I hate to cut on. Do we know if they have access to MRIs in Florida, or is this is the only
possibly,
way for
but not
us
their
to...
own doctors all the time?
Okay,
not their own. Are they partners with Methodist or whatever they're partners with? Et cetera. But then the other thing is depth. Depth is a big issue. They have I'm not going to say great, but they have a very promising front line lineup if everything falls into place. Well, first of all, everything has to fall into place. And at first base, that was one of the bigger issues this team had.
Yeah. And it seems like, even in best case scenario where he comes back and they look at him, he just kind of needs a week or two. Especially with, and he jump right back in and then get to swinging the bat and get into doing all the things that you had him doing prior. Like, is this going to cut into potential opening day type feelings? I don't know. Like, maybe that's too presumptuous to ask. But then, does this also provide maybe a possibility for how Cam Smith makes the big league club? Because Cam Smith yesterday put on another one of them performances in the 5-1 victory, as we were talking about, against the Mets. Cam Smith started at third base, went 3 for 4 with an RBI, and his ERA, not ERA, he's not a pitcher. His OPS, it's not as high as it used to be. where it was like $17 billion.
So what
now,
is it, like 500?
Now it is solely, it is 20297.
Oh.
He is still in the twos when it comes to OPS. It is insane.
Is that all?
A couple of hard hit balls.
One down to AA. Yeah. He ain't big league ready.
Yeah.
Right, which one of those was a hot shot to third base that the third baseman just it ricocheted off the heel of his glove because it was just like, yo,
108.
Yes, 108
exit velocity,
straight down, straight at the third baseman.
The third baseman actually told him on the base pass, "Hey man, take it easy."
That's right. Real hot corner things happening for Cam Smith.
This is spring, man.
And so he currently sits at a 7.411 in spring training in 15 at bats, a single strikeout, and as I mentioned earlier, 2097
4 walks.
OPS, 4 walks. Obviously, yes. It's getting harder and harder to have the deny he could play here.
I think it's getting harder and harder no matter what's going on at first base. It's just nothing to see here. He's just batting .636. He's just got a 2.097 OPS. Yes, starting him out in AA. I just go back to the whole MLB service thing. It's got to be cast aside.
Well, when we were talking about this yesterday with Spo, the notion was, well, he has not worked in the outfield, and that seems like that'd be the best path to get him to the majors. And this is why I asked this, is like, does this, if you do end up in a place where Christian Walker, God forbid, is in a place where he can't start the season with a big league club, do you do the thing where musical chairs pops up? We know we've talked about the possibility of musical chairs being the way that they have to answer some questions should some things shake because you don't have a lot of depth. Or do you think that the club would be more likely to go, hey, John Singleton, Caratini, maybe even Zach DeZenzo, who probably has a better chance of making the big league club right now? Do they just go with those guys handling a platoon at first base, or do you think that they could maybe find that as a reason to give Cam Smith an opportunity at the big league club?
I think they could. We're going to be finding out here pretty soon, depending on how many reps he might start getting, et cetera. If they go with the other three, and I think it's very possible that
they just go with the platoon and they're like, hey, the Cam project, we're gonna keep going with the put him in the minors, probably AA. Maybe.
I don't like it, but I think it's possible.
Fair enough.
I don't like it because here's the other thing. Well, he hasn't. It's the spring. He's only had so many at bats in the minor leagues. He hasn't always faced the best pitching, although he faced pretty good pitching yesterday, and went 3 for 4. Well, so are the other guys. I mean, the other guys, nobody else is batting .636.
No, they're not.
But do you feel like it's a baseball thing where baseball can be kind of a dinosaur thing where they say, oh, no, you ain't had that many at-bats in your career, so start off just like how everybody else started off. You can't start off in the MLB like that.
Yes, I do think it's that. But back to your point on Christian Walker, the other thing is, because it's the same area, same type, we guess, of injury, they're going to be very, very cautious with how they bring him along. So I could easily see, even if they're like, it's a promising, sort of prognosis, they're going to be all right, but let's just, kind of slow-foot it here and bring him along slowly. So I think it's very much a possibility that it doesn't start the season as your starting first baseman because of that, as much as anything, because you have it's a long season, in case anybody hadn't told you in a while.
Oh, really? Would you say that it's maybe it's kind of marathon-like, more than a sprint?
More than a sprint.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't heard that one before.
It's early, guys.
You just came up with that off the top of my head.
I come up with these things occasionally. But I could see them being very cautious with him. I could see them, doing the platoon thing at first base. I still think it has all to do with the Major League service time. And you don't want to – I wouldn't want to alienate if he's tearing it up and continues to tear it up, and the only reason is because you don't want to start the clock until after 16 days in Major League service. It's a convoluted thing, but basically, if he comes up after 16 days of the Major League season, thereabouts, then his clock doesn't start until the next year, his Major League service clock, which means you get another whole year of him. That shouldn't be a deal breaker. Not if he's that good for a team that needs. I mean, just imagine how much more volatile and dangerous this lineup could be with him.
Yeah. But this is where there are two wolves within me, and one of them is the Reggie that just wants to see Cam Smith at the big league level. A dude who, not just is he 7'11", his at-bats have been really good.
Yeah.
He's making sure to hit fastballs. He's not swinging in nonsense. Like, I mean, again, you could just tell by 7 of 11, he has 7 RBIs or RSBI if you choose to go there, a couple of homers, right? He's getting extra base hits. As you can tell, the slugging is 136, so on. You don't need all the numbers. Once I start with the 1, when it comes to slugging, we're talking about something insane.
Yeah.
But I also recognize, one, we could talk about how nonsensical the service time manipulation is. It stands to benefit the team. And, like, look, as bad as it is for the individual, I think that that's probably the smart way to play this. And he seems like a good kid. And I hate to use that as the way of saying, like, he seems like he would be okay with being manipulated. I just feel like, I don't know that that is something that we would then say 6 or 7 years down the line would be the reason that he has, like, a level of animosity, gender, goodwill with him. So it seems like that's the place to go. In addition to, I was looking at Baseball Reference, and they have a stat. I know, I'm always going to bring up a stat. But I found this to be interesting. They have a stat called opposition quality, where they use a number to kind of represent the quality of opposition that they've been facing in spring training. His is a 6.8, and that correlates with, it is a 1 to 10 scale, 1 being that the opposing batter is a pitcher, basically, or up to the opposing pitcher is an MLB level pitcher. And that his 6.8 correlates with AA.
Yeah.
So, like, this is what you could reasonably expect from him at AA. So I do wonder if this is where they put him at AA to continue doing this with more opportunity, or maybe they even start him at Sugarland at AAA level to see, and then very soon thereafter. I think that he's made the case to very quickly be with the big league club. I just don't know that. I think that now we're at the place, or we're getting very close to the place where we could say that the other things are kind of falling away. The other reasons why you would not start him at the big league club to break camp are starting to fall away. And we are talking largely about service time manipulation, something that I know they can't and won't say, but I think I'm willing to say, and I'm kind of okay with, even though it's kind of anti-labor.
The business side of it would side with you. The baseball side of it, there are always exceptions. There are always players that can help your team, play at a very high level. And as much as you say, he's a good dude, Kyle Tucker was a good dude. It kind of bothered him. It kind of bothered him that he kept having to go to arbitration. And
yeah,
but
you still got time before you get to the
baseball side, man.
Yeah.
They try to use every advantage to keep.
That's the point.
To avoid paying them right in that moment.
Right. I don't like it, and I think that's the reason they're doing it.
I do think it's a possibility if let's say he do go to AA, tear it up some more and all that. I do think it's a possibility they bring him up kind of early and just
17 days.
Yeah,
Dana is early. Dana seemed willing to do that, especially. But the thing about it is, if they send him down to the minors, I think that they'd want to, as we've talked about, they'd want to get him an opportunity to work in right field as well. And it seems like right now he's been working at third. I do wonder, though, do you feel like we can maybe start accelerating that process, get him out there with outfielder's glove, see what happens
Yes,
there?
I think we'll start to see that at some point.
Yeah, so we'll watch that space. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Something coming down the pike. It is already a News Dump Friday, as was kind of hypothesized by our guy Texans Cap. It talked about earlier. The Texans have done a simple restructure of linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair. I know that you're probably really distraught about this, Lopez.
I like it.
I know you wanted to fire him into the sun. That's a joke. That's a joke, ladies and gentlemen. He likes Azeez. But Azeez Al-Shaair's contract clears up $6.26 million in cap space, something that was necessary with the cap space that you had to hold, or that you will have to hold for Christian Kirk coming in. You basically used up the cap space that you already had available. This adds a little bit back as we're getting ready, and I know the Texans are getting ready for free agency really to begin in earnest next week. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. Brought to you by the media page in general. Who has to be on the Texans Mount Rushmore? There's one face that the Texans believe has to be on there, Andre Johnson, the Hall of Famer. Who are the other three for you? 713-572-4610. Give us your answers. We'll discuss them next.
Ron's got his eyes on an offense.
end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Live from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's 10. Apparently, in addition to being a Funky Friday, it's a News on Friday. So what I will try and do is hit you with the news whenever I see it, and we'll go through it that way. Including recently, as of maybe like 5 minutes ago, we found out that the Washington Commanders, or Commandos as I like to call them, have informed
the Commodores.
That's also one way you could go with it. They've informed the two-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle, Jonathan Allen, that he is being released. He was going to be a $22 million cap hit. They said no, thank you, and so he reaches free agency. They save a little bit of money there, and that becomes something that is interesting to watch now, ain't it?
It really is. You got to pay Debo.
Make the call.
You got to pay Debo somehow, right? Also, Texans are going to be. We're probably going to get more news on the Texans today with some restructures.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, with obviously Azeez Al-Shaair being restructured. What did they say? $6+ million.
That's right. Six and some change.
$6 million. Maybe that points to Christian Kirk being redone. Who knows? But we're going to get a lot of that today, and well, we should. The end of the work week. It starts on Monday. Really, it starts on Monday.
Yeah, the legal tampering period is what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
so it's gonna be good.
All right, very good. So we'll talk more about that when we go around the NFL here shortly. But right now, we got some question of the day to get to, and that is inspired by a social media post that was put out by the Houston Texans social page. They do a pretty solid job of what they're doing. They did the tried and true sports talk radio.
Pete Rose.
No, it wasn't people. Although
must be a slow news there.
Although there are people that are already debating the validity of the walking back of the Pete Rose lifetime ban. So I thought about putting that in there, but I was like, I already got y'all one time. I don't need y'all to do that again. Stay tuned. Maybe I come to that in what's popping later on. But Mount Rushmore, the top 4 in any circumstance, by however you decide to choose it, and they put one face on there. Andre Johnson. He's a Hall of Famer. He's the first and only Hall of Famer that goes in as a Texan, so it absolutely makes sense that he is on the Mount Rushmore. Who are the other 3? That's the question of the day, 713-572-4610.
You mean who are the other 2? Because J.J. Watt is on there.
Very good. I was surprised that they didn't put J.J. on there as well. I was like, are we doing this by technicality?
I took it a step further. I'm like, who's the only the one? Because I feel like it's 3 up there for sure.
Okay, who's the third?
I agree with you.
Who's the third?
I got Arian up there.
I'm with
for
you.
sure.
There have been people that have had conversation. In fact, our good friend, the voice of the Texans, Mark Vandermeer. I heard him on Texas All Access. You should be listening to that 6 p.m. every day right here on Sports Radio 610. He was talking about his 4, and if memory serves me correctly, I probably should just look at it because I'm pretty sure he tweeted this out. He has, of course, Andre. He has JJ. He goes Bob McNair, founder of the organization, and I mean for a expansion team that is not all that old, that kind of makes sense that the founder of the organization might be in there. And then he put in D'Amico Ryans. Obviously, he has 2 playoff wins, which is as many as any other coach in the history of this thing.
Yeah.
But then also you add on him as a player, being a pretty damn good player. I think he is still technically the tackles leader for the team as well. You pair those together, and he says that gets him a spot on Mount Rushmore. So he didn't even put Arian on his top 4. I personally, though, I put Arian on.
I put Arian on there. And it's interesting because there are so many players that could be that 4th spot. And some of our listeners may disagree with Arian. He had about a 4-year stretch of just, dominance. We were talking about this before the show, just absolutely the best in the game. I think he deserves to be on there. I think it's JJ.
I mean, he's a 4-time Pro Bowler, 1-time All-Pro. And All-Pro, I mean, I'm kind of doing the Hall of Fame thing now. Yeah. But, like, All-Pros end up being, like, a really telling metric of, whether you were at the very top of the league. It felt like he was a notable player in this league for a significant period of time, and I feel like that's part of what we're doing here.
Right.
We're putting folks up on it.
And you know how I define it. Like, if you were the best, arguably the best at what you did for an extended period of time, especially at the running back position.
Yeah.
You need to be up there. So I've got it.
And then I think too, with this just being only the Houston Texans, you kind of got to take a back seat a little bit, like as far as like the accolades, I guess.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you might roll your eyes if I say, "Oh, J. Joe should be up there." We be like, "Wait, J." But
J. Joe's
as far
come
as
in a couple
as
times.
far as the team, yeah, because I like that fourth one. It was tough for me because I was thinking J. Joe. Up there,
I have a hard time putting.
Owen Daniels. How you feel about Owen Daniels?
It's funny. I actually don't think I've seen Owen Daniels here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. The tight end that I saw, interestingly, only once, so I'm not going to pretend like it's a large amount of people that are doing this. Billy Miller, because he had the first touchdown.
First touchdown, no, not Billy Miller. My fourth, okay, first on D'Amico, I think he's on the track.
Oh, wow.
I think he's on the track.
Hey, you got to get your weight up, D'Amico. Not yet.
Yeah. I need to see more, D'Amico.
Wow.
No, seriously.
Wow.
Seriously.
And see, I was kind of just going off of players. I wasn't even thinking about like ownership and stuff like that. I was just kind of going off players. But I think D'Amico should be in the conversation as a player.
Players
for that fourth spot
who should be considered but will never be considered.
Oh, okay. Where are you going here?
Is where my mind went.
From the 281 John Weeks? Is that what you're doing?
No.
Okay.
Dwayne Brown.
Dwayne Brown, absolutely. Dwayne Brown was a monster for you.
Yeah.
Are you ready to groan? Deshaun Watson.
Nah.
And that's the one that got uncomfortable because I was like, he's very good, but I don't know that I can go there, dog. I don't think I can do that, though.
That's the.
I would put DeAndre Hopkins up there.
That's the reaction I expected. But if we're talking about what he did,
not going to be able to do it.
Forget.
I mean, how many years though? How many years was
3? I know that's not a lot, but let's not forget what happened on the field. And I wouldn't put him on my Mount Rushmore. I'm talking about players who could be considered, but will never.
Yeah, but the problem.
My point is they will never be on it.
The problem about Mount Rushmore is that it also takes in like culture and those types of things.
Yes.
Right? There's some people that end up on Mount Rushmore without being like without having the stats.
I got all 4. So obviously Dwayne Brown, Deshaun Watson.
Oh, you have a won't be there, but should be there.
Will
should
never
be considered
be on it, but should
Mount
be considered.
Rushmore?
DeAndre Hopkins.
Wow. Okay. So some people are just straight up putting him on there.
No, he'll never be on it.
Why do you say that?
I think it was an ugly ending.
It's not his fault. He had nothing to do with it, though.
I'm not arguing that.
With the other guys, maybe you could say that they had something to do with the other two that you mentioned.
Yeah.
I feel like I would actually disagree on the DeAndre Hopkins when you talk about it.
Do you feel like he's the second best receiver in
100%,
franchise?
without question.
Yes. But he'll never be on it. And then the other one, sorry, you might groan again. Mario Williams.
I wouldn't mind Mario Williams.
Mario Williams
on there.
was a stud.
Yeah.
He just never lived up to what people thought he should be at number 1.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's the bizarro Mount Rushmore.
But there's some people that brought in Mario Williams as well. A couple of people doing this in the contributor vein of potential Mount Rushmore guys. Mark Vandermeer himself as voice of the Texans. Throwing him up there. Some folks are.
Thanks for texting, Mark.
Wow. Damn. You couldn't even say something nice?
I have to stay off Twitter because I'm going to lose my mind.
That's right. Yeah. OG is talking about the Mount Anti-Rushmore.
Yes,
100%.
the Mount Anti-Rushmore. But those guys were good. Really good.
Did you feel Sean didn't have the off-the-field stuff? And
if it was just a few years.
If he just left.
Yeah.
If they just traded him, that was it.
That's kind of what I'm saying. And it was a short, to be sure, it was a short window.
Yeah.
But, dude, those playoff games, those come-from-behind wins, was it the Chicago game, the Raiders game, when he's just running around like crazy, making throws, transforming the team, like completely transforming the team?
No, and 713. That is the reason why we had to have the conversation. Somebody said Watson was good in Houston. Stop it. No, absolutely.
No,
he was very good.
Yeah,
I still remember fighting with people vehemently. Yeah. The year that the Texans go 4-12, but Deshaun Watson was out here hooping.
Yeah.
By himself.
Yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But, other stuff.
It just seemed like it was just too short a time, too, man.
No, that's fair. That's
I know Arian was 4 years, but like 4 years
running
strong.
back is different.
But, yeah, he had an all-pro right there, too.
Yeah.
All right, so who are we officially putting in as our in the loop?
As the fourth?
Because we were consensus on the first 3.
I'm gonna roll with J. Joe.
You going with J. Joe?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like going with D Hop.
D-Hop is definitely on the list. I'm gonna put C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
Damn, brother, you living in the moment,
early,
man.
bro.
Yeah,
That feels very early. And someone from 346 just tuned in and sound like y'all weren't giving Schaub his respect.
No, you know how I feel about Schaub. I thought he was really good.
I wouldn't be mad if somebody put him there.
Yeah.
But then again, it's kind of like how long,
right? And I also like multipliers for people that were a part of some of those historic kind of franchise moments like 2011 and 2012, that time where you have some of the best teams in the history of the franchise.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe ultimately you go that way where you go, hey, Schaub was at the helm in that time period, and that's why you put him in. I could see it.
It should probably be Mario, but people don't do it. They don't give him the love that he deserves.
And some people say,
I feel like he was good though.
He was great.
We didn't even throw Ryan Cushing.
He's kind of on the perimeter, right?
Oh man, there's all right. Keep those coming in. I'm interested to see what other names. And there's a Daniels for the first time, I think, giving a little love there. Yeah. Who else do you think maybe isn't getting enough love in the conversation that we had for the Mount Rushmore of the Houston Texans? And shout out to the Houston Texans social media. Keep doing what you do for giving us another question of the day. All right, it's a Friday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where what the hell are the Jags doing? And also, is this defensive tackle that just hit the free agency one for the Texans? We'll talk about it next.
Add another weapon to CJ's. WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Names still coming in for the Houston Texans Mount Rushmore as part of the question of the day. Chester Pitts. Owen Daniels, still the best tight end in franchise history. Jacoby Jones, obviously of varying degrees of seriousness, mind you. Would you throw Chris Myers in there?
No.
Okay, very good.
But love him.
Somebody said make sure to put number 91 up there, Seth Payne.
Yeah, he's defensive line coach for Western Michigan now.
And I
Wait, what?
Different Seth Payne.
Oh.
Although, if you want to go and hit him up on Twitter, I'm sure that he appreciates the bit. And then somebody threw out a wrong answers only Rushmore. Easterby, O'Brien, Osweiler, Brandon Cooks.
I'd agree, but you can make a hear me out on Easterby.
Someone tried to. They said if he hadn't done what he did, never have D'Amico, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr.
Hey, put Lovey in there, man.
Hey,
he won that last game.
That's right.
What is it's about the football, ain't it?
It is about the football.
That's right. All right. Let's go around the NFL here in the loop, where we begin in division. Shout out to, what do they call them again? I always want to say the Magical, which I think is a misstep that they've made themselves. But they're calling him the Magnificent Gladstone. James Gladstone, the new general manager of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Sound like a cartoon.
Huh?
What'd you call him?
Nerd.
Oh, okay, very good. See,
that sounds like a cartoon.
It does.
Yeah.
Would you watch the Magnificent Gladstone?
As a kid, I probably would.
Yeah.
I probably would. That sounds like a good cartoon.
Yeah.
Saturday morning.
That sounds like a Cartoon Network type of cartoon.
I can see it. But yeah, the Magnificent Gladstone apparently went in there like a private equity firm, slicing and dicing, especially when it comes to payroll. That is they trade as mutton busting is happening on the TV. Y'all got distracted by mutton. I'm trying to talk about NFL right now.
That's the McNair's kid.
Yeah.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Hunter McNair.
Yeah.
How'd he fare?
I'm familiar with her.
Yeah.
How'd they fare?
She got stepped on.
Oh man,
no.
Oh man, I wish did she cry?
I don't know. They didn't show her.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I was about to talk about the Magnificent Gladstone, but it seems like something else takes preeminence around the NFL. Literally a minute ago, the Texans are planning to release guard Shaq Mason, according to source.
All right.
Is that a round of applause for that?
No. You never applaud.
I mean, that feels a little disrespectful.
Yeah, you don't applaud something like that.
We kind of expected that. Though.
I could not imagine a Texans offensive line. We talked about it that had Shaq Mason still here.
But it was Jonathan Alexander, and I guess I don't want to fully call it lying season, but there's different things that come into play that can make it so that you're trying to figure out what's happening. And he was saying that he anticipated Shaq to be on the team and to have. To fight for a spot. But this is a move that, one, you saw the decline in Shaq Mason's play over the last 2 seasons even. But on top of that, this saves a little bit of money, right? Like this, I believe, if I remember correctly, is something around $8 or $9 million, if I remember correctly. And it won't be completed till March 12th as well. It seems like Aaron Wilson gets the shout on this one for being first here. And we'll see if that ultimately is because, I mean, once you trade it for Christian Kirk, which is one of those things we were talking about with the Jags doing their emptying out their wide receiving core, you will rather on the 12th add to your salary situation where you did not have. I think it eats up most of the salary cap that you had going into the new league year. This creates a little bit more.
It had to happen, and he just wasn't quite the same player. You talked about the money aspect of it. It does. And I said this when we started the show an hour ago. The Texans now become very, very unpredictable, which you want in terms of there are some positions to be had. There are some positions to be filled. On this roster, Shaq just wasn't the same player, and now does your attention turn to a Laramie Tunsil redo or a Titus Howard? Where does your attention turn now? Because I think the fact that they did Shaq Mason they're trying to find money. Is Laramie Tunsil on the list?
Ooh, interesting. All right, so I feel like I did this wrong, so let me just do this one more time, just in case people didn't get the feel.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
There we go. That feels like it has the right level of importance. Again,
Yes, it does.
We just found out that the Texans are planning to release guard Shaq Mason, according to sources there in the building. So that won't fully go into effect until next Wednesday. But there you go. You have a guard spot, at least one, that you definitely need to fill with starter quality play. And so it feels like maybe draft, maybe free agency, which again opens up also. Well, I guess the legal tampering period opens up Monday. So that's something to watch over the weekend, or not over the weekend, but after
Over the
weekend.
day.
To see,
you see some of the things that are going to be happening.
Yeah, absolutely. There's more things happening on this Friday. Somebody said, "Please get rid of Tunsil. Please, please, please." I have no bearing on that, but there you go. That is something that's happening around the NFL. I return again to the acquisition of Christian Kirk. That is one of the moves that the Jags made when it came to trying to get themselves under the salary cap, or not necessarily under the salary cap, but
Create
some
more space.
because that is $16.5 million that they got off their books. They were planning in order to entirely avoid free agency. Evan Ingram, a tight end that had played well. In fact, he found his way in Jacksonville there when they basically started using him as a wide receiver. This past season, 114 receptions, 963 yards, 4 touchdowns, and they save a little bit of money. He is gone. In addition to that, they move on from Josh Reynolds, who honestly didn't even realize he was over there. Apparently, he started the season in Denver and ended up in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Devin Duvernay, they move on from, and cornerback Ronald Darby. A lot of casualties happening with the new young general manager in Jacksonville. Do you see something that they're doing there? Because he basically just cleared out their wide receiver room. Not entirely. They still have some wide receivers. This is the depth chart as it currently looks. Gabe Davis, Brian Thomas Jr., obviously, Parker Washington, and then beyond that, there's not a lot of notable names. Josh Cephas, Austin Trammell. Are you familiar or nothing? But yeah, at least the 3 guys at the very top. The 3 guys at the very top are ones that are names that I'm very familiar with.
I'm sure he has a plan, that nerd in Jacksonville. But what I got out of this is, and we've said this, don't worry about the Jaguars. He's making a big move toward just a total retool here, and that's with that's with the quarterback in place, and so it's going to be an interesting way that they do things over there. On Evan Ingram, I've seen some people say, "Hey, now he's going to get a job. He's really good."
He has been good. I thought that, like I said, I thought that he came into his own as a wide receiver. I remember him with the Giants, and people so much better than the play that he gets.
Yeah.
Feels like the Jags unlocked him, and it seems like by doing that, they made him more of one of those wide receiver like tight ends than someone that is more in line, which feels like something that Nick Caley, your new OC, would want.
That's exactly what it doesn't feel like he would want.
Well, I'd rather someone who is more in line. My apologies.
Exactly. So I think he's a better Dalton Schultz. I would not expect him, to be on the Texans' radar.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It seems like, and he seems very hyped at his opportunities to do this.
What did he tweet? It was funny. Like y'all about to find out, something along those lines.
Something like that. And I you know what? I don't entirely doubt him.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was playing very well. He almost had 1,000 yards this year at the tight end spot. Yeah.
They just let an MF dog loose.
Oh yeah,
I like that.
Let a dog loose.
Sign him right now.
Y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna see.
But yes, so none of those other names interest you at all? Just if you're trying to pick the scraps?
If you're trying to pick the scraps, I don't think Duvernay would be a fit here.
No, nothing ever clicked as a wide receiver. Unless you just want to add somebody in the space of a kick returner, punt and kick returner, something like that. That is something that Devin Duvernay does. In fact, I think that is his main purpose in the NFL at this point, special teams, return, because I don't think that anything really has clicked for him.
Josh Reynolds, I don't know if that would be a fit with what they're planning to do. Because keep in mind, and obviously we started the segment with this, the restructure of Shaq. So now, offensive line.
No, not the release.
The release of Shaq
Mason.
The release
just
of
to
Shaq.
make that clear. Again, if you're just tuning in, Shaq Mason, guard, has been or is expected to be released by the Texans.
They let a dog loose.
They lose. The release of Shaq, that makes things very, very interesting along the offensive line via the draft or free agency. Clearly, they still have possibilities after having brought in Christian Kirk via the draft or free agency. So the moves are happening. Now, there are others that are clearly still on the table. I mean, they might restructure Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil, to me, is the most interesting one, how they play that. And then Titus Howard. Titus Howard might.
Yeah, what is his?
Yeah.
I'd be interested in seeing if they can maybe even go to him with a kind of a new deal proposition and see if you can get something to shake there if you wanted to retain his services. So yeah, it seems like maybe Jacksonville at 5 could possibly be interested in a wide receiver, maybe like a Ted McMillan. I'd be interested. I'd be looking in that way. But yeah, it seems like they might be in the mode for some pass catchers as the magnificent Gladstone really diced that thing up. Seemed like this was to be expected with their 2022 and 23 off seasons where they overpaid to get some guys in, the likes of Calvin Ridley. Obviously, Christian Kirk is one of those guys. They overpaid, and it felt like that time would come. Seems like that time was yesterday. Some other things around the NFL. The Bengals have granted position for Pro Bowler, All-Pro player, sack leader last year with 17.5 sacks, Trey Henderson, to seek a trade. There's some potential spots for him to land, but the Bengals just aren't in the way in the AFC, are they?
No. They're doing the win now, but let's not get any players or keep any players move, which never means you're going to win now.
Right. Hendrickson had been agitating to leave. I know that after a 17.5 sack season last year as well, seemingly this was something that came up that never came to fruition. But supposedly, according to reporting, and I'll see if you believe this, I think it was Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk is saying that what happened here is that they saw the man Max Crosby set the non-quarterback market at $35.5 million with his new 3-year deal as a pass rusher, and they were like, nope, don't want to be in that business.
Totally believe
Which
it.
sounds like they don't want to be some winners. Like the Bengals have some shame. Stop being such broke boys.
I totally believe
Or I guess don't. Get out of the way, really, is the way that you
and
do
and anybody checked in on Joe Burrow? Because he's the one that said, hey, man, whatever it takes, we've got to keep our guys. Hell, they might still trade T. Higgins.
Well, they said that they're not going to, even though they've gotten
teams are still coming at them.
Yeah, they're vultures that are and vultures aptly. That was just the word that I used, but it is apt because they feel like they're kind of operating at some level.
It's an easy mark. It's an easy mark.
Is it going to be a point where Joe Burrow just be like, man, I want out of here, man?
I do think that's going to happen.
I mean,
I don't know how you keep him that long like that and just not giving him helping out his guys and stuff.
I don't you? But that's the way that it happens.
You think he
and I wouldn't blame him.
No, not at all. I mean, it's clear that organization they decided to try and be spenders for a very short period of time, and they were like, no, I don't want to actually do that.
Yeah, I think they probably would rather have a quarterback like an Andy Dalton.
Absolutely. Keep it interesting.
Yeah, that's just okay. That's not bad, but not great. Crazy, man.
Yeah.
Wouldn't let that happen to me, though. Like, I'm very happy.
Ain't beat me.
Yeah, the Texans very much, because I can't see them doing anything similar, anything even close to that once Will Anderson Jr.'s time comes up, right? Like, the 35.5 is just going to be like, all right, take it.
Yeah.
And obviously, that is around what we're going to be talking about because Will Anderson does exist at the very top or around the top of the market when you talk about pass rushers, just like Max Crosby, who signed that really big deal. All right, that's what's happening around the NFL. Yeah. Barry Sanders retired because of that when it came to Detroit. Like, that is one of those things where if you want to be at the top in the NFL, especially in this modern era where it seems like you got to rack up credit card debt in order to really compete at the highest levels, being cheap ain't going to do it. And thankfully, the Texans aren't going to be cheap in that regard. But again, if you're just tuning in, the big breaking news when it comes to the Texans, Shaq Mason is expected to be released from this team, and so that'll open up that guard spot. That's a place that the Texans are definitely now going to need to address. It already felt like that was something that they should address, but now it makes it very abundantly clear. Come next week in free agency, maybe also or instead of in the draft early on, you look at something interior. So no, that was already an emphasis, but now it's very clearly a focal point for your Texans this offseason. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, did we get a glimpse into the Rockets' fix? How you get the Rockets playing much better basketball last night in New Orleans? Let's talk about that next.
Area 45. Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. If you're just checking in, the breaking news on the day, Shaq Mason has been, or is, I keep saying this, I want to make sure I say this right. I believe according to Aaron Wilson, various other people have confirmed that Shaq Mason is expected to be released, is the phrasing that has been used at the start of the new year. So that's going to make right guard very much. It was already a place that I think we all felt needed to be upgraded, but that's very much a place now that they need to address. Before we move along on this program, let's take it to the phones. Larry and Stafford, what's happening, my man?
What's going on, Reggie, J-Lo, Figgy? How y'all doing today, man?
Terrific.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, it's Friday, man, and J-Lo, I'm trying to decide, do I some Crown Reserve or some Crown Limited Edition because Shaq Mason ass is gone? or I don't know which one of them to just light up with this stick, man, because
you got to go Cohiba, man. It's going to be a good thing.
Yeah, we definitely gonna smoke the best, man. Because if you gonna do your boy like that kind of favor on a Friday, I'm gonna light this whole damn place on fire, man. Because look, it was time for Shaq ass to get out the way he was letting my quarterback get hit, and y'all didn't need Aaron Wilson and all them boys to tell you. I told y'all ass Shaq was supposed to be gone after they brought his ass back from the injury list. He shouldn't have came back then. Mm-hmm. Look, man. Nick Casario and D'Amico and the beautiful Hannah and old Panky Ring, man, they understand what this is. If you got windows in your house, your ass needs to open all of them up. Because C.J. Stroud is giving you a window for an opportunity to take your ass to places that we've never been to in the history of the city of Houston. That's going to the Super Bowl. And so you got to make these kind of moves and these kind of pickups and things like that to finally cross the barrier of what you're trying to do. That Christian Kirk signing, I might have to smoke me a little bit something stronger than that Cohiba because that just puts the slot position just right in good hands as far as I'm concerned. And I'm not worrying about all the injuries and all that other stuff. This gives us somebody that can play the role that Tank should have been playing in the middle of the field so number 12 can eat his ass off, and we could still go get us another big-time playmaker in the draft. And also, when you make these kind of moves, what it's telling your fan base, damn, we doing all this. Y'all ass better get on board with getting us a new stadium and knocking that old ragged-ass Astrodome down. Because, see, this is big boy stuff now, J-Lo. Now we're moving into the big leagues where we're trying to do stuff that can make the city proud and make the city feel like it's supposed to be as far as an international city. And I know I'm getting a little long-winded, but I have to say these things, man, because here's the thing. As an avid Texan fan, as somebody that's been a Houstonian all my life, I know what the value of a Super Bowl will mean to this city as far as our football franchise. And I know Panky Ring understand that, and I know Hannah understand that, and I damn so know D'Amico understand it. So now that all these moves are coming about, I really want them to go get Jonathan Allen to go pick up everybody, damn it. It's only money, and it ain't my damn money, so I don't give a damn how much they spend. Go get somebody that's going to get us to the promised land. Last thing before I let y'all go, let me say this. I love the fact that LeBron James checked Stephen A. Smith ass today, too. Here's a couple things that I'm going to tell all you youngsters out there that are listening. And y'all might want to perk up. Here's what men care about. Money, ass, and food. Here's what men won't let your ass play with. My money, kids. Stephen A. been towing the line and teetering across that line talking about that man's son, and LeBron checked his ass. So keep giving him some money, some ass, and some food, and your ass will be all right. Reggie, I got a stick for your ass, too, and I'll holler.
I appreciate you, my man. That's, yeah.
He's got a what for a what?
Yeah, there's a wild statement. Hey, man, Larry, somebody said on the YouTube, when isn't Larry long-winded? But, yeah, there was a few moments in there for Larry where I was like, hey, wait, the phrasing could be a little bit better there.
The first 80% of Larry's call I totally agree with. After that, we'll see. Hey, man, and we're going to dig into this a little more. This isn't just big in terms of the offensive line and Shaq Mason. I think there's going to be another big shoe to drop, and I said big on purpose. So we'll dig into that.
What are you talking about?
I'll let you know, man. I'll let you know. But
why not now?
You want to talk about it now?
I mean,
we can talk about it now. Something's going to happen with Laramie Tunsil and or Titus Howard. That I keep going back to. D'Amico said it at the combine. We got to fix our offensive line. Flat out.
Sure. Certainly.
Flat out.
Certainly.
Does Shaq Mason alone do that?
I don't think so.
No.
Although it does feel like you're in a place where, and we'll talk more about this, especially at noon.
Mm-hmm.
It does feel like you're in a place where maybe you can still, like a couple of guards, is still a place where you can speak to. But you also probably will need the cap space. Also, speaking of cap space, not to be a little burden, but it would be interesting to find out if we get, or once we get it, because I'm sure eventually we will get some information on this, what the designation on this release is, because if you can get more savings if it's somehow designated as a post June 1, as opposed to, and I imagine that would make the most sense if you're going to do that, and especially since it has to happen, that it's going to happen on the start of the new league year, that you can designate it as such,
right,
and create some more space.
And they're under the cap already, so they can do that a lot easier, I think.
I believe so. Don't give me the line. I'm gonna be completely honest there. So, but. Yes, that'd be interesting. So I still feel like you could probably end up with 2 new offensive linemen even before doing. Well, I guess that would then speak to Titus, because then you wouldn't have Titus at guard, and you probably were not moving him back to tackle. I don't imagine. So yeah, I think you're right. There's probably still more to come on this offensive line. But I'm happy because you remember when we heard from D'Amico, there was one thing that he said in the walk-off, not just on the podium, where he was like, I think, we can be better with the guys that we have, in essence. And that's paraphrasing. And I was like, ooh, does that mean that this team is going to somewhat stand pat? But no, the Texans seem to have made it clear that no, they're going to make a move to make this offensive line better, because they have to. It's the foundation of what you're doing here. It's a phrase that I like saying, is that the game in its essence about blocking and tackling. And the blocking part was woeful last year. And it wasn't just I'm glad because it feels like this is an acknowledgement that it wasn't just the scheme and 2 guys in Bobby Slowick, and they were having a hard time blocking up and protecting for CJ.
And remember this, which I think is going to be a big impact on what happens on the offensive line. They brought Cole Popovich, and I think that they kept Cole Popovich, and I think that speaks to maybe that sort of butting of heads, for lack of a better way to put it, between what they wanted to do on the offensive line and what Bobby Slowick commanded them to do. I think there was a real disconnect there, and maybe this is part of what Cole Popovich's influence, is begetting here. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll sorry about that. Yeah, we'll circle back around to offensive line. Or we got a little time. We can continue in this space. So at this point, does it feel like that means, hey, free agency is in play for the offensive line? Because that's kind of what I'm feeling at this point, is that you're not just going to address this by just drafting an interior guard, or maybe you could. Maybe this is the extent of the offensive line shift. You draft an interior guard and you go with some configuration that also just drops in, let's say, Gray Zabel at right guard, and you move. That is a possibility here, but I'm interested, and I'm starting to feel with the urgency that that's not going to be it.
Yeah, I think it could be both. I think absolutely. Just like wide receiver now, after Christian Kirk gets here, you could draft a wide receiver. You could you could get one on free agency. I think both are in play, and maybe both will happen. Depends also on what you believe of in Juice Scruggs. Now, there's another D'Amico little hint. He said and wasn't just his natural position is going to be center. So maybe Juice at center. You draft or bring in a free agent at guard.
Right.
There's your 2 guards.
Right. Yeah, Larry in there and paired with a text that we got here on the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line, brought us back to stadium talk because he's talking about how, hey, this might be a statement in that regard. How heavily do you weigh that in what we're seeing right now with the Shaq move and some of the other things that they're doing, going to acquiring Christian Kirk in tandem with the ever present push to try and get a renovation or whatever else happens with stadium?
I think it's a factor for sure. Now, how big of a factor? If you're gonna come to the public with, hey, we need renovation, hey, we might need a new stadium, you better be a good team. You better be a team that has the interests and the support of the constituents, basically, because at its core, and people always say, hey, they're a private entity like any other, but no, they're not like any other business. They are a business that has your city's name across their chest and is broadcast to millions and millions of people. They represent the city, so there is that. They give you that pride, sense of pride when they're doing well. So I think it helps that they're doing well and they're on an upward trajectory. But I don't know how big necessarily it is. They were probably going to try to do this anyway. It just helps.
All right. One more time for you. Shaq Mason is expected to be released by the Texans on the new league year, which starts on the 12th. So, yeah, that right guard spot, again, coming into focus. Coming up, we'll get into what's popping, including we'll talk a little bit about the Rockets there. We'll do that next.
All right. D&M Auto Leasing Friday, maybe.
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Friday. A lot of news is coming down, and I'm having to stay constantly on the lookout for the potential of more as teams are getting ready. Teams are gearing up for that legal tampering period that comes in on Monday. So people are trying to clear up space, and one of those space clearing moves in a way have affected your Houston Texans. The one that was prior, the one that we probably all kind of know about, Christian Kirk traded to the Houston Texans from the Jacksonville Jaguars for a 2026. That's right, a future 7th round pick. And so the Texans take on all of the money that he's owed in this one season that remains, $16.5 million. There's a couple of void years on the back end of that deal that don't have any money on them at this given point. And at my low cap knowledge, right, with my meager knowledge of the cap, I'm assuming that might be the avenue at which they might be able to lower the cap number. Should they do some level of rework, which I think some people have talked about potentially seeing in the future.
I mean, you kind of hate to say this because people sort of might think you're just trying to pine for, more listeners or whatever. You got to stay tuned because things are happening, man, and they are happening fast. You're right. I think that's where that's where they're going to find some space. They've been finding other space, cap space as much as they can, and they're definitely not done.
Yeah, and the other situation of cap space is something that came down within this hour, which is the news that right guard Shaq Mason is expected to be released come next week when the new league year turns over on Wednesday the 12th. So those are the big kind of cap machinations is the word I was looking for that are going to affect the Houston Texans. And so right guard ends up being a spot you look at, but slot wide receiver rather is one that it seems like you're locked in at for this next year with Christian Kirk. Some other things that are popping to break a losing streak, and thankfully right in time for them to get back home for a nice 6-game homestand, they get a victory in New Orleans versus the Pelicans at Smoothie King Arena, and that one was, I guess, relatively close. 109-97 was the final. Alperen Şengün leads Rockets scorers with 22 points, and this was a 22 that felt a little bit different than some of the times where he'll put up numbers, because Alperen just inherently, especially how central he is to your team, he's going to put up numbers. This one, those 22 felt meaningful in the ways that he did.
That didn't really take control of the game until the second half, but they got it done. And you're right with Şengün. He and Steven Adams seem to have really found a little something, maybe a little glimpse into how they're going to try to play this moving forward. With the two big guys.
Yeah, allowed 31 whole points in the first quarter, but then after that they were able to, 34 in fact, whole points in the first quarter, allowed only 38 points in the entirety of the second half to the New Orleans Pelicans. They definitely were able to curb the Pelicans, who they haven't been good, but it's been a lot of injuries that's kind of put them in that place. Zion Williamson was trying to get after. In fact, Figgy, can you let me hear what Zion Williamson was talking? He was mic'd up for the Pelicans in this game, and he has something to say about the Rockets that I found to be interesting. And I'll get that to you when I get there. But Dylan Brooks had the chief assignment of guarding Zion Williamson, and early it looked like that was going to be really tough. But here's what Zion had to say.
Every time, that's not a problem.
If I had a nickel.
Yeah, and to be fair,
that's every bench in basketball, dude. He can't hold me.
To be fair, when you talk about Zion Williamson, that's kind of the idea, is that you can't hold him. However, he says that on a night where he went 5 of 15. So salute to Dylan Brooks. He made it kind of difficult on the big
20
man.
and 10, but not exactly the best shooting night, of course. But no, they were good inside. They were really good, and of course Dylan Brooks doing what he did defensively, getting in his head a little bit.
Yeah, and shout out to Tari Eason, also one of the 3 players to break 20 points. It was Alperen, Amen, and Tari, all with 20 points plus. And so, yeah, they get the victory. The defense is locked in, and that was what was necessary. Still, you had, in that first quarter, the turnovers and some of those things that, kind of put them in a bad place. But at least they locked in where that defense turned up, and then also specifically, they were knocking down twos at a high rate in this game, and also they didn't shoot the free throw well. That was what I meant to mention. Those things still exist.
Driving me nuts still, but that's okay. It was a good start to a run that you hope they make and find some things. And, especially like I said, the two bigs did a good job inside.
Yeah, so they get a victory. They'll face off against this team again, but this time at home on Saturday at Toyota Center. And you're right, 8-3-2. A man was out there punishing the rims, just slamming and jamming.
He had 9 dunks.
Some of them looked just
the double hand, the two-handed kind of double pump.
Yeah, he had a couple that were offensive. I was like, man, that person, I'd be mad if I was that guy.
That's right.
Why are you dunking like this?
Exactly.
Some other things that are popping, and this is definitely popping in a big way. The pride of Beaumont, Texas, Kendrick Perkins seems to have gotten himself in a war of words with one Charles Barkley of Inside the NBA. This is they will be soon, I guess, as close as you can be to being co-workers.
Yeah, no, they gonna all be on ESPN like a big
team.
happy family.
Yeah, because I don't know exactly how that works because Charles Barkley is obviously he works for the Inside the NBA with the TNT, and that's going to be contracted to ESPN. So I'm like, do you consider yourself an employee if you're like, nah, I work for this contractor that works for y'all. I don't work for you. But we'll see how that ultimately works. But they are already getting off to a bad start as apparently, they've been talking a lot about the Warriors and the Lakers as ESPN is wont to do. In fact, that'll come back around as well. But, they were talking about how, the ESPN, the Lakers and the Warriors are saving basketball, and Charles Barkley took offense.
I saw a fool idiot on TV talking about the Lakers save the NBA.
Save the NBA?
Yeah. He's an idiot and a fool, but he know who he is. What's his name, Shaq?
Which one are you talking about?
Kendrick Perkins. He said the Lakers, first of all, the Lakers have had a great 2 weeks. He said the Lakers saved the NBA season. That's because them fools on the other network, which we're going to be working for next year, that's all they talk about. Let me tell y'all something.
Tell me something.
And first of all, I want all the smoke. I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard or anything like that.
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard.
Right.
I like that.
Man, still got a long way to go. But the reason the season's been going great for the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Y'all just want to talk about the Warriors and the Lakers. They're both doing great. Don't get me wrong. If I turn out to be wrong, I got no problem with that. But y'all are idiots because y'all talk about the Lakers and the Warriors all the time.
I love this so much. My favorite thing is Kenny just sort of tweaking him. And Kenny's just like, oh, really? Who is that?
Yeah, Kenny out here. Which, funny enough, well, no, Kenny is an instigator. Kenny sometimes will sit in the cut and not be an instigator, but sometimes he'll get in there and just poke at it.
Yeah. He do, but he still try to be Bennett without being in it.
Yeah, he just kind of just says a couple of little tweaks. Yeah, you can beat him up.
He said, Shaq, who's that? Who's that, Shaq?
And I just wish I had the job security of Charles Barkley. That dude can say anything.
That's right.
He can say anything about anyone. And
but also he's not wrong.
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, he is not wrong. Absolutely not.
Right, like if ESPN was more willing to dive into more of the spaces, or if they did not feel themselves beholden to, like, I guess what they dictate is the audience's desire to talk about the big markets or what have you. Those teams have. I mean, the Cleveland Cavaliers are currently on. Is it still 12-game winning streak?
I think they're at 12. I think they're at 12.
Yeah.
They have been phenomenal, as he mentions. The Oklahoma City Thunder, best in the West. Yeah, man. Heck,
and those are the top two teams. Even if you get down in the nitty gritty, man, you could talk about the Rockets because they didn't make the playoffs last season. It's a lot of teams having a good season that you can bring up outside of the Warriors and Lakers. I agree with that.
Heck, I mean, there's even the Knicks over there. Like, you would think that they'd be more willing to talk about the Knicks, considering New York,
Detroit.
Detroit is big. Is playing
they having a good year too.
Yeah. How about Kendrick? He tweeted at him too. Hey, might want to tell that senior citizen Charles Barkley that I'll be. He's basically threatening him.
That's right.
That I'll be around when he sees an idiot or fool in person. Make sure he keeps that same energy. He can come playing with me if he want to, and I'm going to address his ass like the numbers on a house. And then he says, straight from the 409, homeboy. We bar none and fade all.
See, that last sentence is what got me. I'm like, all right, you got it.
The pride of Beaumont, Texas.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, if he was talking to me, I'm like, yep, you got it. You got it, my man.
And I was like, At first, I was like, man, are you not going to respond to the actual basketball stuff we talking about? But I was like, he did start by calling him an idiot fool.
Yeah.
Not just an idiot, not just a fool, an idiot fool. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that is one amount of basketball beef that is popping right now. There's also, at the same time, another basketball beef that, again, deals with ESPN. This time, Stephen A. Smith, where there was video of Stephen A. Smith being on the ground at a basketball game, and LeBron James going over and talking to him. I don't know exactly.
Well, actually, Stephen A. Kind of confirmed what the speculation was.
Sure, because I know he talked about it today on First Take. But it seems like he was criticizing Stephen A. Smith about Stephen A.'s criticism of LeBron James Jr. Otherwise, I feel like it's fair to then go and talk to that man about your teammate who happens to also have come from your loins.
I respect what LeBron did. You know, it's your family, it's your son. You want to protect him. But he's out of bounds on this.
Who LeBron is?
Yes. LeBron is out of bounds on this. Because, first of all, LeBron had a big, if not the entire, influence on Bronny getting into the NBA. But even if you set that aside, Bronny is in the NBA. He is a professional basketball player now. He is open to criticism. That's just the way it is. LeBron was, every professional athlete is. So I get it. I respect it. That's your flesh and blood. But sometimes you just got to kind of shrug and say, I don't like it, but say it to yourself.
All right, so I think you're right in that regard. I just would like to kind of throw something up there and see how it sticks. Is it possible that you can view this through the lens of, this is one of my teammates that's really receiving undue levels of criticism, and me as the elder statesman and honestly, like, face of the league, I have the amount of power to get somebody in line about talking about my teammate that happens to be getting an undue level of criticism.
That's happened. That's happened repeatedly in professional sports, where somebody kind of comes to the defense of a teammate. But the whole keep my son's name out of your mouth thing,
I guess that does ruin it, right? That does. He went Will Smith on him.
Yeah, he went Will Smith on. Look, I feel for it, LeBron. It hurts. That's your kid, man. I mean, I would feel awful if that was my kid. He's a professional. We all know that the rules are different, and you are open to any criticism. And by the way, could Stephen A. have asked for a better thing to happen on the day that he signs a $100 million contract?
That's also true. 5 to 100.
Like 5 years, $100 million. This is why ESPN is like, worth every penny, baby. Worth every penny.
Because you know what he did with that?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as bad bad press, because he immediately took to social media and was like, I hate to have to confront this on air. But this morning on First Take, I'll tell you, and it's like, no, you don't.
You don't
and the Stephen A. Smith show on YouTube.
Yeah, he said both.
Wink, wink.
Yes.
Wait, how is he going to talk about it twice?
Oh, he will.
He will. But like ESPN must be going, ha, awesome, we win again. One of those things. But no, I feel for the guy. It's your kid, but sorry.
Yeah,
it's the way it is.
But see, my thing is LeBron been kind of rolling around like that for years. Like, hell, we talked about him yesterday with the cookies. And I just think LeBron got so much power where he felt like he could go to these media members and say, keep my son's name out your mouth. Like, he been doing it all these years. So I don't know. I guess that's how they've been treating him all these years. So he can roll around and do whatever.
So there you go. That's what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Friday. Oh, then also, we're finally going to get to see what the Bun B birthday bonanza looks like. So excited for that one. As we've talked about that a few times in this segment this week.
I'm tonight.
That's right. It is tonight.
I'm kind of interested.
By the way, if you've been to any of the rodeo performances thus far, I'm interested on what your experience has been. Obviously, I imagine it's probably a good one. Rodeo typically tends to deliver. I just kind of want to hear from the folks who have been out there, how they have enjoyed it.
By the way, I got a Bun B lineup playlist.
Did?
Well, it's not the official one, but I made one personally.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to play it for y'all in 90 seconds, in under 90 seconds.
Okay. That's
so how I think it should go or would go.
And that's a Figgy's mixtape at 120, right?
At 120.
Very good. That's what we call in the business a tease. All right. But coming up next, if this reporting is correct, paired with the news that we have that Shaq Mason is set to be released, what does this tell us about the Texans' O-line going forward? We'll discuss it next.
Ron's got his eyes on an offensive lineman. Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get down on it here. Hour number 3 of the program. It wasn't that slick. It was very obvious. It was very obvious. That's the name of the song is Get Down on It. If you somehow didn't catch that, it's a Funky Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Also, it is a news dump Friday, apparently. We've been getting some news, and kind of keep our eyes out because with the legal tampering period hitting in the NBA on Monday, it seems like there's going to be some moving and shaking for your Houston Texans. Is that guard Shaq Mason? They're moving on from him. He will be a cap casualty, or will he be a cap casualty? In fact, he will be released at the start of the new league year on Wednesday, March 12th. And there's been kind of questions about, first and foremost, right, before I get to the reporting that's out there and what that might mean for the Texans offseason when it comes to the offensive line. There's been kind of questions about, well, what kind of cut is this? Because there's the regular pre-June 1st cut designation, or I guess that's not a designation, it's just a regular release. That would come with a certain level of cap savings. And then if you manage to do this as a post-June 1 designation, that would come with some different savings. So I figured, since we still don't know what the designation would be, and I imagine that we'll find out on that day on when the new league year turns over. At least that's what Texans Cap says, a dude who is very good and significantly more knowledgeable about all the cap machinations than I am.
Our work going, man.
Man, it's nice to have him around in our city.
Busy.
Yeah.
It is really nice to have the capologists around. In fact, this is what the teams themselves, the GMs don't be doing this off the top of their head. They call it the guy, like, all right, so run this by me one more time.
Yeah.
So I guess I will do the honors in this instance of trying to be that. When it comes to Shaq Mason, if he was a pre-June cut, just a regular release, it would be a savings of $2 million. And so if it was a post-June cut, June 1 cut rather, it is a savings of $9.4 million. And you have to think that it isn't worthwhile maximize savings if you can make it.
I mean, that's their whole strategy right now is to find that money. Maybe some restructures are in the works. So the more money, the better. It seems like it's going to be an obvious post June 1.
Yeah. So I feel like that's probably the way that it goes. And I'd be shocked if we do find that it's not that. I'd imagine, or I'd have to wonder, like, what the impetus was. If it was just we can't do this. Which, to be fair, that could be enough. Although someone from 346 said Mason wasn't the problem to the O-line, and I
he was
disagree.
A big part of it.
Or maybe he wasn't
the only.
He wasn't if we want to just go with like a single solitary, but he was absolutely a problem on the offensive line. It was clear. It was clear that there was a level of decline in his play, even from last year, which you can make the argument that there had been a beginning of decline in that season as well.
Yeah.
And so you have that happen. So now it's evident that you need to make some moves, at least for right guard. But we were already in that place where we thought there need to be some moves. And now I turn you to Aaron Wilson. He was talking actually about the Christian Kirk edition of the Texans. They trade for Christian Kirk yesterday, or at least that will be official on Wednesday as well, but at least we get the news of that yesterday. And while he was talking about that, he talked about some other things, including this when it comes to the Texans and their potential appetite for going into the free agent market for a guard.
I've checked on all the top guards that are available, guys not named Trey Smith, the Chiefs franchise player. So whether it's like a Will Flores or James Daniels or an Aaron Banks, doesn't look like they're in that market. So I could see them looking for a less aging guard. So watch for them to add some kind of depth piece in free agency and then possibly address it in the draft as well.
Okay, so first and foremost, that was before the release of Shaq Mason, or at least the news of the release of Shaq Mason. So first, let me ask you, do you think that is correct? And I kind of hate to be like in this place where I'm like, hey, this particular reporting is it? But like, I mean, especially now, or do you think that holds is probably a better way of saying?
Yeah, that's probably the safer way to say it because, that was the information that he had. I don't necessarily buy that for a couple of reasons. And no disrespect to Aaron Wilson, but first of all, things have changed since then. Secondly, the Texans are incredibly, good at keeping their decision-making in-house and not letting it leak. Most of the reporting that we get on this is from the agent side or the player side. And some agents don't always know what the Texans are thinking either. They have a good hunch because they're in the circle of, who's negotiating with whom, who's talking with whom, et cetera, but they don't necessarily are plugged in. So that's the first thing. Secondly, I could see where the Texans absolutely do both. And if they get a deal with a higher echelon guard with the extra cap space, I could absolutely see them changing paths and maybe going for that. Ultimately, I think it comes down to this. I think there's going to be some major shifts, major changes on the Texans' offensive line. And for anyone who might have fallen in, people say, well, Shaq wasn't the biggest problem. He was a problem for this team. He gave up 10.5 sacks. Is that good? That's unacceptable. Okay. Completely unacceptable. But he wasn't the only problem. So here you go. Do you not believe? You clearly don't believe that Shaq Mason is what you want to go forward with. Do you believe that with Laramie Tunsil? Do you believe that with in terms of run? At least I know he can pass block. Do you believe that with Titus Howard?
Titus is going to be a tough sell.
Yeah.
No.
I think there's going to be another change, and I would have to point to Titus Howard. Again, none of this is like personal. I said a couple of weeks ago I thought Shaq Mason might be a victim of a cut, and he was. I think Titus Howard falls in that same place.
Yeah, because the tough thing about this reporting, I'm like, if it's true, it means that you were putting all your eggs in the basket of the draft, and then maybe getting something on the periphery.
Depth. I mean, he said depth.
Yeah. And I do wonder when you say depth, because, all right, first and foremost, the guys that he's absolutely talking about, he mentioned Banks. He mentioned who did he mention? The other guard. Oh, Will Fries, who is probably the best guard out there. He mentioned Mekhi Becton as well, right? So those are the types of guys that he would say that would be out of the realm of possibility if this reporting is correct. I'm like, would that then include someone like a Kevin Zeitler?
Yeah.
From the Lions, who he's older, I think $1 million deal thereabouts.
Yeah, was he with the
season.
Ravens at one point?
Kevin Zeitler?
Yeah,
I believe so. I mean, he's been around for a little bit.
He's been around for a little bit,
and he
was solid, but he's a little older.
Solid, a little bit older, but that feels like something that, although does that then mirror at all the Shaq Mason edition? But it does feel like somebody that comes in and brings a certain level of cultural leadership, and then also an ability to do the job with some know-how that you would not be kind of being in the same place as a rookie or what have you. Especially for the people that have concerns about what the culture is in that locker room. But does that include that? Like, would that be something that we're talking about here as well? Because if that's not the case, I do start looking at how many of these guys, or how many how much do you have available to even go to? And plus, I'd much rather you then clear up some space and try and get some of those guys.
Yes, because what does adding depth really do in terms of what your head coach said he wants? We got to get better. Does it make you immediately, all right, they're better? Or does it do something that you've already done? You've got depth pieces that you can kind of shuffle around in case someone gets hurt or there's a lack of production, as we saw last year. I wouldn't buy what he's saying in terms of what the hints are that we've gotten from the head coach. We've got to get better. We've got to improve on what we got out of Shaq Mason, improve on what we've gotten out of Titus Howard. Adding depth doesn't do that. So I think they could easily go for a bigger free agent target and draft. They could do both.
All right, so let's say that, okay, this new move where you've absolutely open right guard. We'll see if left guard is open. One of the things that you were talking about is D'Amico Ryan's statement that he believes that Juice Scruggs is better as a center. I don't know if that, in the offseason, you don't want to be beholden to the idea of, well, we need him at guard. You would like to be able to put yourself in the best circumstance. So let's go under the assumption that you need two guards, right? Before we go anywhere else. Let's say that you are able to free up the space and you go get you a top-notch free agent. Is there one that you want in particular? I know you mentioned Will Hernandez at one point. I know that, Show is just go get me the top one. Go get me Will Fries, the guy who had played at the Colts. He seems to be the best one available. Just go and make that happen, because that is a clear point that you need to get better.
I think you need two starters, so I think you need to start with Will Fries.
Okay.
The Will Hernandez thing that I talked about, I think he's good value for what you could get. So it also depends on what you want to pay. But I think neither one of those things, if you can get Fries, terrific. And I think that fixes a lot of problems. I also think if you draft someone like Gray Zabel, who has been mocked to the Texans and has been, really, really shooting up the chart, so to speak. I know they like him. John Harris talked about it. Well, he likes him a lot. I think if you can do that, well, then it goes back to what do you do with Titus Howard? Because if you can get Fries, I don't necessarily think it's like, okay, he's right guard, problem solved. I think you still have an issue at guard and center. As much as they like Juice Scruggs, he struggled at center.
He did, but also one of the center is being an inexperienced center, having the load of protections, and then two,
I get it,
having a liability at left guard.
Mm-hmm.
I think that also
they
very
talk
much
about communication.
Yes, that also, and communication was one of the things that it seems like you moved on from your offensive coordinator and your offensive line coach because of, right?
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully you have those things in a better place, and maybe with a better left guard next to him, you find a little bit more consistency there. Mm-hmm. But, with that being the case, all right, let's say you get you managed to pull off Will Fries. First, Titus can't remain without having a contract restructure, or like not even a restructure. Like we just need to, we need to redo this.
Yeah,
straight up, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't think he can remain on the contract that he has.
Mm-hmm.
So first
Especially
and foremost,
guard.
Yeah, absolutely guard, right? Because he was being paid pretty handsomely for a tackle.
Mm-hmm.
So if you move him to guard, I think it has to come with a change in salary. Is that something you'd be okay with?
Actually, no. And I think the biggest problem with this offensive line last year, is they were, okay, I'll put it this way. They were not swarm. They always throw that swarmy.
Yeah.
They were not swarmy kind of guys. Specifically, Shaq Mason and Titus Howard. Specifically, even more so, Titus Howard. I think Titus is not necessarily cut from the cloth that they want. No, I think they're trying to not just find more nimble guys, but that's the other thing. These were big dudes. Shaq Mason is a big dude. Not exactly prototypical of the type of offense that Bobby Slowick, large degree, Nick Caley as well. I don't know if Titus Howard is that.
Mm-hmm.
Titus Howard is a big dude that maybe not always is, gets you the attitude that you want, the swarmy type stuff. So I think, I think Titus Howard, if he's back this year, I think we're going to see more of the same. And,
Okay.
and I don't think that's what they want.
No, I mean that is very clearly not what they want. They've made it abundantly clear on various occasions that it needs to be significantly better. D'Amico Ryan said it clearly that the number one objective is protecting for C.J. Stroud. So okay, you move on from Titus Howard. Is that basically where we're?
That's
putting
where
up?
I would be.
Okay,
yeah.
If that's the case, that necessitates drafting probably in the first round your offensive lineman. Like I understand that getting the addition of Christian Kirk, and we'll talk more about this as well, probably frees you up to move around in the kind of some of the ways that you're going about it. But it feels like you probably need to get a starter caliber offensive lineman.
Yes.
And yes, you could maybe get that in the second round, but I feel like the first round, when you draft the first rounder, you want a guy who can be an impact player, and that feels like the level of urgency that they have on the offensive line.
No, I totally agree. I mean, first round pick would be much more. There would be much more urgency to get an interior offensive lineman. Now you could still argue second round if they do bring in a big time free agent, which is why I think they should aim higher anyway. Because if they
you think even if they bring in, when we've done
Fries.
the Will Fries, you think that they can get away with doing a second round guard? Maybe to play left or
left or right. I mean, it depends
depending on
how they do it. Simply because I think that you could maybe hear that are going to be back. Shaq Mason, Jared Patterson played center. So it would be a little bit more wiggle room to maybe take that chance on a second rounder. But absent of that, I think it's a first round guard. Yeah.
All right. So that is the idea of like a draft and a sign. Is there any way in your mind that you get two in free agency, like two offensive linemen in free agency?
Yeah, I think that could happen. I absolutely think that could happen. Maybe the upper echelon guy and then the value guy that I was talking about that you could take a chance on. Have that like Aaron Wilson said there, that depth kind of guy. I'm not a big fan of it, but there would be better competition.
It would be a lot of investment money into that space, and what
do you do with Tunsil?
It's a tough question. Somebody was asking earlier, like, what do you think you could get for Tunsil in a trade? And I don't really have a good answer for you in that regard. Like, he is still, as you mentioned, a very highly rated and regarded pass blocker, but the run blocking, it can be a little susceptible. It got better over the course of the season, and sometimes you have some penalty things that pop up. So I don't know exactly.
You
how
don't
that
want to restructure his contract and extend him.
I don't know, and that they
you can't do that.
That might be out the question.
You can't do that.
But as they're trying to find space, that might be one of the places where you can do it.
Yeah,
and so that gets a little uncomfortable. I personally, I'm with you. I would not want to do that, but I also don't know that you want to trade him and then also try and find more opportunities or offensive line even more.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like that might be the bridge too far. But they've already taken the first step in announcing or designating that they're going to release Shaq Mason at the start of the league year. We're waiting to see what else that they get going. Free agency or that legal tampering period, I should say, starts on Monday, and it feels like they are well in place to be active in that. I'm just interested to see what level. What level? If are they going to go at the high level and get someone like Will Fries, or is this going to be, or is the reporting going to hold true that they're not actually in on those high end guys, or maybe
they have to bring in one high end guy.
Maybe they hadn't been in before.
Yeah.
Now this puts them in a place once they've officially made the decision to reach out to those types of those guys, or at least legally reach out to. Maybe that's also the thing. They haven't reached out to them because remember Nick Caserio, when he was on with Payne and Pendergast, he was like, "This is the illegal tampering period," and they
would never do anything like that.
That gives you the impression that they do this above board. They're like, "No, we will wait."
Certainly does give you that impression, doesn't it?
We will wait till the time period at which it is designated for us to be able to talk to free agents, and no moment sooner. We'll see what that looks like come next week. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get you some lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. We'll do it next on Sports Radio 610.
Add another. Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Yeah, if you're just tapping in, it is worth noting that the breaking news on the day, I guess, is it still breaking? I always go with that.
Yeah, you got about another
breaking.
20 minutes.
All right.
On the radio, it's still breaking.
I'm just going to determine 20 more minutes.
Somebody might have tuned in. It is lunchtime, so somebody
just to save myself, we're about to get to lunchtime confessions, but the big news on the day is that the news that the Houston Texans are expected to release Shaq Mason come March 12th, which is the start of the new league year.
Mm-hmm.
So Shaq Mason is not expected to be on the offensive line next year. Somebody earlier was on the YouTube saying that someone around their office got startled by him saying, he's finally gone. Damn, don't celebrate too hard.
Well, that could be any number of people.
Yeah, exactly. They were like, wait, what happened over there? So anyways, yeah, Shaq Mason not expected to return.
That's good. All right.
These are my confessions.
I've been sitting on this this hot take, whatever you want to call it, for about 3 or 4 years now. Best.
It's a marination.
It was been percolating, marinating for years. We've been saying it, although I haven't. It's been mostly you because I've been sitting on this take. We talked about it during the toss. I think the term Friday news dump is a fallacy now.
Agree.
I think it's a complete fallacy. Friday news dump is just a term that people use, but it has to do with people would have this news on Friday or break this somewhat uncomfortable
like
news.
5:30
because of newspapers. Because of newspapers and local news. Yeah, it would always be like 5:30 when the local news, all you got is the 10 o'clock news on a weekend when you got all the backups there, and then you got Saturday, Sunday. And if you do it at 5:30, the newspaper doesn't really have time to put together editorials and, commentary and, big news, deep dives and all that. It doesn't have to come up until Saturday, which kind of diffuses it. Friday news dump needs to go away.
Well,
it is no longer relevant.
I think it's not as relevant as it once was.
Yeah.
But I think where you could still get into it, and I hear you, like you're not having some of the prominent TV folks, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be on the first takes of the world. But we constantly have like TV going. We have all this media, and then we have
that's
social.
Why it's a fallacy.
And so we still get some of it. But I mean, like the major people aren't getting up and putting this like this isn't going to hit in the same way. Because we still have a Monday.
I think it will.
We still have a pretty strong Monday through Friday situation. I mean, even here on the station, right? Although we ate with 3:45, but it's still not in the same strength of.
But all the commenters. I mean, we started this segment with you saying, "Hey, is it too late?" Because we live in a world.
Hold on, I just wanted to. That was too late for using the word breaking. I still wanted to mention the news.
But my point is, like, all the commenters, all the opinionators, all the big names in Houston and national sports media, they're going to be all over this all weekend. They're going to be all over it all day. I just believe that Friday, and this is an old newspaper man saying this, Friday news dump, that whole term right now is a fallacy.
Okay, I think that it's overstated now, but I can see where you come from.
It do hit a little different doing it on a Friday evening or something like that than it would on a Monday morning. Mm-hmm. Because it kind of, it might not be a big blow, but it might. I do think it's a little easier just throwing it out there Friday afternoon, Friday evening when everybody think it's over.
My point is, it gets a lot of coverage no matter when you do it.
It does, but I also wonder if like some of it is also the listenership or the viewership or the readership, whatever the ultimate audience is. They're going to be more concerned with their weekend or with what those plans ultimately are than
that's fair.
The during the week when it's like, oh, I am locked in and kind of waiting for whatever happens to come news-wise. So.
And I think people like us, taking a couple days to kind of think about it, by the time Monday hit, we might not have that same fire we would have had if it hit during the show. During the show,
but it's still covered all weekend from the moment it happens.
Yeah, but I do think
in the palm of your hand,
get to actually react to it on the air. Like some of that fire might be gone, so it might not be like a instant like bad reaction.
Yeah.
Now it's like we got time to think about it. Now we like, okay, we can kind of understand a little bit.
Now, what also might kind of work in opposition of the Friday news dump is that why do you have to wait till Friday, especially in our current landscape where news just comes fast and furious? You could drop that on a Tuesday, and by Wednesday, some other crazy mess has popped up that's taken its place, and it does not matter.
That's true.
Yeah, I do wonder if that also.
And you got YouTube where people get just go live right in the moment.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So the Dodgers have your favorite team, John Lopez. They've paused Shohei Ohtani's pitching rehab, putting the potential May return in question. They had previously thought that he would return to pitching in May, as if they needed any more arms. However, I'm 100% okay if Shohei doesn't pitch again, and I think the Dodgers should be as well.
I kind of with you. It's like added. Now, he got that contract largely because of what he could do, but still.
Right, 700 mil thereabouts, is somewhere in the 70 million a year range as a hitter. Obviously, a lot of that's deferred, but still.
That still might be worth it for them.
We're not getting that many dudes who are 70 million a year guys, except for Shohei. Exactly, Figgy. I still think that's
still box office, man.
Box office in a way that no one else in the league is, plus international box office.
No,
you're still seeing your money off of that. You're still eating off that, even with him just as a other way. I could see why that would be a problem, right? If he was just pitching,
sure,
and not hitting. But him being one of the best hitters in the league, I think you would still even be okay, even if he was not pitching. I'd like to see it just for the novelty. It's been fun when we've had the opportunity to, but I'd be 100% good if he did.
Yeah, I think I'm good with you on that.
These are my confessions.
So I'm going to the Bun B birthday bonanza concert tonight.
You got tickets?
Yeah, so I'm going with courtesy of Kroger.
Okay.
So Kroger reached out to me, so I'm going to go get some content.
You got
and stuff
better
like
than
that.
tickets.
Hey, but the thing is, I'm going to be working, so I don't know if I could just enjoy it as a customer as much as I would. But I got to confess, out of all the people on this lineup, so you got obviously Bun B, probably going to perform a couple songs. You got Coco Jones. You got Jagged Edge. You got Yolanda Adams and Ludacris.
Don't forget
Keith Sweat. Keith Sweat.
Don Toliver.
Yeah, Don Toliver. Out of all these people, I'm low-key excited for Yolanda Adams, man.
Well, I'm curious.
I went through her playlist just out of, it kind of took me down memory lane just going to church with my mama. And how we used to have to ride in the church van because we didn't have a car.
Yeah.
And they used to bump that Yolanda Adams. So I'm like, damn, I kind of want to see Yolanda Adams, man.
Yeah.
I wonder how many songs she gonna give you. But I'm kind of interested. I'm a little excited to see Yolanda Adams out of everybody on this lineup.
I'm curious to see how it plays out.
And by the way, this got to be the most diverse concert set list.
And we're gonna get to that when.
120.
All right.
I'm gonna play it out for y'all on how the playlist might go.
Okay.
Yeah, you can say that, Yolanda. I still am most interested in this Ludacris. I'm sorry. I don't have to make this harder than it is. Ludacris is the big banger on this one for the time being. I heard that he might still even sneak in some other folks in tonight. So I'm interested to see how this all comes together.
These are my confessions.
I am so pointing and laughing and so convinced more than ever the Jaguars are done for any short-term contention. Trevor Lawrence, it's been real.
He still got Brian Thomas.
Brian Thomas is great.
Junior.
I think this front office, they think they finally got it right. I'll say it again. The Jags are going to jag. And I just don't have – I wouldn't have – if I were a Jaguars fan, I wouldn't have any confidence in these guys. I think, frankly, I guess this is my confession, I think Nick Caserio saw a mark, an easy, novice, young guy with no experience in deal making and said, hey, I got a deal for you. And the guy goes, okay. Oh, sure. That sounds good. Nick Caserio got a mark in Jacksonville.
I'm a little nervous for the Jags.
Heck no.
I'm nervous they might find something.
Yeah.
Like some of these moves, we going to look at it man, they was on to something. And when the draft come, I ain't going to lie, I'm a little nervous. I feel like at some point they're going to get, I feel like somebody going to unlock Trevor Lawrence. That's my biggest fear.
Yeah.
They're going to unlock Trevor Lawrence.
I think I'm with you, Figgy. I
want to point and laugh too much.
As much as I love being able to call someone a mark, that doesn't feel apt in this case because they were going to cut him, and you gave up a 7th in order to get him. I don't think that's like particular.
But all the other things that he did,
I don't think that's inherently Mark. But I think that'd be the thing for Caserio to be able to do that. However, he cut a whole bunch of dudes that I think Ingram is good, but I overpaid. Same. I also think that Christian Kirk was being overpaid, and I think that you'll see the Texans make some cap situations so that does not hit them in the same way. It feels like what he did was like, hey, we're going to clean some space, be able to craft this offense very quickly in the style that Liam Cohen wants, and all of that in the service of what Figgy was talking about, trying to make Trevor Lawrence better. Is it going to actually work? I don't know, but this seems like the way that you would probably try and go about
maybe long term. But
I think that you can do this relatively quick.
Relatively,
because they've created cap space for themselves to go and work.
I think Nick Caserio was Adam Sandler in The Waterboy at the kicking off, scanning across the field and saying, "Oh yeah, there's Liam Cohen. There's my bitch."
Dang, you think it's that deep?
He thinks it's that deep.
He was that. He just.
See, I will be I feel like he was going to get released anyway, so it wasn't like they were.
But then you'd be paying more. He goes, "I'll give you a 7th. Doesn't matter."
Oh no, I think it's a smart move.
Yeah.
I just don't know that it was real Mark. Like I found a Mark type situation.
Yeah, I think it was a smart move for other as far as because somebody else was like, "Hey, I want to sign him," and Nick came in last minute. Oh, I'll give you a 7 for him. And
he found a sucker.
Yeah, I don't know if I look at the Jet. I don't know. I'm probably wrong. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But it kind of got me a little nervous a little bit. I ain't gonna lie.
This man just hate Gladstone's face. He's like, look at that sucker. Look at that Mark right there. It's like he didn't do anything. He's still a Mark.
These are my confessions.
Sorry, another baseball one. Deal with it.
It's all right.
The A's did a 7-year extension with one of their core players, Lawrence Butler. So the A's actually spent a little bit of money this offseason. And I got to confess, I'm still giving them 0 credit.
They added a couple players too, but they're playing in Sacramento and all that.
You're like, they did. They added some players in the offseason. They've spent a little bit of money, but I don't give them credit, and this is why. Right? I understand that they have been a poverty franchise, and they have not been spending money. And in doing that, they've been kind of pocketing the revenue share that happens in baseball. And the Players Association didn't take kindly to that.
Yeah.
Right. The Players Association was basically kind of threatening that, no, we're going to raise a grievance if they don't get to spending money. And I imagine that Rob Manfred was also like, hey, we don't want to have to deal with those problems, so you might need to get to spending money. And voila, all of a sudden, the A's are a franchise that's concerned with giving money to some players to play some baseball.
Yeah.
What a novel concept. No, you don't get no love from me for that.
Yeah.
I was out here being jerks, just pocketing money, not putting out a valid product. Now you want to spend a little money, you get no credit. Your mama came and told you if you don't take that trash out, you was gonna get the belt. You get no credit. No credit.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, I know we've been having this whole conversation about the NBA or TNT and ESPN, but having a conversation about the NBA and Perk said the Lakers saved the NBA and all this other stuff. I gotta confess, man, I've really been enjoying this NBA season, even outside the Lakers and all this other stuff. To me, because I felt like 10 years ago, remember, it was always like when LeBron was on the Heat, it was the Heat and whoever. And then after that, it was the Cavs and Warriors, like for 4 straight years. And then it was the Warriors and whoever. I'm enjoying this season because I have no idea who's going to win the NBA championship. Like we could probably put down maybe 4 or 5 teams that have a really good chance. I like this type of season, man. It's not just the heavy super team type of team going around. I'm happy. I've been enjoying this NBA season. I know a lot of people like to trash the NBA. I feel like it's been a good legit season, especially seeing like the Rockets in the mix. You got the Pistons in the mix. You got all these mid-market teams in the mix. I've been enjoying the season.
Yeah,
I don't love the inclination or the insinuation that the Rockets are a mid-market team. However,
that was totally different things. Yeah, that was separate.
I think that you're right to some regard, but here's a confession for me. I think that despite all the protests Actually enjoy it more when there's like
a
couple teams at the top that they know are at the
But
top.
you still got the Knicks that's still there. You got Boston.
For sure.
You got the Lakers.
I'm with you. There's a lot of fun basketball teams.
But you also had the mid-market teams who doing their thing too.
You're not wrong.
I think the playoffs are going to be outstanding. I think that's where I would agree with Figgy. It's going to be like, ooh, we're going to have Game 6 again, Game 7. You're not exactly sure who's going to win what. I think the playoffs are going to be fun.
Yeah, I just got tired of the whole super team deal, man.
And you're not alone. You say people enjoy it, but a lot of people also are like, oh brother.
Yeah, but I mean, when you have these series, and it's kind of in a roundabout way, in my opinion, like college basketball, where you knew the teams, you knew like the principles, and there was a storyline because last year this happened, and so this year. Right, we talk about Lakers, Cavs like that. We talk about different like eras of. Obviously Lakers. Sorry, when I said Lakers, Cavs, Warriors, Cavs. We talk
Warriors,
Lakers,
Cavs.
Celtics like that.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like you don't necessarily have that interconnectedness year to year where you have that storyline, and I think people do appreciate that, even though we're going to complain about it every time it happens.
Yeah. I just think we didn't, because it was always like this super team versus that super team.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like the last 4 years type stuff. So I know Denver won it. What was it, a couple years ago? But
yes, sir.
Like I like this way of the NBA rather than loaded super team and just we all know who's gonna make the finals.
Yeah. Right? No, I feel you. I definitely feel you there. All right. Those right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Dang, y'all really dancing on. I don't want to call it his grave, but Shaq Mason. Somebody said Mason. Sorry, weak, lazy. That's hey, wait, hold on. I mean, like the pass pro, he lets some sacks up, but I don't know that we want to go all the way there, guys. Come on now. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Rockets. Did we actually see a glimpse at the fix for the Rockets? We'll discuss it next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Call our friend Elise BNN.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you on a funky Friday that has become a news dump Friday, even though
I'm sorry, what?
You're protesting over there. I'm calling it what I called it. It's a news dump Friday. There's the news being that Shaq Mason, offensive guard that had played for the Texans for the last few seasons, he is going to be released on the start of the new league year on Wednesday, March 12th. We'll dig more into that coming up here shortly. But the Rockets played last night, and they broke a losing streak that they were on against one of the worst teams in the league in the New Orleans Pelicans, although Zion Williamson was playing, and Dylan Brooks did a pretty solid job slowing him down a little bit. Ultimately, pretty solid victory, 109-97. They started slow in the first quarter and allowed the Pelicans to have a 3-point lead.
Mm-hmm.
Although they were down 11, they clawed their way back, and then once they took the lead, they really opened this thing up, didn't let the Pelicans come back in the second half at all. But did we see a little bit of the fix? Because we've been talking about this Rockets team, and especially how we're getting to a place where it was starting to feel real untenable. They were obviously losing some basketball games on the road. It wasn't looking like the type of style of basketball that they want to play. Ime Udoka speaking in the post games and basically of the standard that they set. Did this game show us any of a glimpse of maybe some of the ways to fix, some of the ways to get this team back to the ways that had them winning basketball in such a way that had us all super excited and stoked for what they were doing?
Yeah, and I'm interested in your thought on this too. It's kind of made the rounds a little bit. It was pretty obvious last night. You get Steven Adams and Şengün, or Şengün and another big on the floor. Good things happen, but specifically those two guys. We actually have the audio of Şengün talking about it afterwards, about like the way that they play well together, the two bigs, and how much it opens up things. Well, let him tell you about it.
Open space for my teammates. I think when we play me and Steven too, it's open space a lot on man and Tari too. They can get a lot of offensive rebound out there. So it just got good with testing. It's working. Just keep doing it.
So here's the thing, we talked about it. I was very adamant about it. Like they need a big time change in the locker room, and we talked about Kevin Durant down the road and everything else. But this team, there's been a disconnect in terms of just being on the same page as their head coach, which is always a good thing. You want to do that. I think he likes these two guys, and the numbers say as much. I mean, they haven't done it a whole lot.
It's really been the last few games that they've implemented it largely.
Yeah. They haven't done it a whole lot. But with Adams and Şengün on the floor, they had a 32-22 scoring edge against Dallas, 15-5 against Indiana, and last night 23-5. So, a glimpse of a fix, because part of it is Adams has got to stay on the floor. I mean, he's got to be able to play, and that's sometimes been an issue in terms of how much he gets to play or can play. But I think we're going to probably see more of this. I think it might fix some of the ills that they have.
Yeah, and it makes sense. It's a way to kind of patch one of the things that's been an issue, which is allowing people to get to the rack, to get to the easiest shot in basketball. And some of that is no shade to Alperen Şengün, but this is something that we know about him. He's not a defensive big in the ways that we've thought about defensive bigs in the past. And he's not a shot blocker or shot deterrer in a large way. He does a good job when he's putting in effort of, showing to the ball and trying to help alter shots when he can. But having another big on the floor is helpful. It's one of the reasons why me personally, I was hoping that when this team was at full strength, you start Jabari Smith Jr. because he brings you some of that feeling of like being an additional big that can help deter shots, that can help defensively over for him. And you've seen some of that come through with Steven Adams, who absolutely is a solid kind of defender, a solid defensive big in some of those ways. I think that's a huge part of it. The interesting part is what he's talking about spacing-wise, offensively, because that's the part that seems a little counterintuitive. The defensive part, I think, is the huge one, right? And it pairs also nicely with the idea that this team has not been as good perimeter defensively as they had been at other times. So, when you're playing basketball and you're playing defense, perimeter defense is going to be hard, but what makes it a little bit easier if you have a backstop. that can have one inherently, but if you have two guys back there that can kind of serve as that, even when maybe a defender or like rather an offense pulls one of your bigs into the action, you still have someone else back there to help deter direct line drives and things of that nature. The offensive part is the only thing that perplexes me a little bit, and I don't really have a good answer to, but defensively it makes sense. I don't know if this is a long-term fix, though, unless you have another big that is going to slot consistently next to Alperen Şengün and do that.
I think it's, like you said, long-term, you mentioned Jabari, we'll see. But what it can do is, that those edges scoring is not just what you're doing offensively. He talked about how it opens things up. There's several different theories on how that could work. It's a high-low or a one in the corner, which automatically takes a big out there. That's what I would do. If I had two bigs on the floor, I'd take one of them to the corner. So you have less of a defensive presence on the other side.
Yeah.
But the other thing that it does that I liked, and I saw it last night. In fact, I think I just saw them hop into this a second ago because the replay is on TV here in studio, is you can mix in zone a lot more when you're not having when you don't have the two bigs on there. So it mixes up the defensive looks a lot more for the opponent. It's a glimpse, is what I think it is, to what maybe they can mix in and become a little more solid.
Yeah, and it feels like they've identified one of the things that they want to get better at, and now you're having to use the different tools, almost Nick Nurse-like, to try and cover it. But it's like, we have not been good enough at stopping penetration to the rack. And so what do we have to do to get there? Guys' effort, guys' energy, guys' effort, and that has not been sufficient. So now you put in a zone where you're going to have someone in that middle there the defenses are going to have to contend with, or put in a second big, or do both, right, to know that, hey, it's going to make it tougher for those other teams to go and get the easy buckets, and know that if we have enough energy and effort, we'll make some of the other things difficult for them as well.
All that said, though, make no mistake, this isn't a caught-up-in-the-moment thing. Last night didn't fix everything with this squad in one game. It's a bad squad you were facing. They still missed some free throws. They still had some defensive lapses.
Turnovers still showed up.
Still showed up. This is where they get the Pelicans again tomorrow night.
Correct.
And then they have another softer part of the schedule. I think maybe what it can do is it's sort of validating for some of the things that Udoka has been preaching that they haven't been hearing.
No, for sure. And I think also, again, this is Ime Udoka doing the coaching thing where it's like, hey, how do I find a way to answer this?
Yeah.
One of the things that does bring me to, though, is the preaching of energy and effort. It does make me think how much of the run that they've been doing, that they had been on early on in the season, was the nature of this is a young team that is just energetic in a time period in the season where not all the teams are giving a whole bunch of energy. It's one of the questions and one of the complaints that people have about the NBA. In the regular season, people aren't trying. And as much as I like to be like, hey, guys, that's too much, there's some times where there are teams that are not trying. And that
or as much.
And it ramps up in this time period as you're headed towards the playoffs and as you're jockeying for seeding.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if you're seeing a little bit, you're finding that advantage no longer exists. So then what else do you have? Seems like Ime is trying to find some of those advantages again in the defenses that you talked about.
Yeah, no question about it.
Yeah, but again, a win to help break the streak and bring them back home for a little bit of a 6-game homestand, which starts again tomorrow against those Pelicans. See if you can double up there. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, how does the Christian Kirk edition, you remember that?
I remember
that. Feels like ages ago that you added slot wide receiver Christian Kirk in a quick trade from Jacksonville. How does that affect the addition or the way that the Texans attacked free agency and draft for wide receivers? Plus, do we actually have a little bit of an idea on what Shaq Mason will actually save you on the cap? We'll discuss it next.
Who's on Sean's Texans free agency wish list?
Cooper Kupp gets released.
Insider access. John Lopez and Reggie.
Imagine, Lopez, you also agree in that regard.
Oh, yeah.
So how does one do that? What does it set up for you now? And this has got to also slot in with the other news of the day with Shaq Mason. Basically, us finding out that he will be released by the Texans come Wednesday. Also, I guess to get here, that release, it seems like people are reporting that it will be a post-June 1 cut. So with that being the case, it will be the larger cap relief.
9+?
Yes, 9 and change, 9.4 thereauabouts $1 million coming off the salary coming off your salary. And the only kind of holdup there is that will be reflected post June 1, literally June 2nd. So you're going to get cap space, but not immediately. So you're not going to see that in this time period in free agency in the draft where you're working with these things. Cap space is still going to be needed to be made, I imagine, by this Texans team. And with that being the case, and you adding Christian Kirk, how does that affect the way that this team goes about free agency further? Like, do they still go into free agency and find another wide receiver, or is this?
Well, I'd like this trade really no matter what, unless it's just a complete collapse from Christian Kirk, because people arguing about whatever he's been injured and all this other stuff. You didn't pay anything for him, man, in terms of capital. 7th round pick. I think it's going to work. But that setting that aside, what it does do is you can still sign, obviously, a free agent wide receiver or draft or maybe even both, depending on what kind of level of receiver you sign. You do have to make some decisions on the roster. I think I'd be a little nervous if I were John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson right now, just because you don't know who they're going to bring in. If they bring in 2, all of a sudden it gets a little bit more interesting for their place on this team or any receivers on the back end. But what I really like about it, and you can couple this with the free agent thing, Nick Caserio is very unpredictable right now. How do they get other free agents via free agency? Well, they've already restructured Azeez Al-Shaair. There are ways to find money with some restructures too. I don't know if you want to go that route with Laramie Tunsil, but you can still do that.
That's right. The Azeez restructure did happen today.
Yeah, that happened today as well. So that gives you a little more money. So I don't worry about the post June 1st designation on Shaq Mason, because you're going to find more money, and they're already trying to find it with Al-Shaair.
Yeah, you're going to need to find more money, but the level of receiver you're trying to add, that's going to change this. And I think that for one, this move brings you a $16.5 million cap hit at the moment, I guess, and at the moment would be March 12th when this trade is actually executed. It's worth noting that. But it feels like that's going to have to be, one, lowered, right, to make sure that you still have a little cap space to also maneuver. Like the Texans are moving in a relatively small space here compared to last year when they had more space to kind of make some things shake. So I guess the mechanism that happens there is that there's a couple of void years that are still tacked on to the Christian Kirk deal that I believe, if memory serves me correctly, and if over the cap is accurate, which sometimes things can be a little off. There's no money on those void years as of right now, and I imagine that will be how they use to create some cap space and move some of that $16.5 million into the future so that you have space to operate today. But beyond that, I think that might also take you out of the upper echelon of like wide receiver play, which I honestly didn't.
The big time, yeah.
That I really want. I didn't want to play there anyways, but I think that probably officially takes you out of that to where now you are trying to find a Z wide receiver, right? One that is going to play on the outside, but one that's also not going to break the bank. One that's probably going to be in that similar range of what we were looking for, where I imagine like 10 to 15 million in the same kind of space that it seems like Christian Kirk is operating, at least in the time being.
So you go into the draft with there's still you need a guard, and there's still a agency, so maybe that's the route you go.
Well, but we were just talking about the idea of probably wanting to get 2,
maybe 2.
I know some people were scoffing at the idea of you drafting a guard in the first round, saying that hey, you don't do that in that place, do that later. I know that some folks are really like in love with the likes of like Tate Ratledge, who I imagine you might be able to get in a second round capacity to play guard.
And also keep this in mind. I just like it. I just like the way Nick worked this, getting that guy for a 7th round pick, still being unpredictable in the draft. Keep in mind, he's been known to make some draft day trades. So everything is still on the table for them with their first round pick, and you still have the opportunity to draft a guard and a wide receiver, not just and a wide receiver at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So if it feels like now you're in this place, we talked about how that kind of shifts this for you, John. Where are you looking at the possibility of rounding out the starting wide receivers of this team? Do you think this is like, hey, draft somebody in the first round, especially if you can get someone like a Matthew Golden or whatever at 25, and that's how you finish out? Or are you trying to find? Are you trying?
Well, you didn't have to say that. Now you got me thinking about that.
Right, but I mean those are some of the things you have to consider, especially with some of the I guess mock drafts that we've seen of late. In fact, what was it? The Dane Brugler of The Athletic, his mock draft that we talked about was that Wednesday had Emeka Egbuka sliding past.
I don't think
Texans.
that's in play.
Egbuka?
Yeah.
You think Golden will be in play? You think he'll be on there?
If there,
I don't know if both. I don't think both of them gonna be there.
Yeah, no. I don't think both. I don't know. I mean, you never know, I guess. But don't you think, because you have Kirk in the slot, obviously Nico, and who would be the better fit?
Well, I mean, the better fit is going to be Matthew Golden.
Well, in terms of like positionally too,
right. No, the better fit is Matthew Golden, but I think the question then becomes, does he fall to you? And maybe this answer is as simple as if you have a wide receiver that's there that's worth taking in that moment, you take that. And if you have an offensive guard that you feel stronger about in that moment, then you take that and you adjust accordingly with your day 2 picks in second and third rounds.
Yeah.
Maybe it's as simple as that.
I think day 2 becomes more in play for wide receiver, right? And guard probably first round. Simply, even if you sign a guard, I think it's still guard more likely in the first round. But this is what I said to start the segment. I believe it. I think Nick Caserio is completely unpredictable right now, and so I think that's a good thing when you're the GM of a team.
Yeah, it does feel like there's a lot more possibilities here, but in some ways it also narrows things down on the way that they're going to operate. Right? Again, this also brings us back to what kind of other space-making ways can they operate in, because this all shifts if they're able to open up some more cap space and then play in the sandbox a little bit more, understanding that they still have quite a few things that they need to accomplish this offseason, and that space will be necessary. But if they open up enough space to where they could play a little bit further into various free agent places, that shifts this as well. But it feels like now at least me personally, address some of these things, even though we're still talking about trying to find the space to get to address that guard situation. So I'm like, wide receiver, it might feel like this is your free agent acquisition in essence in Christian Kirk. And now you turn entirely to the draft to try and find that other wide receiver that you get, which might push that preference, the preference of that up.
Does it though? I think let's go back to the D'Amico Ryans thing. Our number one priority is protecting C.J. Stroud. That's what he said. We got to get better up front. And so you have 2 good wide receivers. I don't know what they're thinking on their depth wide receivers. I wouldn't put a lot of confidence in them. Like I mentioned, Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie. I think they might be on their.
I don't think they're on any level of notice. I think those guys will come in and continue to compete. Especially like Hutchinson. I know a lot of special teams. Mechie will still come in special teams. Like I think that they exist in a place that makes sense for them, and I think that there's probably still an appetite for development with those guys.
I don't know. I think they could be on notice. But regardless, they still need a number 3 wide receiver, which gives you that option. But I think the priority right now, absent of a free agent signing, now that Shaq is gone, is going to be the interior offensive line.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Look, there's going to be a lot more information that gives us ideas as to what this team is doing as, again, legal tampering period opens on Monday. And there's still plenty of time for movings and shakings to be done. As we mentioned, there's already been 2 texts over the last how many hours? Since we started the show at the very least, right?
3,
so
4.
Only God knows what else Nick Caserio gets up to. All right. Somebody said they've been more impressed with Hutch than Mechie. Mechie has not gonna say that on there, but he has the hands of feet, so to say.
It's about production. I get what you're saying. They have their roles. Xavier Hutchinson with special teams, and I'm not going to cast them aside. I think they are on notice. These are receivers that can be replaced.
I think Mechie should be the one on watch than Xavier Hutch. Because I think we all been waiting on Mechie to take that next step. I don't think anybody was looking at Hutch to make that next step.
And he has filled a bigger role.
He do a lot of special team stuff too.
He's filled a bigger role.
But Mechie, I don't think we in a place where we don't even look at receiver because we got Mechie. I think you need the receiver right now, and it's kind of the same thing with Dameon Pierce, man. Let's see what you got in camp, preseason, and all that stuff, and then make a move there.
Yeah.
And apologies, my Spanish apparently isn't as good as I thought it was. Hands of stone.
What'd you say?
Hands of feet.
Do stone and feet in Spanish look the same?
Well,
or similar?
Legs, piernas?
Piernas is legs. Pies is feet.
Yeah. You get the point. Let's talk a little bit about these Astros.
Yeah, that is rock. That's why you. Yeah, it's an easy miss.
I appreciate you trying to.
It's an easy miss.
Trying to cover my ego. It's still a Friday.
I want to skip right past that.
I see what you did there. All right, let's move a little bit to these Astros. Dana Brown was talking a little bit this week, and he had you have these audio clips here, right, Figgy? Dana Brown was talking, and I found this interesting. This was him talking about trading Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, the hardest thing, of course, was trading Kyle Tucker. I mean, it was very difficult, but we saw an opportunity there to continue to be good in the present and build toward the future and getting a guy like Cam Smith. And so, we felt like, look, this is a good move for the organization. You gain 14 years of control by giving up 1 year of control.
Oh, control. Control's a priority, huh? Go figure. Is that the general manager of the Astros saying that?
Breaking news.
Is that him
Control
saying?
is a priority.
You gained 14 years of control as opposed to losing one?
Why did I see this coming?
Huh.
And of course, you're saying that because it feels like that's a large part of what the Cam Smith conversation has come to with him. Again,
that means it wasn't that hard a decision.
He's raking, man. Like he is hitting the ball really well. He has looked really good in all of his at bats.
Yeah.
I think the average level of opposition he's facing is like AA though.
Yeah.
But the OPS is over 2,000 at this point, and you're firmly in that bag where you want to see him in the major league level sooner rather than later.
I don't see why anyone would not be, unless you're worried more about having control for an extra year. Look, you said it, and you're not wrong. The business side is, you should probably do this. The baseball side, you want to make it a run here, man. You want to have your all, for as long as you can, be as good as you can, and you might have some real gaps in your offense especially with Christian Walker, who knows how he's going to start the year, et cetera. Man, the guy's just playing.
Yeah, he's playing really well. It still seems like we're in that place where not quite yet, but the anticipation around the fan base is amping up, especially when you got to see it like on TV. Like that's also one of the things. It's not just
that was cool.
You actually see the way that it's coming together, and he just looks so damn good on the base paths with the big frame, and then also just like the at bats look so crisp that he's seeing the ball really well and swinging the bat well. Now this is something that's interesting because I've been thinking a little bit about this, and like I mentioned the value of the Shohei Ohtani contract and how I think you're still there even if he doesn't pitch again.
Yeah.
Think about like, hey, it sounded like Vladdy Guerrero Jr. Up in Toronto that the Blue Jays offered him under $600 million for the next deal that he ultimately has not signed. And I was wondering, like, is the Juan Soto deal going to be a little bit of an anomaly? Are teams trying to go away from having to spend that kind of money outside of the anomalies of Juan Soto and then, of course, Shohei Ohtani, who's just kind of a different ordeal? And that I found that thought to kind of jibe nicely with what this question was here to Dana Brown. Did the Juan Soto contract factor into the desire to move on?
Part of baseball operations, what we do is we have these conversations and, we think about like, hey, can we sign this guy long term? What's the percentages? What type of shot that we have? All along that, look, if Kyle Tucker goes to free agency, he's going to be, a guy that, that's going to demand probably a lot. So, look, we took a look at it. We had been talking about it, and then we just put the works in play during the winter meetings, and we felt like, look, this was the best thing for the organization.
It had to have played a part, right?
It had to have.
Had to have. Even if he wasn't going to get that, but he was. No, it was going to impact what he got.
I mean, you feel like it's probably like a 400 million at least type situation. And do you feel like next year that's something that, considering how all of the free agents that the Astros have come up with outside of one in this era have gone, I don't know that a hefty price like that was going to be one that was going to go over well, would it?
No, it wasn't going to go over well. And look, I don't know, look, you can never – Jim Crane spends money.
He does.
He does spend money. But I don't think he's ever going to spend like that. I just don't. I think he's not wired to like, wait, $300 million, $400 million for what?
Especially when you won 2 World Series.
Yeah.
Without doing that.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's ever going to do that. And frankly, I understand it. I was going to say I don't blame him, but some teams, definitely want to spend that money and definitely want to be able to, to win at all costs. I don't think he's there right now.
Yeah, so that was Dana Brown on the Foul Territory, Foul Territory TV, talking about this team. Hearing it from the horse's mouth kind of helped, I don't know, put it to rest for me, if that makes any sense. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time where we hand over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got?
Yeah, so the Bun B concert is tonight, and it is probably the most diverse lineup in history of lineups. I got a playlist that I came up with all of these artists, and I'm going to play it for you in under 90 seconds.
Wow.
Very nice. All right. Figgy's got you set. We'll do it next.
Ron's got his eyes on an Training camp starts now. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio.
Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on our Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. And got to give a special shout out to Kevin Comier. Remember Kevin Lopez?
Oh, Kevin.
Yeah. We were we actually did the live broadcast at his restaurant, Comier's Kitchen in Spring.
Yeah.
So salute to him, man. He actually reached out to us, gave us a pair of tickets, man, to the concert tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
How about that?
So, salute to him for that.
Salute Kevin.
And I'll be at the concert tonight too, courtesy of Kroger. And I'm really puzzled by this lineup, man. This is like, the more I think about it, the more unique this lineup is. I was talking to B. Scott about it, and he was saying the one thing they do have in common is they all sing at some point. Well, this was before the Ludacris.
Right.
But they all sing, but they all had different type of audience. So the lineup you got for the I'm gonna say the whole lineup. So you got Bun B, obviously. You got Keith Sweat, who is kind of that New Jack swing type of R&B, early 80s, early 90s. You got Coco Jones, who is like the R&B now. So she's the hot thing right now. Dating Donovan Mitchell, by the way.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you got her. You got Don Toliver, who is kind of like that melodic rap. I think he signed. You got Jagged Edge, who was that 2000s R&B, 90s, 2000s R&B. You got Yolanda Adams, who is gospel. And these are all different type of audience.
Yeah.
And then you got Ludacris. I think I got everybody right. I think
so.
Everybody.
I think you got everybody.
So this is a whole different type of audience for everybody. And I'm really curious to see how the playlist going to go.
Yeah.
Bun B, he did see the criticism online. And he said, keep making these memes. He enjoying them, but he said they will all make sense.
Yeah.
When you see the show. So I'm curious how he gonna place everybody and all this stuff, because you got Yolanda Adams, who's a gospel artist.
Yeah.
And then you got Ludacris, who is a rapper who got some interesting songs. So I decided to come up with a kind of like a set list. I only grabbed one song from each of these artists.
Okay.
Because we ain't got enough time to go through their whole catalog. But I placed together the Figgy's Bun B Birthday Bonanza playlist within 90 seconds.
Okay.
And I want to see how y'all feel this mesh together.
Okay.
So we're gonna start off with Lil Bun B.
Makes sense.
Hey. Then we go to Coco Jones right here.
It's a significant slowdown. Okay, we're switching energy up and down.
Show me that my booty, put some pants on it. But baby, you fake, you make her dance on it.
A little Jagged Edge right here.
Oh, so you just gonna yo-yo folks through this, huh? Okay.
Little Keith Sweat.
Yeah, this gonna be the part of the night. That's,
how you gonna wedge Luda in here?
Yolanda Adams.
Yeah.
Little gospel right there.
Right after Keith Sweat. You put Keith Sweat and Yolanda right now. You know what you did. You know exactly what you did.
Hey.
Matthew, you're insane for that. That's crazy.
Oh my gosh. Right after Yolanda.
I don't know if it's going to go like that.
I have a strong feeling that it won't.
I will say, man, I was looking at some of those. You talk about the memes. There's some funny ones out there. Like there's one of the guy just making different facial expressions as he sees each artist named. Mm-hmm. It's hilarious.
Yeah, no, my favorite is them taking the Houston Rodeo. The I guess the font for hey, this artist is performing. Mm-hmm. A lot of people putting their own artists on there. Somebody said performing at the Bun B birthday bonanza. Millie, so everybody having fun with it. I'm actually super excited to go now, man.
It actually turned out really smart because everybody. I mean, think about everybody like talking about it, making the memes, all that stuff, and the curiosity. Hell, I was telling Reggie, off air. I was like, man, I'm not going to go, but I'm very curious how it plays out.
Right?
Yeah. No, I'm really curious too. I still don't think it's worth that price they was charging from the beginning. Mm-hmm. But this is a unique type of lineup, man. I've never seen a lineup like this. So I'm interested to see how Bun B gonna place it all together, mm-hmm. and I think it's gonna be a couple more surprises too. Probably I don't want to hype it up too much, but mm-hmm. I'm sure it'll probably be a couple more artists that make an appearance here. So yeah, man, it's tonight. If you going, let me know, and let me know your thoughts on how it is. Speaking of music and playlists, mm-hmm. It ain't nothing more funnier than like talking music with a younger kid. And I seen this clip from Abbott Elementary, mm-hmm. and I don't know how old this clip is, so I ain't gonna spoil nothing for nobody. It's just a small little clip.
Okay.
But here's a clip of one of the teachers pretty much filling in as a music teacher and asking the kids, hey, let's make an oldies playlist and just listen to all the songs they name and consider old music.
The music teacher, Miss Davis, couldn't make it today, so I'm filling in, and I thought that we could oldies.
Ooh, how about 50 Cent in the club?
Okay, no, that's not an oldie, and you shouldn't be listening to that.
Umbrella by Rihanna.
It's also not an oldie.
But my mom listens to it when she cleans on Sunday, and she's old.
She's like 30.
Exactly.
Okay, look, a oldie is something that's from another era.
Like a Millie by Lil Wayne?
It came out in 2005.
I was born in 2018.
Okay.
I love a Millie. It's a classic. A Millie, a Millie, a Millie, a Millie.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Eddie, what were iPods like?
We're going to play Hot Cross Buns on the recorder.
We at that age, man, where certain songs come on and people say that's a oldie. We like, wait a minute. Yeah, a throwback. That's where it get me. When I hear like a Jay-Z song, Bit Pimpin', mm-hmm. and somebody say, oh, that's a throwback. Like, wait, what? I remember when that song came out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the problem is you start doing the math on the years.
Oh, they're right.
You say, yeah, that's about right.
And you're just like, ooh, yeah. When you get to 25, 30 years, sometimes you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess I should probably be quiet now.
Yeah, or still tipping is an oldie.
Yeah, but it is. It don't feel like it, though. Like, I in moments like this, I want to go back to all of the people that are older than me that I talked crazy to and just apologize. Like, I didn't know. I didn't know this is what it felt like. I'm so sorry.
20 years is kind of the line, right?
What do you mean?
It becomes an oldie after 20 years?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm thinking back to like the 90s when I was very, very young, 70s. You're like, oh, wow, way back when. And now that's that does not feel that. It feels like the 2000s were just yesterday.
Yeah.
I guess that is the folly of youth, huh?
Yeah, I think it really got me when my niece, I sent my niece a picture of me and Paul Wall, and she said, who is that? I'm like, you don't know who Paul Wall is? So I started naming Still Tipping and Sitting Sideways. She had no idea. She never heard of these songs.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, I got you. So I played Nelly and Paul Wall Grills.
Mm-hmm.
She was, oh, that guy?
Oh, those.
She was like, oh, that guy. I'm like, dang, you ain't know who that was? She had no idea who he was. Had no idea he was white.
I'm looking at some songs that came out in 2004, more than 20 years ago.
Oh, no. You're going to play this game? Is this what you want to do?
Oldie or not? Drop it like it's hot?
I'm just going to say no to all of these. You know what? But the answer is probably yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is more than 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Bring them out.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this to me?
I'm sorry.
I think another sign that you owe is when kids start going as your heir for Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of kids went as the 2000s for Halloween.
Hey,
and I'm
man.
like, we were really dressing like that. This ain't no costume.
Hey, how'd you like to grow up in the 80s like me? It's like, I'm like, oh, yeah, we really did do that. We really did.
All right, so I want to play kind of a little game with y'all, man. Hopefully I don't get fired. But I want to play a game. And look, is that ironic? Is that not ironic? Today is Happy Employee Appreciation Day.
Okay.
Now, for us personally, do you feel like that's kind of ironic?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I will move on quickly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I got one more. So, is this ironic? So, on the Joe Bud podcast, he played a clip from this comedian before the show started. And the comedian was talking about how if you give a woman everything, she will still want more. Have you heard that saying?
Sure.
Like you could give her every planet and she'll say, what about Mars?
Yeah.
Or what about that? So his joke started off with Adam and Eve. Now, it's one female on the podcast by the name of Melissa Ford. So listen to this joke, listen to their reaction,
okay,
and listen to Melissa Ford's reaction. And I want to know if this is kind of ironic.
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, wow, Eve, here we are, at one with nature, at one with God. We'll never age, we'll never die. And all our dreams come true the instant that we have them. And Eve said, yeah, it's just not enough, is it?
That's not funny.
I was just waiting for more.
So that was kind of his point.
Yes. Yes.
She was just sitting there just kind of like, okay.
I wanted more. Yeah, you did. Of course you did.
So that clip was going viral. Like, man, this is
kind of his point.
This is women in a nutshell.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for more.
From the 979, when I was in high school, I realized 20-year-old music was Rosemary Clooney, and that was an oldie.
Ooh. So he was in high school a while back.
Yeah. And now I'm starting to feel just a little bit like that. Many years later, it comes for us all, right? Time comes for us all.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
you know that. You know that.
Look who you're talking to.
Nah, you can't be any older than what, like 35?
Yeah,
all right.
That's it.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Hope if you've enjoyed hanging out with us. That's the mixtape. Figgy's mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's draft the weekend and then talk to the fellas of the drive, see what they got coming up.
Add another.
Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Funky Friday. It's been funky all day long here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Hope that you had, September?
Mm-hmm. It's a golden oldie, though.
Never an oldie. Always relevant.
I mean, just because it's oldie doesn't mean that it's not relevant.
It can be both.
Yeah, I guess so.
I was like, there's plenty of oldies that are relevant.
Yeah. I got a question for you guys.
Okay.
Inbounds, out of bounds, appropriate, not appropriate, you tell me.
All right.
So I just got confirmation for a dinner, tonight at a restaurant I'm going to.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, it's my wife's birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. I had her make the reservation. Now hear me out. Hear me out. Seriously.
Okay,
Reggie,
I'm listening.
Are you surprised?
No.
At this point, I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be at this point.
I thought it was very considerate of me because we're always going back and forth like a lot of people.
Indecisive.
Where do you want to eat?
Okay,
Where do you want to
sure.
eat? Where do you want to eat? Where do you want to eat? You decide. No, you decide. I told her yesterday, it's your birthday. I'm not going to make the decision. I want you to pick whatever you want, wherever you want, and we'll go there. Okay? But I did tell her, just go ahead and make the reservation.
I don't know what it says that I'm in a place where I'm like, well, at least she gets to go where she wants.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, I do think you get the benefit of the doubt because y'all been around for so patient surprises and stuff.
Sure.
So I feel like the
Are you sure?
I did for the anniversary. Surprised with all those pictures and all that stuff we talked about.
Yeah, that was okay.
Yeah, I do think it get to a point where you say, you know what? Hey, let's all do this. Make the reservation because I'm at work right now, and just figure it out. We'll just get there.
But I did kind of say it like that. Just go ahead and make the reservation.
Yeah, that wasn't what happened.
Where y'all going?
What do you mean? Where are we going?
What dinner?
We're going to a sweet Italian place in the Heights.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go.
Really nice.
I want to circle back real quick to something. We mentioned Jonathan Allen, the defensive tackle for the Commanders. Well, at least he previously was. He's been given time, permission to seek a trade. And that's entirely out of the question, correct? Like, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
I think CBS Sports put together his potential landing spots. They threw up San Francisco 49ers. Makes sense that defense has been a little bit tough. I know that Javon Hargrave no longer going to be there. He did not deliver in quite the way that they hoped when they acquired him. Chicago Bears, supposedly one of them, which why not? The Bears are trying to get everybody at this point, make themselves a level of contender. Now put him with Montez Sweat, let them go to work. The Bengals, interestingly enough.
Get out of here.
Well, I mean, they have lost some defensive line talent. BJ Hill, Joseph Asai, Cameron Sample, all those guys are free agents. So they do need talent in the middle. I don't know, taking on a talent with the level of I'd be a little surprised, but those are some of the teams that have been put up there. And I found that to be interesting. Also, Stephon Diggs, in talking about the Christian Kirk addition, we didn't say talk explicitly about that. That completely closes the door on Stephon Diggs, right?
It's got to be, yeah. And I feel bad. We never really mentioned it with regard to Christian Kirk because we were talking about Kirk and all the other possibilities. But that's a done deal, isn't it? You can't bring back Stephon Diggs now.
I don't think so, especially because he played a lot of time at the slot. Like that was the position that he had, and you're bringing in a Christian Kirk and that played over the last 4 seasons damn near 70, 75, 80% of his snaps in that slot. So I don't, unless you're going to bring him back and then move him outside, coming off of an ACL, I don't know how much that works.
But there's the ACL too.
On top of the whatever salary is going to be there for him. I don't know. It feels like it's thank you for your service. It was fun having you here. And there might be a better place for him to land. And
well, it's funny you say that.
Why do you say that?
What place is that, John?
It's funny you say that. Mm-hmm. Some of the aggregators out there. So I looked for the actual original source and I couldn't find it. So I'm going to just say that there are reports out there that Stephon Diggs and the Kansas City Chiefs have shown some interest.
Oh, word.
You got to sign him.
Stop the Chiefs.
Somebody has to stop them. They didn't even win, but yeah, somebody has to stop them. From the 281. Also, how much money can you put into one position? That's a question that we're kind of finding out because, look, there's people that are in that place. I know that Show is in that place, and I understand. I like the idea. I like the player. Will Fries, that's one of those how much money can you put in one place? But it is an important one, and one where you need a lot of figuring out. You're saving a little bit of money there by eventually releasing Shaq Mason on Wednesday, but
just think about the money and the assets they put to that one position, man.
Yeah, but at this point, this feels like sunk cost. At this point, try and make the most of it, but you need to have an offensive line that's substantial in order to get things done. We learned that was the big lesson of this past season with the Texans was that the offensive line just has to be right by hook or by crook.
That has to be it. That's the top priority right now. Even though you could still make a receiver your first round pick. The priority in terms of like the rooms, the position rooms, has to be the offensive line, specifically the interior offensive line. And I don't think we're done yet hearing some news on that. I really don't.
Yeah. So we got through the news that we got during the show. Just to recount, we mentioned the Shaq Mason. We mentioned Azeez Al-Shaair restructure in order to generate just a little bit of money out of that. It was a six and some change million that you garner there. The salary cap is going to be a little fluid up until, or at least like trying to keep track of what their salary is going to be a little fluid up until maybe early parts of next week, maybe just until we get to the new league year, because the Christian Kirk trade, we know what that salary cap is coming. A couple of years in there with no money on it, and I don't want to purport myself to be cap guy, but I believe if you take that, I think $15.5 million is the base salary
for this year. Yeah.
If you turn a good amount of that into bonus, you can then split that bonus charge over the 3 years, which is the year that's coming up, and the 2 void years that don't have any money, and maybe that lowers the salary or lowers
you could lower it
the
a
cap
lot.
charge. You can lower it a good amount.
Yeah.
I mean, just off top, I imagine you can get $7 million off of there at the very least.
Yeah, I was going to say 4 and 4.
I could see that, something like that. So, I mean, again, this is very rough, but then you have that. You have the Shaq Mason move, which unfortunately won't hit your cap until June, as it's been reported as a post-June 1 cut. Obviously, the restructure of Azeez. There's some things that are kind of moving and floating in this space, but we'll hopefully one thing you'll know is that you'll be under the salary cap for the start of the new league year, but that's going to affect what the free agency looks like. But I imagine there's still some moves to happen. Make sure you keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610, because I know the fellas of the drive, and I'm certain into Area 45 will let you know as soon as anything happens with your Houston Texans.
So who are the most likely candidates to over this weekend, because it could still happen, because Monday is a big day where you see some restructures. We mentioned cuts. I would keep an eye on Titus Howard one way or another, either a restructure or a cut, but who are the other ones?
That's a good question.
I think Neil Hunter's.
I was going to say he might be in play for extension to kind of have that cap relief happen through extension, which I'm not exactly sure how that goes down, but it seems like that's one of those places where you can absolutely. He's one of the big salary cap hits, and he's played really well. You feel comfortable with him playing for this team. But a report was, last week, the week prior, Sportskeeda, an outlet that I'm not too huge on necessarily, but the idea is that he is wanting a extension, and that, I don't know that I need to lean too heavily on that. That seems logical. He's played very well and has the opportunity to maybe cash in on one of the last opportunities to really get a decent amount of money. So that seems like something that could be there. I definitely would be interested in that, but I'd like to see what comes of that. I imagine that's it'd be cool if that comes through this weekend. We get a little bit better idea of what this team is working with headed into the free agency period, and then further headed into the draft to know how they're going to attack that.
And then the big question is what you do with Laramie Tunsil. If that's a restructure, it's going to make a lot of fans uncomfortable for a while, I think. Because they already are like rolling their eyes at him. So who knows? Who knows how that'll play out? What were you getting the eye?
I don't know. Look, man. Rhonda came in here with some energy that I don't fully understand. Man. It's a Friday.
Literal side.
I got a bump on the way in.
Yeah.
I got the stare down. He acting like he dunked on me or something. I'm not sure.
Literally a side eye.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that means. I imagine I'll get that here in a second as we're welcoming in the fellas of the drive. It is Ron, Clint, and T-Mill is also in the building. Good to have him back on the program. But yeah, I like Luke Morrow looking like he's a ref from 1973.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people I see wearing league apparel.
Ron,
not a team apparel.
Ron,
he is repping the National Basketball Association at this
Ron,
moment.
the show, Hughley, and Dick Bavetta. We'll have you all the way to 6 p.m.
What was
It feels like a Joey Crawford.
No, he's more Dick Bavetta. He's more.
If he wasn't already sitting down, I would say, "Give me your best block call. I want to see you give me that gesture."
Yeah,
that's the best one. You got to throw the hips into it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little thrust in there as well, fellas. How we living, man?
I'm good.
What's with the side eye?
I made a decision today that I feel like I am going to use the Stephen A. tease this morning to tease out every segment. He is amazing. Obviously, I think most people know about the little one-sided conversation between LeBron and Stephen A. And he is so amazing in this. I like if I would imagine Stephen A. probably. I mean, please, I hope somebody got this on camera so I can use this tomorrow. But this is what programmers in our business. I didn't want to have to adjust.
Oh, yes.
That's right.
I wouldn't have either had it not gone viral. Now I have no choice. On the drive, first thing at 2:00, then the Stephen A. Smith Show. Some things just have to be said. I think I'm gonna tease that the rest of the day.
I think that's a good bit.
Have to be said.
I think it's a good bit. And the first one is talking about what Luke got on right now.
What's wrong with you? and that took no longer. That took 30 minutes. There's no way that was the first draft.
And
there's
you think he ran that up the chain?
Oh yeah, he got a team of writers.
Yeah. And on the day, he got $100 million for 5 years.
100, baby.
Worth every penny.
For that right
Worth
there.
every penny.
Had my ass at 9:00.
Unbelievable.
Oh, boy. All right, fellas, what's good?
Not much, man. We chilling, man.
I heard you guys talking about this, and we may bring it up a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what does it say to you that we're getting restructures from Nico and Aziz and all this, but clearly like the top two guys that make a lot of sense to get restructured to really bring some potential money to spend would be Titus and Laramie Tunsil. What does that say to you?
They don't have a stomach for those guys to be here long term.
Yeah.
Like, that's point blank, period. Just generally with a restructure. Now, you could take that even further to maybe hypothesize that they are trying to find a way off of those. Yeah. But I feel like at the very
one of them.
Yeah.
One of them
who probably plays guard.
One of the things you said. One of them and one of we're gonna ride this out for a year or maybe we try to move one of these jokers.
I think you guys might have some more breaking news during your show regarding one of these two guys.
Lopez has been heavy on this
He's
one.
hard on it, boy, don't he?
Yeah. Hey, man.
Hell, you know.
He's trying to hoist
Cheryl?
up. He's trying to hoist up Titus by the back of his shirt and the back of his belt and just jazz him like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air right out of the city of Houston. That's what that man's doing.
That $18 million a year guard.
I'm telling you.
That ain't good.
It's not
at
personal.
That position.
It just needs to be said.
I still think that there's a possibility
Some
that
things just need to be said.
I can't step on that tease. That tease is too good. It's too good.
Just some things need to be said.
All right, and those things will be said for the next 4 hours right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy weekend to you. We're done. We'll catch you on Monday when the legal tampering period is active. but it's been in the loop. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, it's Ron, it's Dick Pavetta, it's T-Mill, and the drive is live.
The drive is live. I'm about to say, how many officials do we have? How many old school? Scott Foster, is he still with us?
He's still there doing it.
He's still doing it. I want retired ones. Is Hayward Workman still out there doing it?
No,
I think
sir. He's not.
He's not. He is not. He was one of the first NBA players that I knew that slid over to start refereeing. Oh, Hayward
Blaine
Workman.
Reichelt.
Hey, I'm embarrassed how many Major League Baseball. So when I got more of those. Luke, Tyler, doesn't Luke look like he's got about 10 Major League Baseball umpires right now.
Looks like he's tossed a few managers.
I bet Luke right now he can go Joe West. I bet you got.
Tell you what, I grew up with Jim Reynolds. He's been a long time.
My favorite is Tim Cheetah. Tim's my favorite. Or Tim McClellan. He's a good one too. There's a father-dad one. Hunter
Wenzelstead?
Yeah.
They have an umpiring school in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Why in the hell do you know that? Luke, come on, man. Doc, you ain't supposed to prove it.
Luke's done the research on the school. That's what happened. He was thinking about it.
That's right.
Tyler, did you see his face? YouTube and Twitch, did you see his face? Luke just said, hell yeah, they got an umpiring school.
I mean,
where at?
I think it's Daytona Beach.
In Daytona Beach. You know where it is?
I think it's New Smyrna.
I'm looking it up. Looking it up.
It's the town next to Daytona, I believe. I think it's New Smyrna or Ormond Beach, Florida, I think.
What's Hunter's dad's name? It was a weird. It's a weird name.
All this is telling me is you two guys sitting in that studio together right now might be the top two at the entire station with the most random.
Don't give me that's
factual.
Him. That is him.
Oh, come on! You got play-by-play calls word for word from like the 70s.
Different. I don't have Hunter and his dad, Wendelstead. Somebody help me out. What is
you have the wives' names of like every NBA star.
That's fine. That's different. He knows that they have an umpiring school in Daytona for some reason. Like he's attended it.
I tried. I didn't. I got rejected. Ormond Beach, Florida, which is right next to Daytona Beach.
We'll probably be shutting that school down soon, with these robot umps on the horizon.
It's true.
No, not over Hunter's dead body. It is a history of excellence.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
I think they've produced quite a few umpires, big league umpires out of that school, too.
It's a good feeder spot for, the best umps we've seen.
Hey, have you ever watched one of my favorite new game shows is The Floor on Fox? And everybody, like is it Harry Wendelstedt? Someone said Harry. Yeah, Harry?
It was the father.
Shout out to
Harry's the father. Yeah.
Don Dankinger coming in. Don Dankinger won me and my Kansas City Royals a championship in '85. By the way, so I love me some Don Dankinger. But if you ever the game show on Fox, The Floor, which is hosted by Rob Pelinka, aka Rob Lowe, and everybody, Tyler, you come to the game with your own personal category. Like it's a category that you feel really, really good about, that you can go and you got like 45 seconds and you got to generally win a category. So it can be anything as like pantry items. It could be.
I haven't seen this. I might have to check this out.
It could be like for me, mine would have been vice presidents. That's what you would try to go really, really difficult. Like one guy was on there, sports MVPs.
Uh-huh.
Like it could be, yours could be Major League Baseball umpires, and everybody would stay away from your ass.
That's right.
And they would just keep putting up pictures of Major League umpires.
Yeah. Oh, that's Tim Welke. We worked both. I think he worked.
What was the? I know you didn't know this. What was the black one's name? The black guy's name who just kept giving Levi Hernandez those strikes.
Oh my gosh!
Is it Eric?
Oh, come on, Luke, you got this.
Is it Eric?
I'm drawing a blank. It is Eric, right?
Is it Eric? Oh, he just go back. Hey, Tyler, whenever you get a chance, go back and find Levi Hernandez, Florida Marlins, I believe Atlanta Braves. and like the NLDS.
I think 97.
And this dude, I'm talking, y'all thought Angel Hernandez was bad. This cat's like, I mean, 5-6 inches off the plate, and he's just ringing people up the whole way. This is fantastic.
Eric Gregg.
Yes, Eric Gregg.
I just found him. Greg with 2 G's, too.
Go watch some of those.
Damn, R.I.P. We lost him.
I thought Chipper Jones was going to fire his bat at his ass right there. Went on some of those things. Joseph, the floor is must see. It is. I get myself in. Boy, they had barbecue. Somebody's category was barbecue equipment or whatever. Boy, I mean, I was to the end on that thing. Yeah, the floor right there. But you go up there with your category as Major League umpires, and I mean, you will give them hell.
Yeah, I don't know how many other people do that.
No, I don't know.
Give me that leg up.
But it's funny, like you see categories and people just avoid. People just don't go there. They're just like, no, they just avoid that category.
That's what I like about being here. I'm learning about all these new TV shows. We got Matlock last week.
Fantastic.
Now
God.
The Floor. I got new things to add to the list.
And if you're watching Matlock, you better cherish, because Kathy Bates is 78 and she's a star, so I don't know how much longer that thing is going to go. But
Kathy's a bad bitch. You know this.
Stop saying that about Kathy Bates, man. You got to stop saying that. All right. That is Luke. Luke's in the building. Tyler is back from his migraine. People were accusing you of having a hangover, but of course I stood by you. I stood by you, and I did not participate in that. But a lot to get to. Clint is out today. Be back on Monday. But there is some news. There is some news with the Texans. They're releasing their veteran offensive lineman, the guard Shaq Mason. I don't think this should be a surprise. Sean Pendergast is really into it. He has just continued to send me umpires' names while we've been discussing this. They just keep coming. It's Harry with 2 R's. If those of you were scoring at home on Harry Wendelstedt, but Shaq Mason, he is not going to be their guard position through free agency and the draft. And moving on from veteran guard Shaq Mason, per sources, another step towards the offensive line plan. So that's the big news of the day. Luke, I'll let you kick this thing off. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, go ahead and jump in on this same thing. Your initial thoughts right there when you hear Shaq Mason has been released.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised. I think it's the right move. And as we talked on the crosstalk there about 10 minutes ago, that you got to have more moves coming in the offensive line, both in terms of either restructuring or making some changes. Now, obviously, without Shaq Mason, you're going to have to fulfill some needs in the draft and free agency. But it's nice to see them really take this seriously, that this offensive line needs a lot of work and probably really pretty much a total rehaul. And so for Texans fans, I think you should be very encouraged by the last 24 hours when you talk about the biggest needs on this team. They're addressing them right away, and they're not waiting around like a lot of teams will. And I think that's been the frustration of this, especially with the offensive line in the last year or two, is just kind of sticking with the status quo. So I'm happy to see it. I'm not surprised. I think it's the right move. I think more moves need to be made to change things on this offensive line. You got to draft somebody as well. That needs to be included in all that. But, yeah, I like the move. I don't think it was earth-shattering, and I think it's the right call.
It's the move that just better have been made.
Yeah, right.
Like, there is no way you could bring Shaq Mason back on this team. Like, I've said this multiple times. And to me, I think you made the point. I think there are a lot of moves that show it. And, listen, I think it is fair. Now, Tyler will tell you he didn't think it. Clint was on edge. Many of you texting in were on edge before, and I'm not going to say it's not fair with what we've seen, because I still to this day, I still don't understand how Shaq Mason got the nod in the playoff game. I still don't know how that occurred, but many of you did have some concerns that they may not do a lot of things with this offensive line. Many of you had concerns. The thought would be, hey, the fix is going to be firing Bobby Slowick and firing the offensive line coach and then simply promoting the assistant offensive line coach to be the offensive line coach and then bringing in Nick Caley and thinking that the fear was that is how they're going to fix it.
Right.
There is no way, guys, there's no way that those very intelligent, smart football people in Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, hell, Cal McNair, hell, Hannah, all of them. There's no way. Hell, Joanna, there's no way that they would sit there and look at that and think, the thing that would fix Shaq Mason is if we just fired the offensive coordinator and O-line coach. There's no way. There's no way. There had to be a thought of, hey, this is the time. Thank you. You won a Super Bowl in New England. You were good for us in steady year one. But there is no way, and when you brought in Nick Caley in to say, we are trying to take the next step forward, there's no way you're watching Shaq Mason and saying, the fix will be changing the OC and O-line coach. And I think, to me, clearly there are other guys that fit in this mold. Kenyon Green, clearly, to me, fits in this mold, right? And so this had to be done. There was no way that it couldn't be. And I think this is the first step. And then when you hear the reporting, when he says they're looking to bolster this thing in free agency and the draft, that means that they, from that reporting, are taking it very serious on what they need to do to fix what their biggest issue was on this team.
Yeah, and well, first on the first part of that, I do think it's fair to have that concern as fans because that is the biggest fear, that they just stick with status quo. And
fair.
And when you get rid of the offensive line coach and just promote the assistant, it's almost like, oh man, we're just kind of rearranging the deck chairs here on the Titanic. We're not doing enough, and so you could have that concern that they would just stick with a lot of the same guys on the offensive line. So that's why this was good to see, and the fact that it was immediate, essentially without hesitation. Now, moving forward, we talked about this last week when I was in with Reggie last week on In the Loop, but if you go back and you look, if you just were to base it off of second contracts draft picks get with their own teams, if you use that as the qualifier for a successful, the safest draft pick have been offensive linemen historically, specifically interior, guard and center, more so than the tackle. So when it comes to the Texans trying to address this need moving forward, I think certainly you have to use the draft, not only the draft, but you have to draft somebody. And again, if you just base it simply off of, was this draft pick good enough to stick around with the team that drafted him? The interior offensive line is that safest position in the draft, which could bode well for the Texans to try to find a replacement guard in the draft coming up in whatever that is, about 2 months.
Yep, guys out there, how you feeling about the Shaq Mason move? Is it someone just texted a sigh of relief? The Texans have just scared some people so much so that they, like, I didn't think there was a chance Shaq Mason would be back. See, you did it too. You thought
I was
there was
hopeful.
You were hopeful. Oh, no,
I was hopeful he would be gone, but there's certainly I thought there was a chance.
No, there's no chance.
You're always afraid of a team not making the changes, right? Not being aggressive enough, and like a lot of guys, especially in the football world, can be very stubborn with their decisions that they made or their investments that they made, refusing to maybe sometimes admitting they're wrong. So I think that's always the fans' greatest fear, is that a team will be unwilling to make these changes. So it's great to see from the Texans. It was needed, but I thought absolutely there was a chance they wouldn't do enough on the line.
Hey, I think for Texans fans, you said this, in the last 24 hours, you should feel really good about where the direction they're going. And I tell a story as well. We will get into more of the news that broke on the show yesterday with Christian Kirk. But I think that move should also get you, if you're a Texans fan, kind of excited and intrigued on what the next move is here, because, listen up, we all know the number one by far priority to get right and get fixed was the offensive line. And in particular, the interior offensive line. That is clearly the number one thing. It's what D'Amico has talked about. It is what Nick Caley has talked about, what Nick Caserio has talked about. And then I would say wide receiver was probably next.
I agree.
Folks, if the Texans have decided, priority number 2 we are going to commit resources to the tune of $16.5 million for a slot receiver, which I got no problem with. If you listen to the show, I am a fan of the move, and with time, I've continued to be one.
Gig 'em.
And some of you, this is a little tease, some of you are not, and we will get there, and I will explain to you what the hell's going on with you. But if they're willing to go $16.5 million on priority 2, to me, it would shine the light that they are willing to go even bigger in resources, to go even bigger on priority 1. There's $16.5 million. And then just say, hey, Juice, be our guard. Hey, stop making that face. There's
Unless
no way.
they view things differently than you do.
There's absolutely no way. And now, as Aaron Wilson reports, they're going to try to do this in draft and free agency. But there's no way if they're going to give Christian Kirk $16.5 million, there's no way they look at priority number 1, which is to try to not get C.J. Stroud hurt, and just sit there and say, we got the pieces.
I would like to think so. I would do that. But you could also make the counter argument that you spend that much money because maybe you view that as the bigger need at the wide receiver position.
There's no way you think that. Stop.
I wouldn't think that.
They don't think that either. Those smart football people, they have been talking about it. Yes, they are. Like I guess I'll ask you and the people this. I personally believe this, but do you think that they are going to address more money and more resources in the offensive line than what they did with Christian Kirk?
I would hope so. I will say yes.
Yes. They're going to. There's no like that because they were in on Debo, and now we see this. There ain't no way that they aren't going to address that big time. I would
Certainly
imagine.
hope so. They need to.
Yeah, they got to because CJ is. I mean, that is the most important asset they have in this organization,
right?
And they cannot at all have you just can't just say, well, I'm telling you, a different scheme that will fix it.
Yeah,
maybe some, but that ain't just fix it. You got to get.
Dassa, of course, is the quarterback, and the offensive line is the insurance. You know, when you buy a home, a car, whatever, an expensive necklace like Justin Jefferson, you put insurance on it because you have to keep it safe, and that's the same thing with Stroud and the Texans, and they haven't done a good enough job on that offensive line. They need to make some big adjustments there moving forward. But you know, you could be a Bengals fan, you could be a Jaguars fan right now. I think it's great as a Texans fan, as we've already touched on, that the last 24 hours they have already taken measures to address their 2 biggest needs instead of sitting on their hands. They had a great offseason last year. They brought in some big names. You have to appreciate as a Texans fans that your front office, your team's willing to make these moves, investments, gambles, go and do it. Instead of a lot of these teams just sit on their hands, they're not aggressive enough, and you sit there and you complain, how are we not doing enough to fix our offensive line, receiver, whatever it is. The Texans, we haven't even started the new year, and they're already taking some good swings here the last 24 hours, which is great to see.
Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we have some concerns, not even concerns, but some people trying to get down to the bottom of this. We get the first thing is, where is this guy from? I hear hints of the Midwest. Wisconsin was a guest from Kick Rocks. Probably Chicago is what has been said. Where is this guy from? I think you're dead wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
wrong.
We're more East Coast.
That's right.
Connecticut, right?
Northeast, Connecticut.
Connecticut, yeah.
Yeah.
Way off. Nice job. This guy's Luke.
Many have said I sound like Nick Caserio. And he's not a Midwestern, right?
He's Ohio, yeah.
Oh, is he? Okay, yeah. So, I don't necessarily agree. But
all right, more moves we'll let you know about that the Texans have done to create some more cap space. And what do we do about this Cam Smith situation? This is starting to grow. He got another 3 hits yesterday in spring training. What do we do about this kind of situation with Cam Smith? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Take your live sports viewing experience to the next level, man. Get your wife, get your friends, get them all involved, man. Cash in with Underdog Fantasy, y'all. That's right, y'all.
defensively with Cam Smith at third and Eastside Paredes at second.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I'm never going to just be able to roll through that. I just think
I don't know what possessed me to say that day. I was just trying to say she's a great actress.
That day, you just said it again 2 days.
I know, but in honor
now
of
it's a
that
thing.
moment.
It's an honor. Can you call Kathy Bates that?
It's a compliment.
I know it's a compliment. But I wonder if Kathy were here, Kathy Bates, who stars in Matlock.
She's in everything.
She's been maybe in a couple of things. maybe you've seen Misery, but Kathy Bates.
That's where That's where you could call her that.
Scared the hell out
That's
of me.
a throwback.
Yeah.
If she was in here, how do you think Kathy would take it if Tyler said, "Boy, Kathy, you a bad bitch"?
I think she would take it well. I think she'd take it as a compliment. I could see her.
Same. I picture her kind of leaning back and kind of grinning, going, "I am a bad bitch."
I guess.
I
am a Matlock. Yeah, she is.
I heard she is a bit of a freak.
That's not true. You've never heard that. You've never ever heard.
You don't know.
No. I am certain.
I saw it on the message boards, man.
Tyler, you're making all of this up. This is clearly not true. There's nowhere in any space that you know of Kathy Bates being a freak. That is somebody who keeps her freakiness behind closed doors.
That's probably fair.
I bet Warren Beatty hit it. But all right,
hard.
I did want to pass this along. Other news for the Texans. They've also restructured veteran linebacker Azeez Al-Shire, his contract, which is going to create just over $6 million in salary cap space. So they have created more room. They created about $10 million, just under $10 million with Nico Collins, and here's another 6+ they've created with Azeez Al-Shire. So they are trying to do their thing to create more space, and that's going to be something to watch throughout. Is do they do more? Because they got some other guys up there where they could create even more space than they've created with these two. Are they going to do more with it? I do want to switch gears real quick with you fellas and the listeners. What we do about this Cam Smith situation? Because we're getting pretty a little far into this thing, and my man's 3 for 4 again yesterday, and now he's hit 636, and his on base percentage is over 700 OPS, and
he's feeling it.
It's power, it's everything. It's easy.
Ball's got to be looking like a beach ball to him right now.
He doesn't even get all of it, and he hits it to the wall, right? What do we do about this? And I guess I want to start here. For you, has he done enough for you to change your plan? Like, if you are Dana Brown, you're Joe Espada, the captain, has he done enough or done anything to change your plans for him on opening day? Whatever your plans were walking into it, obviously you had a plan for him. Has he done enough to make you come off of that plan?
For me, no, not for opening day, because there is nothing he could do. I am one of those guys that people probably hate with the whole service time. There is no way I'm putting him on opening day roster just simply because of that. Come up 2.5 weeks later, and I get an extra year of you moving down the road. So he could bat 1,000 in spring training. I still wouldn't have him on opening day. It's a long season.
Damn,
right?
Luke.
Bring him up.
There is nothing. There is nothing. You would at least,
because I want that extra year of control. I think he's that good that I want to make sure. It's over, 16 days over the course of a whole baseball season. It's 14 games probably with their off days in a 162-game season. So I'll send him down to Double-A. Quickest scenario, send him down to Double-A, come up after 2.5 weeks, and then this year doesn't even count unless he finishes top 2 in Rookie of the Year voting, which he might. and defeat the whole purpose. But no, for me, I couldn't put him on the opening day roster.
But right now, is the service time thing the thing that is the only thing that's getting in your way right now? Like, have you, like, yes, I get the service time thing. That makes sense.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Although I think Chandler Rome put out an article that stated certain things could happen. Like they put in some incentives now. If you bring them up earlier,
you get an extra draft pick.
An extra first-round draft pick. But outside of that, is it just the service time thing that's holding you back, or are you? Because I do think you don't want to jump the gun and get excited and just get him up there because he is just going to. You want to make sure you do this thing right. But is it for you right now just the service time that's holding you back?
Not the only thing, but that's probably the biggest thing. Still, I would like for him to be on that Alex Bregman track, and a lot of other guys like Griffey, Bonds, where they were up about a year and a half later. I'd put him in Double-A, see how he does there. And
you would skip Sugarland. You put him in Double-A.
Yeah, I know. I took some heat last week because I said Triple-A is irrelevant for prospects. I think it's more for the has-beens and the will-bees. But and I love you, Sugarland. But I would put him in Double-A, give him about 2 months, and then if he's still raking there, maybe not even 2 months, depending on how well he's hitting, then I'd call him up, kind of like Bregman, but I wouldn't even wait. Bregman was the end of July. I don't think you even have to wait that long, especially if he continues to hit. But I do want to have him get a few more reps in the minors higher than high A. That earlier Baseball Reference has where it tracks the type of competition each batter is facing in spring training.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me is what is he facing consistent?
Based off the metric, it's Double-A pitching in spring training. So that's why I want to see a little more time. It doesn't mean he's not ready for the big leagues, but give me a little more time. We don't need to rush it. He's a young kid. It's a long season. Give me like maybe 2 months in Double-A and then come up and be my everyday third baseman.
Because that's the other thing about it is, yes, he is getting spring training at bats. And not only is he not just facing major league starters all the time or major league pitchers all the time, as you said, and some of these are Double-A, Single-A guys, whatever. But also, even if he is going out there and facing, like teams ones or teams starters in a rotation, like say they play, the Yankees or whatever down there, and he faces Cole or something, those guys still aren't like going game plan wise to get him out.
Exactly.
Many times, as we say it here, anytime, hey, Hunter Brown gave up 3 runs. Oh, he was working on some stuff. Well, that is the case also for the other side of it's not as if these pitchers are all coming at him and saying, all right, this is how we would attack you in the regular season. Some of them are just working on things, and you have to kind of got to check that too to make sure that this is legit and who he's going up against, because it is a difference if he's out there in the majors opening day going to be attacking him. It's not just working on stuff. It's trying to get him out. It's watching whatever film they've watched for him in spring training or his time in the minors with the Cubs to try to get him out.
For sure. And that's what makes the difference in these big league hitters is if they can keep up with those adjustments. Not only that, but he's also, I imagine, has never gone through a game where he's probably faced a big league pitcher every at-bat. And that's a little different, too, where you face a starter and then you bring in a reliever throwing 98 and then another one who's fresh throwing 98 at you and you fourth at-bat, so on and so forth, where in spring training you get some of these breaks. You face the starter for maybe your first at-bat, then you get a Double-A guy, Single-A guy, all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, he hasn't gone through the process of truly being a big leaguer yet, so you take all these numbers with a grain of salt, but it's really impressive. I'm somewhere in the middle. Not opening day, I think that's too soon, but I'm also not the same guy that's like many, or like some, I guess, that are saying, he needs a whole year in the minors or he's way too young. No, I think there's a happy medium where you start him in the minor leagues, and like so many guys in the past, you give them about a full year from when they're drafted to when they're in the minors, which is about midway through this season, and then you call him up and he's in the big leagues for the rest of his career. I want to see that's a little longer.
Let's see him. The call-up keeps him there.
Right, yeah.
The rest of the way, and
that'd be the idea.
They can take in the process. All right, coming up, we had almost a little maybe potential to not fisticuffs, but a good little squabble between Charles Barkley and members of ESPN, in particular Kendrick Perkins. If you haven't heard Charles Barkley and then the response from Kendrick Perkins, you don't want to miss that. We'll discuss that coming up.
It's going to hit Houston area and cause a major.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Luke Morrow in the building as Clint is out today. Welcome in. No prizes for you to win today. Just wanted to get that across to many of you, but doesn't mean you have to not listen. We're having a good time. No prizes today, but coming up Tuesday, you'll have a chance to win some rodeo tickets. I'm going to the rodeo tonight, fellas.
Going to Bun B's birthday bash.
Going to Bun B's confusing birthday bash tonight.
What makes it confusing?
It's just got a real mix, man.
Yeah. I mean, figured that's what it was.
Like, he's Cody Johnson away from really just having he's got, man, I totally agree. I heard on In the Loop Brandon Scott and Figgy and John and Reggie talking about this. The placement of gospel artist Yolanda Adams in this, where does she go? Because all I hear is, all right, Ludacris is there, and that one album started with The Royal Penis is Clean, Your Highness. Thank you, King. And then do we follow that up with Yolanda
Like you
Adams?
said, it's a mix.
And then we have Keith Sweat's Nasty Ass. Do we then follow that up with Yolanda Adams? Like, where does it? Like, are we starting with worship? Or are we walking out with worship, or what? Just where do you go then? I mean, are we going, Bun B trill real hard into Yolanda Adams? That's going to be an interesting thing. I'm here for it, though. Can't wait. Cannot wait.
You'll have a good time for sure.
I damn well will. Somebody who had himself a good time and got away from him was Charles Barkley. And I want to play this, and I want to set this up because I want to tackle this from a couple angles. Charles Barkley, TNT, we understand they've got the best studio show maybe in sports history. Them and College Game Day football are right up there. And he wanted to address something today. Kid Perkins said they were asking him about the ceiling of the Lakers, and he said the ceiling of the Lakers is limitless. And not only that, he believes they have saved the NBA right now. They're saving the NBA. So I guess Charles Barkley really took a bit of an issue with that comment. And he has said some stuff about Kendrick before. There've been I don't get the sense like they've got a terrific relationship. But Kendrick Perkins said that, and this was Charles's response later on in the night on TNT's Inside the NBA.
I saw a fool idiot on TV talking about the Lakers save the NBA.
Save the NBA?
Yeah. He's an idiot and a fool, but he know who he is. What's his name, Shaq?
Which one you talking about?
Kendrick Perkins. He said the Lakers, first of all, the Lakers have had a great 2 weeks. He said the Lakers saved the NBA season. That's because them fools on the other network, which we're going to be working for next year, that's all they talk about. Let me tell y'all something.
Tell me something.
And first of all, I want all the smoke. I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard or anything like that.
God, what a
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard.
Right.
I like that.
Hey, man.
I'm stealing that one.
The Lakers are doing great. Got a long way to go. But the reason the season's been going great for the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Y'all just want to talk about the Warriors and the Lakers. They're both doing great. Don't get me wrong. If I turn out to be wrong, I got no problem with that. But y'all are idiots because y'all talk about the Lakers.
All right. That was Charles. Kendrick Perkins.
Wow, dude.
Beaumont, Texas' own, his response as he came off the top rope, and that's a pretty high climb for Kendrick. Hey, NBA on TNT. Might want to tell that senior citizen, Charles Barkley, that I'll be around. When he sees an idiot or a fool in person, make sure you keep that same energy. He can come playing with me if he wants to. I'm going to address his ass like the numbers on a house. Straight from the 409, homeboy, and we bar none and fade all. Hashtag Texas boy. So Kendrick Perkins is in a special place following that from Charles Barkley.
Sounds like he's ready.
And I'm going to be honest with you. Couple of things, and I'm sure people on the text line and people on YouTube and Twitch are going to probably follow what I think and what I have been hearing from some.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
To me, I don't know about y'all. Charles Barkley is clearly in the wrong, I think, in a whole bunch of ways. And we could discuss from the basketball perspective and then just the respect perspective. Right? Like, clearly Kendrick and Charles don't have the relationship, because we've heard Charles call Shaq a fool.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard him call Kenny an idiot, Ernie an idiot.
Oh my God!
Stephen A. We've heard him call. It is clear him and Kendrick don't have the relationship in which you lead off and just start calling somebody an idiot and a fool. And I could get to that place, but what has really blown me away is Kendrick Perkins' response, as I just read. The amount of people who think that Kendrick Perkins is full of it or weak or wouldn't, as I've seen, hurt a grape, that one I am just confused by. We've seen Kendrick Perkins has been in, and I'm not saying Kendrick Perkins is going to go there and beat up Charles Barkley's 62-year-old ass. I do believe last night, though, if he had run into Charles Barkley, there may have been some furniture moving, because I think Charles would have continued to incite that. But for the thought of, we've seen this cat in the public eye since 2003. There is nothing that Kendrick Perkins has done that would lead me to believe, oh, man, he ain't going to do nothing. I'm not saying he would, but there is nothing about his presence. He was an NBA goon. He was Kevin Garnett's goon.
He's got tape out there.
He was again, I'm not saying he's just some crazy badass or anything, but there is nothing about Kendrick Perkins that when you look at Kendrick Perkins and what he has shown us for over 20 years that would make you say, he wouldn't do nothing.
He's earned the benefit of the doubt.
He may not, but I mean, I'm not. I think Kendrick Perkins would absolutely throw a right punch at Charles Barkley.
Can't wait till they start working together. Then.
Well, yeah, that will be fun. Someone texted. Barkley not wrong about his point. We'll get to that. Someone texted in, I got money on Chuck. Sure, that's fine. But
I'll make that bet with you, friend.
But
what?
But that's complete. That was completely. There's no reason for you to, if you don't like his take. Nobody called you an idiot or a fool when you said you didn't think LeBron James and Luka Doncic would work.
Idiot.
Right? You're the one who said that won't work. I got money on Dallas.
There's way to disagree with the take and not be attacking that dude on a personal level.
Again, you're the one who has made the most ignorant statement of the he said Luka and LeBron would not work. That's come on. That's ridiculous. Now, I want to give you the other point because I see people rolling in. What about Perkins' initial point? Do you think that the Lakers have saved the NBA? This whole Luka to LeBron and the way they've played.
Saved might be too strong of a term, but I'm also kind of nitpicking here, I guess. But I think, adding even Jimmy Butler to the Warriors and the way that they've played better since the deadline.
He brought up the Warriors, too.
I think those two. I think that is a huge help to the NBA. I think the NBA offices in New York are very pleased that the Lakers and the Warriors are more relevant and playing better now. Saved, maybe too strong of a term, but absolutely the NBA is better when those franchises are playing well, are relevant, are competitive, will be competing for a title. So I'm kind of fence riding here. I think Perk might be too strong.
When was it we worked together last? How long ago was that?
Was it 2 weeks?
Was it two or 3 weeks
right
ago?
at 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember what it was circulating the NBA around that time? You remember how bad the conversation was? That was right out of the Four Nations.
Oh, yes.
When PK's ass, again, once I said what I said 2 weeks ago, we ain't seen PK's ass, have we? Everybody still enjoying that hockey? The NBA just the narrative and the conversation surrounding the sport was awful. Mm-hmm. The big change has been the Lakers and their run with Luka and LeBron and the Warriors. Those have been the two biggest things. I'm sorry. I love basketball. I watch it. I respect it. I respect, and I think Oklahoma City and Cleveland are something else. Charles, you're crazy out of your damn mind if you think that Oklahoma City and Cleveland drive people to get to the sport.
Hold on,
They've been great all year. Nobody gave a damn about the damn sport until this stuff started to happen. Until these two teams started to go.
Well, Luke obviously cared. Look what he's wearing.
I'm just saying.
That's right.
Yes, old officials.
I reffed a few Cleveland games this year. It's quite a team.
Like you're silly. Well, you're wrong because you are mad because you were wrong, and you thought the damn Mavericks would be in a better place after the trade. He said the Mavericks would be the second best team in the West, and he didn't think LeBron and Luka would work. That's where it stems from. But I listen. I could go with yours and say I think there's a fair argument to Kendrick Perkins' thought of like we are no longer talking about PK and how bad the NBA was and how these guys don't care. Did you watch that game last night? Hell, I needed a cigarette after that game was over. I felt like it was the playoffs. Oh Lord, here's the text line. Oh Lord, here comes Show throwing down the race card again. The race card. What do you listen to? Are you doing crack? What? I'm serious. Are you huffing
crack on a Friday?
What? Where did the race card come in?
The two subjects of this discussion are black men. What are we talking about?
I just simply said 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the NBA was in as negative as it has been for weeks. And now the NBA, since the Luka trade to the Lakers and the way they played, it has changed.
Even the guys you brought up that found new teams, it's a white dude and a black dude. I think it's in the same conversation of bettering the league with Luka and Jimmy Butler.
I think there's some of our listeners who are in prayer that I'm racist.
You know what, friend? If you thought the race card was somewhere in there, maybe you need to work on getting race out of your mind a little more.
What are you hearing? I'm going to Disney World tomorrow. What are you talking about?
Get you a churro and enjoy it, bro.
All right, let's talk about. Hey, y'all lucky I don't read half these texts that come in. Coming up, let's get into the news of yesterday. Christian Kirk. He is the new. Yes, Christian Kirk is a bona fide number 2 receiver. The Texans got a bona fide number 2 receiver. We'll discuss that next.
Caserio seems to have a massive Italian brain.
Ron's got his eyes on an offensive lineman with free agency starting next week.
I would go after.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are rolling in on this beautiful Friday. Luke is in the building. Clint is out today. Tyler is back from his migraine, and he is ready to go in the saddle again. And, of course, your boy, Cousin Show, is in the building. We're having a good time today. The big news yesterday, Luke and Tyler, you guys weren't here, is Christian Kirk. They made the move that is the biggest move this offseason thus far. They added Christian Kirk in a trade with Jacksonville. They sent a seventh round. Yeah, he got out of there. I wonder if he even met him. But they trade a 2026 seventh round pick there, and they pick up his remaining contract, which is 1 year. And when this came out, I would say there were people who liked the move, were good with the move, but then there were people that were unenthused, unimpressed, to just didn't like the move. And I'm sure many of you will text in and give your thoughts on it. A portion of it, I felt like they started to not like the move because I was a fan of the move. I feel like that rose, and I don't mean to be.
I don't give a mother duck.
I know you don't, Glenn, but I feel like I've just seen that happen multiple times. But I've had some conversations with people on social about this, and I think I told one guy, I said, I just don't think you're familiar with Christian Kirk's work. Again, as I said yesterday, fellas, and I'll get your thoughts, both of you, because you guys weren't here to give your thoughts on the trade. Christian Kirk is a bona fide, if he stays healthy, a number 2 receiver. Hell, he was the number 1 receiver on a playoff team that had the Kansas City Chiefs, who went on to win the Super Bowl, on the ropes in Jacksonville. Out of the slot, 84 catches, over 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns. Right, and he's 28 years old, so he's not 30. He's coming off an injury, but it was a collarbone break, right? And he had other good years before in Arizona, and 2 years ago he was trending towards a good year. Jackal went down because he had a groin issue, and they lost the division when the Texans won it a couple of years ago. But this dude's a bona fide number 2. This, to me, is a great compliment to Nico Collins, and the Texans don't need – now, hell, if they end up doing it, that's something else. They don't need to bring in a quote-unquote better receiver than this. I would argue, fellas, and some of you may think I'm crazy on this, I would argue there are only 2 AFC teams right now that definitively have 2 better 1-2 punches at receiver. That's Cincinnati with Chase and Higgins, and it's the Dolphins with Waddle and Tyreek Hill. Everybody else, I would argue that the Texans with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk have a better 1-2 punch than the rest of the team. If you go thinking about, just go look at it. Like, George Pickens is good. Who's next? With him, go rolling through. Buffalo's top 2. Like, go rolling through in your mind in the AFC. Even the Chiefs. I mean, I like Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy, but to Nico and what these two have done, they're not there yet. Ladd McConkey and who, right? Like, I think that Cortland Sutton is good, but who's the next guy there with Denver, right? There's Zay Flowers, but then it's Rashad Bateman, right? Mm-hmm. I think these two have the top people to pump their brakes a bit. I'm really surprised by some of the kind of negative feel that I've gotten and heard about the move to bring in Christian Kirk. I think this is and I said it yesterday, I think there's a great potential he is better than Diggs right now at their career. With Diggs coming off an ACL, going to be 32 during the season, and he's 28. So I'm surprised to hear some of this, especially you all have watched Christian Kirk just do in the Texans multiple times. All right, so I'll get to you, Luke, first. Tyler, you can give your thoughts after. But what's your feelings on the move to get Christian Kirk?
I think it's a little complex. The simplest answer is that I do like the trade. I do like this move. And I agree with pretty much everything you just laid out. I would say it's the third best receiving core in the AFC. I think that partly that's an indictment on the AFC. I think the NFC is a little bit deeper in wide receivers, but nonetheless still third best. And I think he would be better than Diggs if you can guarantee health. So my obvious...
No, that's a fair thing, and that's a lot of things what people have said, the health thing, yes.
Which is my concern. I like this trade. I think it's a good move. But the fear is, of course, the health concern because he's getting older now, hasn't been healthy the last 2 years, closing in on 30 years old. If you could guarantee me 17 games next year or even just 16 games of Kirk next year, yeah, absolutely. I would love it. But otherwise, he's the 14th highest paid wide receiver with some of these injuries. The wide receiver position is a rookie, say, in the draft, then that's where I become a little worried of the worst-case scenario where behind Nico you're relying on a guy who's been banged up the last 2 years and also a rookie who, those are always a coin flip. So I think high end, it could be great. If he stays healthy, he's great in the slot. He's a number 2 option, kind of opposite of Nico, so that gives you a good 1-2 punch. But if he does have some of those injury issues, then he's an overpriced wide receiver that you relied a lot on. So it just depends on the investment. It can't be the only move. I don't know if I would even want it to be the biggest move at the position this offseason to put too much onus on Christian Kirk coming in, hoping that he'll be healthy for the first time in 3 years. But in a hypothetical world, if you could guarantee me health for 17 games, absolutely. I think it's a slam dunk move, and I think it's a great wide receiver duo.
Before you jump in here, Tyler, and I'll get to many people have texted in their thoughts right now, I think you have a bona fide number 2. Straight up, Christian Kirk is a bona fide number 2 in the slot, and I think plays well with Nico and what C.J. Stroud does. But I would just say this. Of all of the potential receivers that you were looking at, I think they were going to look at in free agency. I think that point was going to be something with any of them, right? Let's say Cooper Kupp. What has happened to Cooper Kupp since he had that Triple Crown season? Cooper Kupp keeps getting injured. Mm-hmm. They were in on Deebo Samuel. Mm-hmm. What has happened with Deebo? He has gotten hurt, right? Even if you wanted to really shoot high things, I just think a lot of the guys, Tyler Lockett, if that's where you wanted to go, he has had some injury things. So I think that was going to be the case with a lot of these guys that are on the that would have been potential decisions for the Texans. I mean, I guess DK Metcalf's the only one that hadn't had a ton of injuries, but I didn't think they needed to take that swing with that. So to me, I get the injury thing, and it's very, very fair. Stephon Diggs, injury. He's just coming off an ACL, all of them.
Yeah.
But I just think that was just going to be something with a lot of these guys.
It's true. I mean, that's why they're available. But I think for Kirk, the further red flag, well, 2 things to touch on that you mentioned there. First, the DK Metcalf. I think in part that kind of set up this trade for failure in the eyes of a lot of Texans fans, where 24 hours prior, we get the news about DK Metcalf and the Texans are interested. And as a Texans fan, maybe you start talking yourself into, hey, we could get DK, compare him even with Tyler Lockett. I mean, what a wide receiving core that would be. And then the next day, you get the news that, oh, actually, it's Christian Kirk. That feels like a letdown when you compare that to a DK Metcalf, but I don't think that's a fair comparison or a fair expectation to have as a Texans fan. So I think that's hurting the reaction of this trade, is some people already had their minds excited, like, hey, maybe we'll go get DK. Oh, actually, it's Christian Kirk coming off an injury season. But I'll also say the other concern, and again, I like the trade. I like this move. I'm optimistic. But the other concern would be, how often do you see division teams trade with one another? And so the idea is, like, when you have that guy in the building, you know where the bodies are buried. You know more about them than other teams do. And if the Jaguars are just to save $6 million, is that a greater concern of, maybe they know a little more of seeing this guy in practice every day, these injuries the last couple of years, expecting him to slow further down, whatever it is, that they're willing to let him walk to a division rival, playing against them twice, just for $6 million. It's almost like Moneyball, where David Justice is with the A's and he has a bad attitude, and Billy Beane says, "You know what the Yankees think about you? They're paying you to play against them, to play for somebody else. That's how little they think about you." And that would be my automatic concern anytime a division team or a team trades a player within the same division. My concern is do they know something more than even the general public might know?
Yeah, and when it comes to this trade that brought Christian Kirk to the Texans for Caserio and company, I'm with you, Ron. I've been seeing here and there on Twitter and otherwise social media, not a whole lot, but some Texans fans just kind of not very happy with this move. And I could be wrong, but for me, the feeling from those folks that I've seen upset with it, y'all have laid it out in a way, it's almost like disappointment, like you're expecting a bigger name or a better receiver or a name that carries more weight around the league. And I would say to that, guys, this thing ain't over. You can very well feel that way, and maybe you're hoping for a name bigger than a Christian Kirk, but Caserio isn't done. Free agency is not finished in 2025, so why don't you just wait and see? And then secondly, I couldn't love this more. Y'all know I'm an Aggie. I watch this guy whenever Sumlin brought him to College Station. From then on, even throughout peeping on his game, and I love it. We've talked so much about the slot position for this offense for the Texans, and this could really fill a need if, hopefully he stays healthy.
Yeah, someone texted in, people texted in, some people, you're spot on, Ron. His numbers before injuries, enough said. Our top two receivers are injury prone. Show is crazy with a K on this one. So you're saying he's comparable to Higgins and Waddle? Again, listening ears, guys. I said there are only two teams in the AFC that I believe have better 1-2 punches. And I said those two. Right? Those two are better.
I figured you were playing the race card.
Figured it was two. Yeah. And someone said, can you say a bona fide number 2 with only 2 good years? I think he's had more productive years than 2, and I think one of them was cut short with injury, which is a valid concern. When you think of number 2 receivers, T. Higgins can't be the one that you're coming up with. T. Higgins is a number 1 receiver that is on a team that has Jamar Chase. That's slightly he would go to most teams and be a number 2 receiver, right? If you look around the league and start thinking about other number 2s, yes, he is bona fide. Go look at it. It's comparable. And he's in the same range and ballpark. He's like a number 2 receiver. He is better than a lot of others, right? So, yes, I think he is a bona fide number 2 receiver. Again, if he stays healthy, right? You go look at Cooper Kupp, who became their number 2 receiver when Puga came and took over. His numbers have been better than Cooper's across the board. Somebody texted in Elijah Moore to me yesterday. Elijah Moore hasn't even come close to some of the years that he is. I think Elijah Moore's most yards in a year is in the 600s, right? So I think what you two both said is something that I'm seeing it come through, and that is you had your mouth watered for something more. And my question is why did you think this team needed something more? This team doesn't need DK Metcalf. It doesn't need Devontae Adams. Listen, I will admit, hey guys, I wondered, I needed to see more with Nico Collins. Nico Collins, the last 2 years, has played like a top 5 receiver in football. And it does not appear that thing is slowing down. You have the dude over there. Now you need to find your Devontae Adams. You thought you had it with Tank. We saw that coming. Tank's injured. Now you have to find to be Higgins. Now, if you draft another one, which I think should be on the cards at 25, if you draft another one that turns out to be Brian Thomas, Ocho, hell, now you really got something cooking. If you draft another one that turns out to be Xavier Worthy, now you got something cooking. But, like, this team has a great one. Mm-hmm. You need somebody to complement that. And you have what you believe to be a future elite quarterback that you think will even lift other guys up. So I think we need to calm down and understand this team doesn't need DK Metcalf.
No, they don't need him, right? You would love to have him, obviously, but you don't need him. You want him. I think it's a good perspective you provide that when you look through the NFL, there's not a ton of teams that do have that great 1-2 punch of like 2 Pro Bowl wide receivers.
Yes.
We have this misconception that that's the case throughout the league, but there really are, that's the exception more than it is the rule.
I know when you hear me say there's only 2 teams in the AFC that have better 1-2 punches in the league. Hold on, that can't be it. You start to think like, no, go run through the AFC.
Right.
Even the really good teams.
And if you include the NFC, it's probably a third of the league. Yeah. Right? It's probably 10 teams, not even a third of the league.
Off the top of my head, Philly,
yeah,
right?
Philly, Minnesota, not the Rams anymore. You lost Cup, But anyways, that's a whole nother exercise. So, yeah, I mean, we've seen the Chiefs in recent years that don't have the top tier wide receiving core. Even the Bills this past year had a great year without that. So,
they had a 2 on their team. Well, maybe the kid they just re-signed. They just gave an extension to Shakir. Yeah. He, I think he's in the range of what Christian Kirk is. A slot guy in the middle that is going to be really productive and would be really good off of a 2. Mm-hmm. I mean, off of a 1, a bona fide 1. And I think that's what he will be. Honest to God, I think if he's healthy, this is a guy that pushes 1,000 yards. The guy that pushes 1,000 yards, and he in his past has found a way to get into the end zone, even in his frame. So I want to hear from people. All right, we don't do this a lot. Let's open up the phone line, 713-572-4610. It seems like some people don't have excitement for this move. I want to hear where you are on the Christian Kirk move. This is the biggest move we've had thus far. We should hear from the people. 713-572-4610. Tyler will get you ready for this. I want to hear your thoughts on Christian Kirk. That's coming up next.
Let's talk about feeling your best, man. It's this time of year, springtime, when you start moving around again and getting outside, maybe getting in the pool, going on vacation. You want to feel your best. You want to look your best. Look, if you don't feel the same right now, if you don't have the same energy, strength, maybe you're feeling moody, maybe you've lost some drive with your partner, if you know what I mean, low libido, it could be low testosterone. Testosterone therapy or TRT.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's hear from the people here. 713-572-4610. There's a couple of lines to grab. I want to hear from you on this this Christian Kirk move. It's just been really interesting to hear and see where people are. There's no wrong answers here at all. Everybody's got their opinion.
Well,
they deserve them. Like there's sometimes they're bad opinions or just wrong, but this is not one. Text in coming in. I'm good with Kirk. We only paid a 7th rounder. No brainer. You did pay 16.5, which is also, but you've got it. Is Christian Kirk better than Diggs? I think next year there is a real. It's been trending that way. I'll just say that. Mm-hmm. Kirk's best is behind him. Don't dislike the addition, but the team isn't in a position to throw that kind of money at him. Yes, they absolutely are. Kind of are. Kind of are. $22 million last year to Diggs. Right? They're kind of at this stage where they're not paying a quarterback, and you're seeing them reshuffle some of the salary cap money to give them some space. But no, listen. There's some, like I said, there's some things, and the injury thing is one that I definitely think is a big one to go with. But to me, the money, that point, yeah, the Texans are in a place, especially comparative to the rest of the league, where they should have some leeway. This is when you do it, when you have a quarterback you're not paying.
For sure. But I do get that concern where they're making moves to move money around to create more cap space, and then you devote, $16.5 million to a top 15 wide receiver who, again, is just coming off these 2 injury-riddled seasons and heading to, year 29. So that's just a concern. Again, it just comes back to health. If you could wave a magic wand and say he's going to be healthy next year, I think it's a good investment and a good trade. But if he only plays half the year, then it's like, oh, shoot, we're paying, the 14th highest salary to this guy, and, he's only playing half the year, and we kind of put a lot of eggs in this basket. So I think that's just what it comes down to.
Yeah, it would suck if what happened to Diggs last year happened again. Yeah. But still, I don't think that was a bad move. I mean, it's second round, 2nd, 5th, and 6th. This one is just a 7th.
It's true.
All right, Tony, jump in here, man. What's your thoughts? Welcome to the show. What's your thoughts? Troy, did I say Tony? Troy. Sometimes I can't.
That's all right, Troy, man. That's all right.
Go ahead,
That's
Troy.
Right.
What's your thoughts on the Kirk trade?
I think it's a good move. Christian Kirk, wide receiver at the slot. He's 5'11", he's 200 pounds, and he's good in the red zone. Always has been. The knock on Tank Dell is he plays the slot, but he's a real small slot receiver. And 2 years in a row, he hasn't finished the season. So injuries happen. Look, our number 1 wide receiver, that's the knock on him. He can't stay healthy, right?
Very true.
Nico Collins, as good as he is, he missed games. So I think it's a solid move. I know it's a lot to pay for a wide receiver, but you're going to have to pay for wide receivers, and he's a good one. So I don't think it should be the only move the Texans make. I agree they should draft a wide receiver and see what else is out there, because Mitchie and Hutchinson, they had their chance to show that they could do it. They had plenty of chances all this season, and they didn't show up. So I think they should try to add another wide receiver. It probably means that Diggs is not going to sign back with the Texans, though, pretty much. So I'm down with it. I think it's a good move for the Texans. He's a good wide receiver.
All right, appreciate the call, Troy. No, Diggs is not going to sign back here. And I am absolutely fine with that. Like, even before the Christian Kirk thing. Like, if they brought in Diggs, cool, we'll see. But
Diggs was open.
Like, to me, Diggs is a clear candidate of maybe this is the time to move past him at 31 years. Now, somebody's going to bring him in, but 31 will be 32 during the season coming off an ACL. And clearly, if you, it's from October 15th, in his last season in and in Buffalo. I think he's got 100 in that time frame, and his everything has just dropped. Like even last year, me and Clint talked about that. Like he wasn't creating the separation that we used to remember from him in Buffalo.
Right? Yeah, he hasn't been the same receiver for a few years. And like you said, forget even the injury. I mean, just once you hit your 30s, even for Cooper Kupp, he fell off once he reached 30. There's not a lot of high-end receivers in the league in their 30s, and especially once they get beyond 32. So it was worth it last year. The injury was a shame. But yeah, at this point now, you cut your loss, you move forward, and you hope Christian Kirk can be that healthy replacement this year.
Win G, what's your thoughts on the Christian Kirk move?
Yes, thank you. By the way, where's Mr. Carson? Discuss the Clint. Anyway, I think this is a really underrated move, and some players I think play better when there's less pressure and also a new environment. And I think we are forgetting when we have Dalton Schultz back and he plays like the way he's supposed to play, Brevin Jordan back. I think this move is going to pay up at the end of the day. But also as a Texan fan, I'm spoiled. I expect us to make, big waves every year. So Texas fans, I think we just need to be patient and let Mr. Chef Caserio keep on cooking. Thank you.
Appreciate the call. And I think that is a point of it. Like, guys, there's just not a lot of spots to make big waves on this team, right? You don't, like, if you think about the important positions to make, do you need to make a big wave at defensive end? No, you got a pair of them. Do you need to make a big wave at corner? No, you have Derek Stingley, a first-team All-Pro. Do you need to make a big play at wide receiver? No, you got Nico Collins. Hell, you don't have to or need, I would say to them, I would be out of the business of it, but you don't need to make a big play for a left tackle. Like, you don't need to. I mean, defensive tackle is maybe the spot where you could say a premium spot that you don't have. They're not going to over the next couple of years. All those guys are young, except for maybe Hunter. Like, all of those guys in Tunsil are young. They're going to be here. Reggie, finish us off. Go ahead, Reggie. What's your thoughts on the trade?
Man, what's the damn deal, Show? I think it was a good trade, man. People got to understand you can't always get the biggest of names. You got to have a middle class at some point, and that middle class can carry you through those deep, deep runs and playoff runs. That's what we're hoping to get to and have an extra vet receiver in that position versus a Mechie still trying to figure it out and a Hutch still trying to figure it out. We can get, a proven guy in the middle, of that offense who can still, play and get you some yards and get you some plays. It's a great trade. That's how I looked at it.
Appreciate the call, Reggie. By the way, I meant to say, cross your fingers on that Dalton Schultz thing, though. That's not something. Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan. That's not something I would. There's a hope. You better cross some fingers. But that's why I think you get a Christian Kirk if he can stay healthy in the middle of the field. You have that element back.
And you hope that your new offensive coordinator who comes from that tight end background maybe can, squeeze more out of that tube, get more out of that position this year. But, yeah, for sure. I don't know how much can be expected.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, the Texans have made some restructures, but there have been a couple of guys that have been left out of that. What does that mean? Is there something that we should read between the lines on that? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, fellas out there, if you are one of those many men out there that are struggling with ED,
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Luke Monroe is in the building. Clint Stoerner is out. He'll be back Monday. And you hear Tyler back from his migraine situation. If you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you. You see, Luke's not even wearing the referee uniform. It's even further. He's wearing the warm-up. That's
right. Got to get loose first.
That's steep there. The warm-up. Like,
that's awesome.
I just gotta know. Like, where it was when you were like, damn it, I got to have this. Like, were you at a thrift store? Were you online late? Like, where was it where you said, good God, the Lukester has to have this one? Probably didn't say that to yourself. But, yeah, where was this purchase at?
It's a good question. I don't know. I think it was the NBA store.
You went to the NBA store?
Actually, I don't know. What does it say? Limited edition? I don't know. I don't know where this came from. Honestly, I believe, I remember correctly, I think it was a gift many years ago. I've had it for a long time. So I didn't purchase this myself, but I do like it.
Like somebody bought you this as a gift.
Yeah.
Maybe they were just saying, oh, he's an NBA fan, we'll buy him that. Or like, oh, this guy loves the referees. I'm telling you, man.
I do appreciate a good referee. Don't get me wrong.
He loves the Tim Donaghy's right here. Let me give him the warm up.
That's right.
There it is. Clint would be very, very disappointed. I'm going to send this out. I had a friend of mine take this picture of me and change the whole look of me. And I'm looking at it, man, and I'm kind of, we went through the blonde thing, and thank God we've made it past that. Didn't think
no more blonde tips.
Kind of like when Michael Jackson and Lisa Marie, when he said, you all didn't think this would ever work. I didn't think it would either, but
the showman.
We were able to make it through.
Before you finish, by the way, too, I put out a different version of this look for you on the Sports Radio 610 Twitter if people want to go check that out.
Did you do that? I'm thinking about shaving the head off tomorrow. I got an appointment at the barbershop tomorrow. I'm thinking about going hard. Had Luke shook his head twice. I'm thinking like I put down a 2 and he wanted the 1. He shook me off twice. I'm thinking about going just straight bald with the beard. I'm really thinking about it. Just, in the summer I like to kind of cut it down. We're getting towards that, but I'm thinking about just shutting it down when my man,
all of it.
My man Pete Sweeney, we had him on a couple months ago. He took a picture of it, and I'm like, man,
is that
this
my
ain't
boy
bad
Ron?
with the glasses, with the glasses and the beard. Because sometimes you think, boy, is he going to have a milk dud head? I do. My major concern is the remnants of what Harold left. And
that's partially where I'm going with my response to you. I think you're crazy as hell to be considering this, and you're tempting the hair gods or whatever.
I'm gonna tweet it out
or whatever took place whenever the whole Harold thing happened. Because as you remember, you had a little bit of a possible, thinning or a bald spot back near Harold.
I was in a bad place.
Okay, so after you killed Harold, and if people out there don't know, Harold was the name we gave this giant cyst on Ron's head back in the day. After you killed Harold, had him gone, all of a sudden your hair was growing and has been growing beautifully. You got a beautiful dome full of hair. I don't think you should be tempting that blessing you got and shaving it off. That's just me, though.
No, I hear you. I'm not afraid of it. It's just hair. I've got pretty solid growth. Someone just said he can grow it back in 2 weeks, so why not?
That's a good point.
I think what Tyler is saying, though, is why take a chance on that hairline that you have already had struggles with?
Absolutely. It's like George Costanza in Seinfeld said, someone who has hair that shaves their head, it's like using a wheelchair just for the fun of it. Like, why give up the hair? You got great hair. Why shave it off?
That's a great line. I don't know. I mean, I did a little bald look when I was in high school, playing a little football, shaded off, and just went with the chin strap a little bit. I'm thinking about banging this thing out. I like to.
I've never shaved mine. I've gone buzz cut several times when I was younger, and when my dad had cancer a few years ago, I buzzed it. But other than that, I've never gone like skin, like down to where you just. I mean, that's just your skin.
No, I'm talking about cut it down, shave it down, shaving cream on the head. Take a legit razor, shave that thing back, and then line that beard in real good. Yeah,
it's not a bad look. It'd be a good look. I just wouldn't take the risk. We had my brother's best friend shaved his head.
I just don't believe that you think it's that good of a look. As you ran past it, that's a good look. I would take the chance.
No, it is. I think you can pull it off. But my brother's best friend shaved his head like senior year of high school for a spring break trip to Florida. His hair never grew back. I wouldn't. I
never did.
Okay,
No.
You can't do it. That is all I needed. You cannot do this.
Text line. The real question is, what does the wifey think of you going bald? I have not shared that with her. I have not taken that into consideration. Last time I shaved off my beard, she was not happy and refused to kiss me. So that could be shaky. Come on, Ron. Sean Pendergast is rolling over in his grave. I don't know.
Sean doesn't have a grave.
Kick rocks.
Come on, Sean.
Save some money on some shampoo. Yeah. Somebody said go for the Kurt Menefee look. I'm not going for the Kurt Menefee look. I don't know, man. I'm thinking about doing it. Thinking about banging it out. I bet you. I think my barber might try to talk me out of it. Feels like that's what B might try to do. Like, nah, man, I don't know about it.
Yeah, because then he's losing work for a while. He's got no hair to cut.
I'd probably still go in there and get the beard lined up, but not as often. I probably. Well, you ain't lying. Now we're talking. That's saving of the money. now we're talking. But I still got to take them two boys in there every 2 weeks anyway. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it. It is, man. It is a savior. It's about $50 I do save. I will say that.
Yeah, on the haircut.
And the full haircut. Although I bet you a shave and a beard, he'll try to find a way to get himself up to $50.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, as we announced earlier, Azeez Al-Shire got his contract restructured. They saved over $6 million on that. Earlier in the week, Nico Collins got his contract restructured, and they saved almost $10 million on that. And there's some other moves they can do that we've watched all around the NFL. The Cowboys, I swear they've done restructures on CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, and they've saved themselves about $60 million or so under the cap. And we've watched a lot of teams have started getting themselves further and further down under the cap. What does it mean, if anything, and maybe I'm just overthinking it, is there something behind the fact that the two areas that they could go to restructure and get down the most under the cap up to this point they haven't done yet? Titus and Laramie Tunsil are the two big numbers. Now, Hunter is just really essentially on a one-year deal right now. They could go to him and just get a new extension and then restructure and lower his number and lower the cap that way if they so choose. But you would think right now, well, those two guys, we can really drop the cap number by, more than 10. More, like we could save 20 if we restructure something like that. Does it say anything to you, Luke, that they haven't up to this point gone to Titus or Laramie Tunsil to restructure?
Yeah, if I were to hypothesize, I guess it's just the idea that they'd rather just bite the bullet and not commit to them any longer. For Laramie, you can get out of that deal after this upcoming season. So right now, you could say, all right, 1 year at this cap hit, then we move on, or we extend and we push the money down the road, but now we're committed to them for a few more years. Don't want to do that. So that one I get. Titus is 2 years, so that's almost kind of like, pick your poison. Because if you were to restructure, I don't know how much more you'd add on to that contract, how big of a difference it would be. So that one's a little more interesting to me because you have him for at least 2 more years, theoretically. Where do we extend or we just suck it up for 1 more year, move on after this season? But yeah, I think it's the idea of not wanting to commit longer term or keep them around longer than you have to, even if it saves you money in the here and now. It's still not worth the trade-off
if
of
you don't
having them around. Yeah,
if
right.
you don't want it long. It's that, or are they potentially working on something?
True. Or they've tried and the players have said not interested, and we don't hear that part.
That part, and or are they? And if that you get to the case, you say, are they working on something? Because you just, in the back of my mind, the whole way, it's like, boy, you lost a second-round pick last year when you traded for Stephon Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tough one. You've lost him. He played, 7-8 games, and now that's all. It's a second-round pick for 7 or 8 games. That's a tough loss. What you then did was you used a second-round pick on a tackle. Usually second-round picks are guys that you, by year 2, year 3, want to be starting.
Mm-hmm.
He started at the end of the year and into the playoffs. It is hard for me to not think that they want that guy to start, that they want him to play, that the plan would be for him to go another couple years or another year at least on the bench as a swing backup tackle. And then also, boy, I wonder how much they feel about paying a guard that's really a right tackle $18 million. If the thought is, well, the way we'll get Blake on the field is what we did at the end of the year, and that's switch Titus. So that's something to watch. Could be absolutely nothing. Could be Ron just fishing or overthinking things, and that's happened before. That's been fair, but I do find it they've been working with these guys and not the top 2 guys where you could really restructure money.
Yeah, I mean, give it time. We'll see if something comes out. We talked before coming on the air, but yeah, for Titus, it'd be top 6, top 5 highest paid guard, to your point about paying that much money for that position. But yeah, we'll see. And there's other guys too. Like you mentioned, Danielle Hunter. I am curious with him if they extend him, and that's a way of restructuring, pushing some money down the road. Even we've been talking about Christian Kirk. Do you commit to him beyond this year?
Do you do
and
that
could push some money down the road too, instead of the $16.5 million. This season. So,
and you're right. With Danielle Hunter, there's nothing about him where you just say, "Oh man, we're good after this year."
Yeah, right. You wouldn't think
like what he did year 1.
Yeah, unless they're just concerned that as he gets into his 30s, you don't want to commit long term to somebody like that. I don't know. So those are all the players. Obviously, the offensive linemen are the obvious ones, but I'm also curious to see if they do commit beyond this season to Danielle Hunter, to even a Christian Kirk before the season starts, and then that's another way that they can try to push some money down the road.
All right, coming up, Dirty's Daily, as we try to fill it in and take care of it for Clint as he's out. We'll do that coming up next.
Who's on Sean's Texans free agency wish list?
at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Daly's dirty.
Sports Radio's Thrive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Well, you're going to be diving into the mind of the former 5-team All-State defensive tackle.
The showman.
I don't know if they
Hell yeah, dude.
I don't know if they had 5 teams.
State champion, run the show, Hughley.
15 All-State, baby. They got 5 teams?
Yeah, suckers.
No, Clint's out today. Luke's in the building. Tyler's in the building as well. Fellas, through the first 2 hours, we only got one. Please talk sports, guys. Progress. I want to say, sir or ma'am, I'm real close to really having a full-out discussion on what has happened to White Lotus. All right, season 3 of White Lotus. I'm almost fully into.
I haven't gotten into it. The new one, the new season.
I tried, man. Episode 1, and I love White Lotus. I like the first 2 seasons. It's.
Hate to hear that. Damn it.
It's and they've got Baby Billy in it.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, don't.
Go outside, nerd.
We'll roll into it now. Yeah, outside, nerd.
First 2 seasons were slow burns for me. I thought they both started slow.
Yeah, you're right, and I'm hoping for that. Listen, when I said I watched the first, only got 3 out right now. I watched the first episode. This is really pissing that guy off. I fell asleep like 3 times.
Oh no!
Like I've dozed off and had to come back and rewind it a couple of times.
Damn. Yeah, like me reading a book.
Yeah, and then they try to jar you with showing you the guy's ass and his tip. That's not always great. But it's a slow one. It's a slow one. Yeah, I don't know, man, but they could pick it up. They may lose me if this thing don't pick it up. If it don't get good, they may lose me. I just keep rolling over to paradise. But I digress. Dirty's Daily. Hey, man, Luke, I ain't going to lie to you, Tyler. The Rockets are making me nervous.
Shoot, I think they're making me nervous, too.
Listen, I know they won yesterday. I was sitting there watching that game.
Knicks is all nervous.
And they came on in the second half. And I'm sitting there watching that game, and I'm like, they are not about to lose to the Pelicans right now, are they? They are not about to lose to the Pelicans. And I'm like, they are losing at the half right now. They are not about to lose to the damn Pelicans right now. Now they won. They had a big third quarter, and their defense really finally kind of started to show up after the first quarter. I mean, they allowed 15 points in the third quarter. That will do it in. But even with that, it was, and the Warriors won again late against Brooklyn. They're just now 3 games back. And somehow, again, I didn't know he still had it in him, but James Harden can go for 50 again, still in life at 35. And the Clippers are not far behind him. So they've got to start winning. It feels like the Warriors have picked up, about 4 or 5 games, it feels like, over the last couple of weeks. But just watching them play, Luke, they look like a team that has 3 good working tires. And they are trying to get to the finish line with 3 tires. And it is just, even in the win, it is a tough, like something just feels off.
Absolutely. That was what was discouraging last night. Was like, yeah, they won, but how great do you even feel about that win coming away from it?
Yeah,
you wanted to see him come out and set the tone early and bring it to the Pelicans. And
they gave up 34 points in the first quarter.
Yeah, I thought they were going to lose, and they pull out a win. And it's like, well, great, it's the Pelicans. But Yeah, that's most important. You had to make sure you won that game. At least they did. And now they get the Pelicans again this weekend at home, and you got to win that one too. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, Udoka called out the effort earlier this week and called out essentially the starters.
And that's the problem, Luke. Udoka, like it's like when you are a coach and you have to hit them with hey man, they're soft, or they're like their effort down, or this isn't what we are built on. This isn't our identity. We had to do that, bro. When you got to do it like 6 or 7 times in about a month period, like if you keep coming back to it, then it's not just a ploy to call my team out. Now it's like there's some disconnect somewhere, and the inconsistency is growing even more, and especially defensively. Like from now again in the second, third, fourth quarter, their defense improved against the Pelicans last night. But just you watch this team, it's not a good sign when the coach has to continue to call you out for your softness or any of that.
Oh no, we suck again.
Well, at least they won. It is a rough field.
Yeah.
Ocho, they look and feel like the Houston Cougars after a win. Same damn discouraging wins. I don't get that, because to me, like Houston, the Cougars, that feels like their identity. Like it's like I don't come away from Houston games and feel like defensively they've lost it, or they like on the boards or offensive rebounds they've lost it. The Rockets it's just I don't know, man. It just don't look right. Again, as you said, they broke the 3-game slide, and that's the most important thing that they needed to do. But they've got to pick this thing up.
Yeah, they sure do. I mean, the comparison to the Houston style, also Houston's 26-4. So like if the Rockets were winning at that same clip, you'd say like, it's not pretty, but hey, it's working for them. Whereas here,
the Cougs they don't ever win pretty.
But they're the number 3 team in the country. If the Rockets were still the 2 seed, it's like this is just their style. This is how they win. But they haven't been winning enough. And I think there's a few things at play with the whole effort thing. I mean, I think being young is part of it. I think not having a star is part of it. It's kind of a team of role players, and there's always the reason why they're not stars a lot of times, these guys, is because of that inconsistency. And then I also think the injuries with all the different changes to the lineup has also helped. So that's not to excuse the lack of effort at times or Ime having to call out this roster throughout the year, but I think if you had to try to pinpoint why that's the case or why there is this disconnect, I think those are some of the things that are at play with the way this team is constructed. They need that star, they need that leader, and maybe some sort of veteran experience other than Dylan Brooks right now, and some consistency in that lineup to be able to provide that effort, that style that they're looking for.
Coming here on the text line, a few people rolling through. I'm the biggest Rockets fan there is, but I'm with you, Show. They do have a favorable schedule moving forward, and they do that. I don't think they're about to collapse themselves out of the playoffs. I think they have, the way they have played here of late, they've put the play-in on the table.
Yes.
I think they have done that with Golden State, Minnesota, and the Clippers starting to kind of play better basketball than they're playing. Mm-hmm. I heard and the Kenny Smith I'm talking about, the guy with the worst bow-legged knees I've ever seen in my life. I'm sorry, it's getting worse.
Poor guy, don't do that to him.
I don't want to do it to him, but it's getting worse. And one of the greatest bits in television is that race to the wall, and I don't want to see them do it anymore. And Shaq's an a-hole. He knows he could just take advantage of those knees. Are like,
I'm falling, and I can't get up.
I don't mean to get here, but like when I watch him, and he's a Houston legend, kind of. When I watch him, like his slacks and his pants, it's like they're just seeing through him, and it's God, man. Yeah. I'm praying for him, but those
walking
knees,
triangle
man,
not looking much like a jet, right?
I'm just telling you, like, when did that start to kick in? I don't remember him with the Rock. He was in the slam dunk contest, a great dunker.
Yeah,
and
I think he's had knee issues later in life.
Like he looks like if he had to come off a screen, he'd fall like me. Like I don't know. Anyway, He did have a great quote. He said, at this time of year, when you get to this area of March, you have two things. You have teams that are getting ready to kind of roll this thing on into Cancun. Mm-hmm. And then you have teams that are kicking it into gear.
Yeah.
Right, around this time, kicking it into gear, kicking it into, all right, let's get a burst going here and really get ourselves ready and prepared for playoff.
Let's go, Rockets.
And you would think, as Martin Maldonado was talking, you would think that the Rocket gear, and right now they look like they are just holding on.
For sure. Yeah, they're trending in the wrong direction. I think part of it is just a team and a group of guys that haven't been here before, that haven't been that battle-tested in these playoff races like a Warriors or the Lakers and these veterans and all these other teams in the West coming down the stretch. But it's not good. They have the 9th easiest schedule the rest of the season, so to your point, here's a chance to turn it around. And in regards to Kenny Smith, by the way, we had a kid in college who had 2 different size feet, and he would try to play basketball, and whenever he'd try to run, he would just topple over.
Like Whitey on 8 Crazy Nights?
Yeah. That's too bad, man. It's like, how some gentlemen look at ladies with great
hungry eyes,
great sweater puppies.
Ooh, yeah.
My eyes go right to his knees.
It's true.
Like if I were to talk to Kenny Smith, it'd be like that, and I just feel so disrespectful because I'm just looking at his knees, man. He's like, double D's get me every time. I can't imagine. I did not say that. I can't imagine.
Double knees. I
can't imagine what it's like getting out of bed for him, man. God, dog, he's unfolding that chair. But to the point, they play the Pelicans again, the Magic, who are kind of falling apart. Yeah. The Suns, that's a kind of a wild card, weird team, but they're not in the postseason. They're in the 11th spot. The Mavericks are in a flat free fall as none of their players are playing. The Bulls, the Sixers, and the same thing as them, and then they get the Magic, and they get all of that until they play the Nuggets on the 23rd of February.
Yeah.
And then even after that, it's the Hawks and the Jazz. So they have a schedule where they'd be all right. Stop it. Kenny Smith could use the Forrest Gump braces. Guys, that's on me. That's poor leadership. I started that.
Well, you never seen a boy with braces on his legs before?
I legit feel bad for him, man. I can't. Like in the last 12 years, it has turned, man. It has turned in, like no pun intended.
At least it's at this age, though. I mean, don't feel too bad for him. That's how I feel every day, and I'm a lot younger.
He also is dating like a 22-year-old Instagram model or something, so it's working just fine for him.
He better be massaging those things or something, man. That's God, dog.
Take care of him.
Shout out to them knees, man.
I got the California King just so she could fit in the bed with him. The legs just take up so much of the width.
That leg. Man, what'd you say? He just sleeps and looks like an ACL tear. Like he sleeps and it's like, is that are your legs? Are these supposed to go that way? All right. There you go. Yeah, Luke's a sniper right there. He came in there and took a shot. The Cleveland Browns, speaking of restructuring money, they have restructured Deshaun's contract for the second time in the offseason to create more cap space. But the story coming out today is Jim Haslett, the owner, he likes to go by Jimmy Brown. As we know, weeks ago, Myles Garrett made it very public, had the statement requesting to be traded, wanting out after being there 7-8 years, understanding the direction where they're going. I remember his line was, I never intended to go from Cleveland to Canton, meaning like I want to win. I want to have a chance to win big, and he wants to move on. And where they are right now, and I'll give them, they have tried. They tried the Deshaun stuff. They tried with Baker. They have tried in the time, but they're in a different direction. And I completely understand where it is. Now, their stance has been they're not going to trade him. Myles Garrett requested to have a meeting with the owner, Jim Haslett. And in response, Jim Haslett basically went, fingers in his ear and said, la 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 la.
And they say no.
Refuse the request.
What the hell, man?
What is wrong with him?
You are the owner. What is wrong with you?
Like never? Like, are you going on vacation and you can't get? No, man. Hey, Miles wanted to put in his secretary because Miles Garrett wanted to put in and try to maybe get a meeting. You guys could talk. No, nope.
Probably one of the most model players, both on and off the field for your organization, and you're doing this.
My man said, nope. We're not trading him. No, I don't need to meet with you. I don't need to meet with you. We're not trading you. Like, he can't get a meeting.
It's a busy month for me, man. I got a lot of meetings. I'll have to circle back.
Like, we can't sit down and talk about how we gonna handle this. Like, this is the Cleveland Browns. My man said no. Nope. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, you should at least take the meeting. At least have the decency to sit down with that guy and explain your thought process or where you're coming from it.
Andrew Berry has to be like, come on. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you don't like what's being said in the meeting, you can, at that point, you're the owner. You can cuss him out, do whatever the hell you want, but don't be a freaking little kid and avoiding it. And like you were saying, la, 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 no, can't do it. Come on, bro.
You're so kidding. Like, because, now that I'm looking at this, I didn't think this was going to happen. Dude, they look like they are crazy enough, like the Ford family, to just to go and Detroit Lion this thing with Barry Sanders. Did they do it to
Calvin Johnson?
Calvin? Did they do it to him?
I
Did
think so.
Did they really leave him, or did he go ahead and retire? I know Barry, they said, well, Barry, hell, you either playing for the Lions or you retiring.
I think there was some of that with Johnson, too.
I think the Browns, obviously their owner won't even take a sit-down meeting, won't even honor a request for a meeting. This is, as Champ Slice said on YouTube and Twitch, this is why they're the Browns.
Yeah, right. That's why he's such a lousy owner.
You think Deshaun could get a meeting? You think if like Deshaun tried to put on the calendar, go see if you get a meeting. And then Deshaun, he says sure. But it's really Miles coming in for the meeting.
Jimmy's got to sneak out the back door now at the facility just to make sure he doesn't get caught.
Bring in the shot. And it's really Miles. What in the hell, man? I just want to know. What that was like. Hey, Miles wants to get you. Nope. Send his ass on. Not doing it. All right, coming up. I almost did something today in a meeting that would have made at least half of our listeners, in their own mind, extremely excited. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, Orchard. Orchard has changed the home selling game. Y'all got to check this out, man. If you are looking to sell your current home and buy a new
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, I put myself in one of those positions.
I'm on the edge of my seat waiting to hear what this is about because I wasn't in that meeting today.
Yeah, we had a meeting today. So, I don't think I would have gotten fired, but I don't think it would have been a great look.
Hold on, so.
And maybe it could have been. It could have had a very insensitive feel. You may not be familiar, Luke, but Tyler is very familiar, and many in the audience. I have a, I don't know if it's a tick or a prop. It's an issue that once I see tears or like crying or emotions,
just any intense emotion in the sadness range.
It's really tears. It's when the tears, like the voice, when you start to hear it crack, and that, it's like I don't know why I start to laugh. I cannot control it. As I've told the audience, it's happened at funerals. It's happened at just bad times.
It's like Claire Dunphy.
I try to get out. I try to get out of the way or out in front or move or whatever. Well, we had a meeting today, and thank God B. Scott saved me. We had a meeting today, and I think it got a little emotional with the boss. And, you know, her voice was starting to quiver a little bit, and I saw the tears coming, and immediately my face just lit up. Smiles. And I felt like I was in a very corner of the eye visual. And thank God Almighty, Brandon Scott was sitting in front of me, and I just like Homer Simpson my way back into the bushes and just slid myself behind his head and just tried to cover. And I could not, and I got my face covered. I went in and I pulled, and I don't think anybody saw it. I pulled it together. I don't think anyone saw it, but I was like, oh my God, if she's rolling, this is not a good look. And it could mean so many, but it is not on purpose. Someone just texted, "You're just a true a-hole." Listen, I think it really does come off very a-hole-ish. I'm not trying to. I can't. Honest to God, I cannot help it. I'm not gonna say I've done intense therapy or anything to try to fix this, but I can't. As soon as it started, I was just like, that's where I went, and I tried to slide back, and I just covered up. But, I just imagine if she saw me, if she happened to look over there, what is this ass doing?
Yeah, it's that Schadenfreude.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I think I've heard somebody say.
Well, it's a little different because I think that's where you actually do take joy or pleasure from other people's pain and misfortune.
I don't take the joy and the pleasure. It just comes over me, and it was a close one.
What's the worst situation you got yourself into because of that? You mentioned it's happened at funerals before?
It's a good question.
Yeah. There was a funeral one, and Courtney just hammered me and was like, just hit me. I think somebody was at a retirement thing.
Uh-huh.
And somebody really went into it, and I just couldn't hold it. Like I think that one I'm just laughing, and they're writing in lines. I don't even want to tell the worst one. You know, I used to work with at-risk youth, and I remember this is terrible. Like parents and stuff embracing and about to leave, and I don't know, it came over me like they're crying, Luke, and they're well, you'll be all right, we'll see you, and it just comes over me, and and at that moment, Tyler, I have to turn away and walk off. But I know it's not genuinely, I feel bad for the kid because the kid's in there and he's about to be in there for a few days and without his parent, and he was but both of them are. And it's like when noises come about and this and all of that,
and the lip quiver,
and it just immediately my face just goes.
Well, here's the good news: you shouldn't, and you don't have to feel too damn bad because I've heard of this before I ever even met you. It's something that's semi-common amongst folks, and I don't know. I'm no psychologist, so I don't know what goes into it, but I've heard of this happening with other people before, and it's just their unnatural but natural reaction to tough emotional situations like that.
It's something like it would happen in our goals group when kids would tell us their stories all the time, and they make
Yeah, I was gonna say
it make it emotional, and I would immediately I've got this the face cover real quick. I got that. I don't.
It's a shame. You can. I think you should carry a handkerchief around with you at all times because sometimes you can't differentiate laughing from crying. So you could cover your face with a handkerchief and make it seem like you're crying at the funeral instead of just laughing into a napkin.
He said you can't. But that's a good one. What are other things that would be bad? I can't make a wish for kids.
That would be awful. The kid's telling his sob story and you're just there cracking up in front of him. Oh, my gosh. He just wanted to meet his favorite radio personality, and you're laughing in his face.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Funerals, yes, that is giving the eulogy for people that may start getting emotional. That's a rough one. No, I'm not proud of it. Again, I'm glad she completely missed me. But it was touch and go there for a second.
On the flip side, what about your emotions where instead of, do you get into a situation where instead of you crying, you laugh instead?
No, I'm a hard crier.
It's not like that.
Yeah, I'm an ugly crier. Yeah, I'm a shoulders, a lot of snot, a lot of tears. Yeah, and for me, I don't mind when people, when I've told the story when my wife walked down the aisle, I couldn't control it. I just lost it. Everybody laughed at me because, at least all my close friends, because they know, you do your thing. Yeah, yeah. Thank goodness I wasn't caught. Some of you I know wish that I was caught. Maybe think hey, take care of his ass, but no, thank goodness I wasn't caught. All right, let's talk Cam Smith, who is taking over Astros spring training. Right now, would he be on your opening day roster? Would he be on your he's hitting over 600. Would he be on your opening day roster? We'll get there coming up next.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Add another weapon to see.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I want to get to Cam Smith, but the Astros apparently utilized the pitch clock with Lance McCullers in his live BP today to get him used to the tempo. McCullers had...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go on.
McCullers hasn't pitched since the pitch clock came into the game.
Good Lord! I knew it had been a long time, but that really hits home.
How long are we multiple years with the pitch clock?
It feels like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are multiple.
Bury me in the H.
Damn. Lance.
All that, I was like, holy crap. This dude has been gone so long.
So the last time Lance pitched, you could just have as many mound visits as you wanted, and the bases were smaller.
Different time. It's crazy.
Lance, damn, man, he been gone that long?
That is nuts.
Damn.
Yeah. I think White Lotus had just come out the last time he fished.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. Lance, I think I know where Luke is. Luke is, I think, with Lance where I am with Forrest Whitley. Lance, I'm a believer. I'm a believer like that this year that Lance is actually going to step on the mound and really.
Yeah.
Well, like I think he's going to be an addition. I think this is the year that Lance finally gets back. Hell, he's had enough time and surgeries, but I think this is. I'm believing. I heard him. They said he got to 95 last week.
Ooh, that's nice.
Like I was like, okay.
Yeah, but I believe the words you used when you were talking to me last week is you were like, "Hey, I'm all in."
I am.
Lance
I'm
McCullers.
all in on Lance being back this year.
I like that out of you.
Because I mean, if Lance is. And it's a huge if. I think I said this the last time we were on it. Like Lance could be a real odd wild card for this team.
It feels huge.
If he's Lance, and if he's back now, we'll see what happens on it. Someone said put some money on it. Now, man, I was just trying to enjoy myself and have a good time. Okay.
That's not one you throw some cash on.
Nah, man, I ain't putting no money. Hell, I won't.
We all want what you're saying, but that is not one you throw money on.
I didn't put money on Jabari Smith getting 2 threes last night. I'm not putting money on Lance. But I just got a good feeling. Like, I'm just saying, for me, the last couple of years, when it's been Lance, all right, here we go. Lance is he's with the hooks, or he's gearing up, or Lance has a bullpen session.
He's throwing on flat ground.
Yeah, you're right. He's throwing on flat ground. He's playing convicted catch, as the captain Joe Espada said once.
As opposed to tossing it around without any conviction at all.
I actually believe it this time. Luke clearly doesn't, but I actually.
Luke's eyebrows just shot way up his head.
Did someone text in exactly? No, shut up. All right, I wouldn't put money on anybody that much. And I'm not betting my hair or my eyebrows. And I already shave my armpits normally. I'm not like any of that. I don't need to do any of that. You don't feel different about Lance this year. Is that like you don't feel like I'm talking about in terms of his ability to actually get on the field and help the team? You don't feel differently about Lance right now?
I feel more optimistic now than I have in the past, sure, but still, I think there's a long way to go.
That whole sure, the way you slide that in, like that is just, I feel good about it, sure. I mean, not to just, take him out at the knees. But
yeah, because he hasn't pitched in 2.5 years. I don't know if there's ever been another case of a pitcher missing 2.5 years and then coming back and being serviceable, let alone, really good for a team. I just don't know what the expectation should be. And I say this all the time, but I subscribe to the Polar Express theory of having to see it to believe in it. So all these reports are great, but I want to see him actually pitch in a game and face actual big league hitters and see if you could get anything from him this year. It's great that he's throwing off of flat ground. He hit 95 once or twice in a bullpen with just him and a catcher.
He faced Christian Walker last week.
The same guy who's out with an injury now.
But he wasn't out then.
They probably told him, don't swing the bat. You got a lat strain. You just got to stand.
Struck him out on 7 pitches.
We don't want you to get hurt. Just stand in the box so he can throw at you.
Listen, I'm not going to say that it is not fair for you or this person who texted in hell no, or this person that texted in Ron, even when healthy, McCullers would labor and nitpick his way through 3 innings on 90 pitches, taking 5 minutes per pitch. Annoying. Well, Ocho, he can't take 5 minutes per pitch anymore because he's got the pitch clock. That will be funny if he comes out the first time and bam, he gets hit with multiple pitch clock violations out there.
It's going to be quite the adjustment.
Like, guys, come on. I expect him to get hurt in 2 months. Guys, stop it.
That ain't right.
I believe in Lance. I do. I believe he over under. What is it? Let me get it. June 1st. You taking him to play, to get in the big leagues and pitch for the Astros before June 1st or after?
Oh, I'm going before. Hey, all these reports have me really optimistic in all seriousness. Like, even before this
2025, June 1st.
Yeah.
That's what makes, yeah.
Like, I feel like every report and update we've gotten from these insiders over the last month and a half, I mean, it's always it doesn't feel like fluff kind of reporting optimism. It feels like the facts they're reporting on where he is with his rehab is really, really good news. So I would say before.
I do too. I would. You think he beats Cam Smith to the majors?
That's a good question. That's an interesting ass question.
Does he beat Cam?
Very interesting to ponder on that one.
Do you think it's even seriously considerable that Cam Smith is on the roster to start the season?
Very little. I think there's a very little chance to start the season. I think we'll see him this year. I think we might see him,
Oh, I definitely think that.
I think maybe fairly soon. But to start the year, I think that's a stretch.
Now, I don't think he's there to start. And I don't even know if that's the best thing. We talked about it a bit earlier. Like, you got to take the spring training with a grain of salt. Now, listen, it's tough. I mean, you get somebody in here who just keeps hitting the ball out of the ballpark, hitting base percentage over 700, OPS over 1,300. Like, you start. But I think you got to understand, like, one, how many 1 through 5 starters in a rotation is he facing? How many 7, 8, 9 inning guys out of a bullpen is he facing? How many of them are they facing him trying to attack him to get him out? Or are they trying to just work on their fastball command or their whatever? So I think you got to take it with a grain of salt. But no, and you want to take your time with him regardless. So I don't think that is the case. But he definitely will be up, I would imagine.
He should. I would give him a couple months down in Double-A, and if he keeps, hitting the cover off the ball, then he forces your hand. You got to bring him up, and I think it actually works well for the lineup too. If he could be your everyday third baseman, and you slide
they lack power.
Paredes over.
We talked about this yesterday. They only got 2 guys on the team last year that hit over 20 home runs.
Yeah, but they had some depth in terms. They might not have had that big bopper, but they had the home runs spread out. Like, I think the Astros last year, were like 10th in home runs. So it's not like they were the bottom of the league.
Yeah, no, they've lost Tucker and Bregman.
True, but I think Walker and Paredes should, knock on wood, should be able to replace that home run production.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll see.
I would hope so.
Paredes was under 20 last year, but
but I think he plays well in this ballpark.
Absolutely.
If he played all of his games at what was Minute Maid last year, he would have had 40 homers. Now, he only is going to play half his games there, so so maybe he gets to 25 this year since he was at 19 a year ago. But anyways, also I think you're on the Astros than I think some people. I think maybe it was Sean Bijani I was hosting with, and I forecasted more wins than even he had for the Astros this year.
What?
Oh wow!
I think it was. I don't want to put words in his mouth. Sorry, Sean, if it wasn't, but. But my point being, what are reasonable expectations this year? Do you think the Astros will actually be a team that can compete for a World Series? And if the answer is no, it could be a playoff team. Maybe they'll win high 80s. Then, what's the point in rushing Cam Smith? If you think he's the difference maker of hey, this is the guy that's keeping us from going and winning the AL, then sure, right? Try to bring him up as soon as he can. Otherwise,
that's
why
not
rush
my
him?
expectation right now is the division.
Division
is to really compete and probably be right there to win the division. That's my expectations. I don't like the past years that every year I've been here, it's been win a championship.
Yeah, of course.
Like compete with the Yankees or the Reds or the Orioles who've been really good or the Guardians or whatever. It's been that. I don't have the same feel for this team. You got Jake Myers and Chaz McCormick.
Yeah.
And Jose Altuve as your starting outfield. So
I screwed it up.
That's a bit of a difference. So, but I do think they should be able to compete in the West. There's no the Sacramento A's and the rest of them. There's no juggernaut in the AL West. So I think that's at least my expectation. Jeez, God.
Dude.
The Mavs have another season-ending injury to him.
Oh my
big! Did you see?
Another one.
Did you see?
It's DJ Khaled near another one.
Did you see the heart go out of Luke's face?
Yes.
Look at the no.
I feel for these guys, the fans.
Olivier Prosper. He has a serious right wrist injury and is expected to require season-ending surgery. He was another big. So they're already without Gafford. They're already without
Luka.
Luka, but they're already without AD. They're already without Lively. Mm-hmm. This kid was getting a lot of minutes. Damn, man.
Holy crap.
That's a job I can't have, being around Nico Harris.
Dude. I feel for probably the first time in my life, I kind of feel for Klay Thompson as well. I mean, he went there to try to go compete, team that was just in the championship, and now he looks around, and it's like, oh, my gosh, this is terrible.
Klay about to go down with one himself.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Coach, I felt something. I think I need to.
Felt something pop. Good God, man. What is going on, man?
Wild.
They have got to, they are literally in pets' heads are falling off territory. Mm-hmm. Like we've reached. Good God, man. What is going on, man? That is the wildest thing. I have never in my life, I don't believe, seen the basketball gods respond like this. And then look at just going off last night.
It's going to happen to anyone, though. I mean, Dallas is a good spot.
It's like somebody in New Orleans or someone has a voodoo doll of Nico Harrison and they're pushing the areas, but it's happening to his players on the doll instead of him. It's here's the stomach here for him. Here's a leg. Here's a knee. It's oh my God.
Yeah, somebody got in the face, Craig.
I mean,
I don't know if that was Nico, but it is awfully bad.
See if he's okay.
5 o'clock fire coming up next. Somebody send a prayer out for Nico and his family. 5 o'clock fire coming up next. Texans make a big move and take a big step to fixing their number one issue on this team in the offseason. That's coming up next.
Take all the thinking out of your drinking. How do you do that? Well, you drink cold Coors Light. What am I talking about? There's little mountains.
It is 5 o'clock. Hopefully you're off work, getting the weekend started early, and luckily for you, Luke is in the building. Luke is in the building as Clint is out today. Should be back on Monday show. And T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. It is 5 o'clock fire. We will, coming up a bit later, break down to you the NHL trade deadline as that has just completed. We will let you know. It looks like the Panthers have become Stanley Cup final favorites after the deadline. And they've been surging. What a win they had against Tampa the other night. So the Kachuk brothers, they've added to that line there. So we will keep you updated as many teams trying to make some moves. But we will let you know. We'll break that down coming up at 6:07. But 5 o'clock fire. Luke, the Texans, as someone texted in, Uncle Luke, the Texans have kind of made a move and taken some steps towards what they're going to do with their biggest priority, their biggest issue from last year. And it starts with them releasing veteran offensive guard Shaq Mason. According to Aaron Wilson, the Texans plan to bolster their guard position through free agency and the NFL draft, and moving on from veteran Shaq Mason, per sources, and that is the first step in their plans to try to improve their offensive line. This is a move that I felt needed to happen. I felt like it would have been a really tough thing if they were going to try to roll this thing with Shaq Mason. But the other part of the report, your thoughts on the ways that they're going to try to improve this thing. And when you hear draft and when you hear free agency,
I honestly would love to use both as a way to address at least the offensive line as a whole. But I don't really love the free agent options at guard this offseason. So, maybe the draft is the best route to go. And we discussed this earlier, but historically, I think drafting offensive linemen, and specifically interior offensive linemen, is the safest play. If you just simply base it off of this one metric of which position gets re-signed by the team that drafts them the most frequently, it would be offensive line would be number one, and then more specifically on the offensive line, it would be the interior position gets a second contract in the team that drafts them more than any other position in the draft. So that's just one metric. I'm sure there's flaws in that metric, but the idea being that the safest position to draft in the NFL draft is interior offensive line. So I think that's the best approach for the Texans. I would like to use both free agency and the draft to address the offensive line. I would like to turn over every rock and stone and couch cushion, whatever. They got to do whatever they can to address this thing. But the safest play might just be trying to draft somebody high up, maybe in that first round, with your draft pick in about 6 weeks.
See, for me, this is I have been steadfast on this. I think they will at least need one new starter up there. For me, I'll be honest with you. I said I think they need two or three. I don't know that they go that confidence in some of their guys than I do. And not just, it's a mix of confidence and, we've invested, moving up in a second-round pick to get Juice Scruggs. We invested money and contract in our third highest-paid player in Titus Howard. Obviously, our highest-paid player in Laramie Tunsil. We've invested things up front with these guys. Now, I don't think there's a chance that Kenyon Green has a shot. I think they understand that first-round selection is gone. But for me, at the very least, they need to have, to me, somebody proven up. And they have to get somebody who has done it in the league. Now, I like Will Fries from the free agent from the Colts that is out there. To me, he would be the one that I would go after right now. But, again, the Chicago Bears have proven to us that, hell, even guys that you ain't even hearing about that may be available in trades, hell, they went and got two of them, right? And maybe the first guy they got from the Rams, who was a Pro Bowler in 21, I think Jonah Johnson, something like that. He's not as sexy, but I think they went and got maybe the best all-around offensive lineman in football, who's been an all-pro first team the last 2 years from the Chiefs, and went and made that happen. So you just never know who for you. You never know what's there, and I just think they need to be really aggressive in fixing that. And to me, I think they will. I think there's one thing that this shows is, hey, we were aggressive in going after Christian Kirk and going after a wide receiver, and that is a priority that is probably second in the list of important things. We got to go protect our guy. We got to go there's a true thought of, it ain't just Bobby Slowick that ruined this thing, maybe, and he obviously has a combination in it, but that up front just ruined our season. Mm-hmm. Ruined our season, made it to a point at times that in the most important game in the second half against the Chiefs, you can't even participate in the game offensively because it was so bad up front. So I think they know they have to get serious about that. So to me, if they were to go and say we're going to get one free agent, one in the draft, I'm cool with that too. Yeah. But to me, it has to be somebody with some level of experience.
That's fair. And that's why I'm jealous of this offseason that the Bears have had already. They had
That's what Clint said. He said he was jealous.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they had a similar problem at young quarterback, offense derailed by their poor offensive line, and they went out and they addressed it right away by getting two veterans. The other guy you mentioned, Double J, he was with Ben Johnson previously in Detroit, so there is that familiarity. And then you had Joe Thuney as well. So, and just like that, two moves, you address your offensive line, you protect your young asset, you hope that he's going to be better. They made it this season, so that's kind of what you look at and like, man, I hope we do the same thing for our young quarterback like they're trying to do there for CJ. But you bring up a good point. You never know who could actually be available. You don't know what conversations these teams are having, and maybe the Texans could find that option who's on another roster right now.
Also, other news the Texans have made, and I'd be interested to see if this is the last we see of this. We can talk about this a little bit more deeper later, but they've restructured the contract of Azeez Al-Shire, their linebacker, that they signed last year. They're saving and creating little over $6 million in salary cap space to be able to do more things. And I don't think this is the last that we're seeing of that. Nico Collins earlier in the week, they're going to do that. They've got some other candidates that they can potentially do that with. So the Texans making some moves, and I think what they have shed in both cap space and then in Shaq Griffin, which they're going to save some money to, they're going to add some cap space with his, with going ahead and moving on with him. You can see that they are making moves to improve this team up.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. Last night, some may have been asleep. Last night was a really big game in the NBA, and it lived up to it. And that is the Lakers hosted the New York Knicks last night, and it was a fantastic game. Luka and LeBron, they continue. They win 8 straight. They go to overtime. The Knicks was in control of this game most the way, and the Knicks, after losing this game, they have now gone 0-9 versus the top 4 teams in the NBA. The Celtics, Thunder, Cavs, and Lakers. They're 0-9 against those teams. And it was a great game. Tough situation at the end for the Knicks. That's one to watch to see how long he may be out. But their star player injured his foot, and he was rolling. Almost had 40 last night.
Yeah.
And he was rolling, but he got injured really, really late in the game. But of all the talk of, to me, Luke, God, the NBA is not a fun product to watch. It's not an interesting game. That was physical. That had, obviously great shot making from all of the stars out there. That kind of, and I think a lot of games every night are like that. But that was that felt like a playoff game. And if the playoffs are going to be like that, and people are watching them, it is going to be entertaining. That was just not hey, everybody just shoot threes all night long. That was a fun game to watch.
Yeah, it sure was. I think the Knicks are a pretty fun team to watch in general because they always bring the energy. They play hard on both ends of the floor. They usually play pretty team basketball, though last night Brunson just took over there.
He just went off.
Yeah, he just was going one-on-one.
They all about Carl, didn't they?
Oh, my gosh.
That became a problem once Brunson got hurt.
Yeah. I think he kind of checked himself out, too, just hanging out. Like, you do your thing. I'll stand over here. But, yeah, and that's the thing, people that – look, I'm wearing the NBA shirt here. I love the NBA.
I wonder was PK's ass up watching that last night. I know he hadn't watched it since Kobe died, but I wonder if PK was up.
Doubt it. But I watch the games every night. But I think that's the knock on the NBA is the average fan doesn't check into the playoffs or things don't get interesting in the playoffs. So I think the playoffs, absolutely. It's like, at least in the West. The Eastern Conference is a bit of a mess. Some of these teams shouldn't be in the playoffs. But I think the Western Conference is going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of depth in that Western Conference, and now that the Warriors are playing better, the Lakers obviously with Luka and LeBron. Let's hope the Rockets are in the thick of things. That's
where I was just about to go. When you watched that level of play last night, and you think about the Rockets, that's where it really gets and it's tough because matchups are different, right? And the Rockets, when they are being the Rockets, they muck up games, and they generally, I would say, when they were really good and going in a good spot before the struggles, I would say they force teams to play ugly more than anybody else, right? Like they had the Warriors in the 90s or low hundreds, but the way they've been playing right now, it is tough to watch those teams. Watch the Celtics, who beat the brakes off of whoever the hell that was they played last night prior to that game, to go watch teams like that and think the Rockets kind of hanging in with that. That's the it's all being matchups. To me, the Rockets, if they can find themselves matched up against Fitz, Denver, and right now the Lakers, those are potential early series for the Rockets. To me, the way they're playing right now, it could change. For the way they're playing right now.
Well, that's why they got to stay locked into that 4 or 5 with Memphis. You don't want to be a 6 or a 7. You have to go face the Lakers or the Nuggets in the first round. Can't even win a playoff series in that case. But, yeah, because you watched that game last night. You see Brunson go for 39 on one side. You see LeBron and Luka both go over 30. And we know the NBA is a star-driven league, and in the playoffs, these stars step up. When you watch the Rockets, who's that guy consistently that
you got to hope Jalen Green's filling it.
Yeah, to go, head-to-head with a LeBron or, Jokic or whoever and go put up 35 points on a big stage. That's what they're missing.
Hey.
They can't match up with these types of teams.
Real talk, what you're about to start seeing once they get down here, you're going to start potentially seeing some of these teams start working their way to the Rockets.
It's true.
Now,
the
only other part to that, though, is you set yourself up to see Oklahoma City in the following round. So I don't know if the Nuggets want to do that. But like if you're the Nuggets, you're like, all right, Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, and that crew in that 6 spot, 3 versus 6, or do I want to drop myself to the 5 spot and face the Rockets?
You can make the case, though, if the top 2 seeds stay like this, Thunder Lakers, I think I'd rather face the Thunder in the playoffs than the Lakers with Luka and LeBron.
Oh, really?
I think so. I still am.
Thunder, they've been rolling. Man.
They have, but I have some concerns.
Question?
Yeah. Whereas against LeBron with a little more experience, especially obviously LeBron, a lot more playoff experience. I don't know. I think I'd rather take my chances with a bit of a younger OKC team, a little more inexperienced team in OKC in the playoffs than the Lakers.
Yep, Ron, the NBA is garbage. The biggest headline coming out of the NBA yesterday was Chuck versus Perkins and Bron versus Stephen A. Smith. The NBA is a dead sport until their players stop being soft. They're warm. But when's the last time you watched it? Like when PK did? Last time you watched it.
5 o'clock fire.
We were looking at this potentially as news from a trade perspective, but it doesn't have to do that anymore. The Washington Commanders, who are trying to get cap space, they've decided to go ahead and release defensive tackle Jonathan Allen ahead of free agency. So he is going to be a free agent. And again, for me, I love the thought of Jonathan Allen and them having a potential wrecker up front, especially them potentially have a wrecker up front with the ones they have on the edges, and which means that you have to be able to try to figure out what you're going to do with Will Anderson and Hunter, and then potentially leave Jonathan Allen, a guy like that, one-on-one on the inside. It's not a need, though. It's not a need for them, but it's really, to me, outside of maybe safety, but really, to me, the only space on the defense where you're like, upgrade. And if they were to do something like this, again, I would understand if they did. But if they were to do something like that, bringing in a Jonathan Allen, that would be something that now you're pulling in. This is seriously a top 5 level defense potentially. This is a defense that can really pick up, because you have potentially above average players all over the place at every single spot on the defense. I don't know if this is something that they will go after. We've been hearing Sheldon Rankins more, but this would make the Texans a scary front seven.
I'm with you on that. I think, this is the type of scenario why these salary caps exist, so you can't just go out and get everybody, and you have to pick and choose, which is, to your point, I mean, that defensive line or the interior defensive line, I think it's a want more so than a need. It's a luxury right now for this team more so than it is a necessity. And so you have to pick and choose, and you have to address the offensive line most notably, the wide receiver position still, and they did that with Christian Kirk. And then if you can make it work, I don't know how much Jonathan Allen would command, and if you could even find a way, theoretically, realistically, to try to squeeze that into your salary cap with the Texans already being up against it. So if you had to pick and choose between those three, right, the interior defensive line, I think, is a lot further away from those other two positions to devote your resources. So it would be great. I'm with you if they added him.
I
just don't think they have
they say we're gonna draft somebody and kind of, it's somebody that builds it up. But if they were going to make a defensive move, that to me would be, if they were going to make a quote-unquote splash defensive move, that would seem to be the position area to do that in. All right, coming up, Christian Kirk. He is the newest Houston Texan, and there's a lot of debate about what he is. I think he is a bona fide, surefire number 2 receiver in this league, and I don't think it's even close. But some people feel a little bit different or underwhelmed by what he is. I'll give the case and let you know. Texans are good. They got a number 2 receiver in Christian Kirk. That's next.
Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple.
Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Josh Hader coming? Josh Hader might have been walking in here in the building.
That'd be cool.
All right. Christian Kirk, I believe, and you can jump in with your thoughts on this thing. You even, because hopefully you thought about it over the break. Think about the other teams in the league and their number 2 receiver. I think Christian Kirk is most definitely a number 2 receiver. And again, if he stays healthy, that's the same thing with Nico Collins. It's the same thing with Tank. It's the same thing with Cooper Kupp. That's the same thing with other guys that Tyler Lockett. It's the same thing with other guys that have had some injury situations. Deebo Samuel, who the Texans clearly were at least in talks with. But if he stays healthy, I think he is clearly a number 2. And for some reason, Luke, it seems like some, I'm not saying all, but some within the Texans fan base don't see him as that. And see it, and I've seen a lot of people, they need to get another guy. And I'm like, I think they need to get another guy. But I don't think it's like, hey, man, they've got to get somebody over him. I think he is going to be a really, really big-time slot receiver, again, if he stays healthy. And in what this offense looks like it's going to be, the slot receiver is somebody that is going to be a big part of it. And he has been really, really, really good in Arizona and Jacksonville when he's been healthy, which is a very fair thing. But third receiver, again, start matching up some of the number 2 receivers. It's not maybe what you think. I feel like when people think number 2 receivers, they're thinking Jalen Waddle and T. Higgins.
Yeah, the exceptions.
Or Devontae Smith. Yeah. And I think he is, I don't think he's in the category of maybe Higgins and Waddle, because especially Higgins and Waddle's got big play ability much more than he does. But I think he's in the range of that of the guys. I bet you there aren't 10 number 2 receivers in the league that are more accomplished or even better than him. Like that you would look at. Because I only think there are 2 in the AFC, and then you have to go to the NFC to me. So, yes, he is not Devontae Adams. He is not DK Metcalf. But you already have Nico Collins. He is to me, a legit number 2 receiver.
I'm with you. Again, just assume as long as he's healthy, which is the big thing. But if you were getting Christian Kirk off of his season 3 seasons ago, I would put this duo right up there with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase in terms of a 1-2 punch. The problem is just because of these injuries the last 2 seasons. And so I think some of the dislike comes from a couple factors. One is the injuries. He's only played, half season here the last 2 years. I think 2 is very fair. He hasn't played on good teams. I know that Jaguars team made it played for the Cardinals in the early years of Kyler Murray, and they weren't really getting to the playoffs. I think just once, the Jaguars. And it almost goes back to the whole Barkley thing of, you don't pay attention to these smaller markets. So I think a lot of people aren't just, they're just not as familiar with the game. And I think the other aspect, too, is
Christian Kirk has come here to Houston
that's fair.
And
true.
Kicked their asses multiple times when he was playing with the Jags.
Duval. Certainly a good point. And I think another aspect, too, is he kind of became a punchline when he signed that huge contract with the Jaguars that made him like one of the highest paid receivers. And everyone's thinking, why are you paying this guy that much? So I think when you get paid that much, that also ups he's getting paid, or at least he was getting paid as a number 1 wide receiver. So I think that ups the expectations of this now this expectation or this perception of Kirk of he's getting paid all of this money, but his numbers are only this. He must not be that good, or he must be underachieving. So I think those things are kind of working against Kirk. But I would also say this. I saw this stat earlier, and again, stats are a dime a dozen. It might not mean much, but his yards per route run put him 45th in the league last year, when he was healthy. So 45th would put you right up there with the number 2 receivers, but it placed him on that list right between DK Metcalf, who I know a lot of Texans fans wanted, and right ahead of Jordan Addison, who is one of the better number 2 receivers in the league. So just one stat, but it's good company that he keeps in that area in terms of his effectiveness, the amount of yards he gets compared to the amount of routes he runs. He was right up there with DK Metcalf and Jordan Addison last year, and that's the type of guy you would love as a number 2 receiver.
Yep. To me, like, bam, right there, those guys, between him and Nico, especially for the roles that they play, I think they play off each other well. I think they are big and good for C.J. Stroud. Now I think you just need a speed guy that could get down the field and kind of, go make big plays and kind of take coverage away from those two. That's to me the next step. But that doesn't mean that player has to be DK Metcalf, right? That player could be the name I brought up yesterday, a Joshua Palmer, could be a third one. Or, to me, which would make a lot of sense, why don't you maybe slide in the draft? Mm-hmm. The Golden kid from Texas, a lot of people have talked about. That could be somebody maybe you groom to put out on the outside, and then you hope that he is becoming a big play guy, a speed guy that's a third guy. Because I'm with it. I don't think that's Xavier Hutchinson. No. That's not him. He's not separating like that. I don't think, and obviously I think Mechie's more of an inside slot type of receiver. But this to me, as somebody just texted in, it's less about him being a number 2 than that he plays in the slot. People want an option other than Nico running in the secondary. And like I said, I agree. There needs to be another person there, but you can make big plays from the slot. You can run through the secondary. I know y'all remember Lad McConkey's ass. He was coming from the slot, running past people, and Christian Kirk has done that as well. I think what you have said, and I think Tyler was saying that too, somehow it feels like there's a portion of the Texans fan that, one, got into their minds that the Texans needed something closer to a number 1 receiver, and or got themselves excited for or put themselves in their mind for a Devontae Adams or a DK Metcalf. And I just legit don't think you needed that. Right? I was kind of slow and waiting to get to the table about Nico. And yes, Nico is a bona fide top half number 1 receiver in this league the way he's played the last 2 years. So I think you got that guy there. I don't think you needed another one. And I feel like some people got that in their minds. And then you saw Christian Kirk. Ew. Like, that's what I feel like with some people is that there's just an ill thing to it. Like, do you think, hold on, like, honest to God, I'm asking both of you this and people you're listening. You think if it was Cooper Kupp that they traded for Cooper Kupp for the 7th round pick, do you think it would be more excitement?
I think so. I think that's a bigger name brand.
But then once you go look at what they have done,
I'd rather have Kupp.
And I get what Luke said. I don't think that's the right reaction.
But I think what Luke is saying, and he said it earlier, is I think in people's minds, like right now, it's Diggs too. I think in people's minds, I think people would separate Cooper Kupp and Diggs far from or at least a good distance with Christian Kirk. I think people will have Christian Kirk third in that grouping, and I damn sure don't believe that's the case.
Yeah.
And all 3 of them have injury issues.
Right. I'm with you. I think this might be an absurd comparison. I think it's almost like the guy who's been married for a long time and they think it's their marriage that's holding them back from dating like supermodels or whatever it is. Oh, if only I was a single guy, I could be with Sydney Sweeney, whoever, pick your name. And then it comes, comes because of that? You come to kind of resent that relationship, or you come home and like, oh, this is the person I'm coming home to. I could be out dating such and such. And so it's this idea of like, oh, man, DK Metcalf, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, all these names out there that you talk yourself into a tizzy. Like, oh, we're going to get one of these guys. And then you get Christian Kirk, and it seems like it's this letdown, like you're settling for him when you could have DK Metcalf on your team. When realistically, I don't know how much of a option or possibility that truly was for the Texans to ever really be in running for DK Metcalf.
Especially the asking price of a first, a third, and $30 million contract.
Yeah.
That damn sure wasn't it. So that's not the case. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets. Hey, Chris Santiago held him down last night. Chris went for 6 bets and got 4 of them. So we are at 66% with Chris. 63 for the week, 66 yesterday. You got to finish this damn thing out. Tyler was a rough start on Monday, but he has really come on. Him and Chris got to finish this thing off. Let's make a little money coming up right here live on The Drive.
Your house or your office needs a little freshening up. You know what I mean? A little paint job. It's Serta Pro Painters is where.
$14.25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single-line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Been a fun day. Clint is out. He'll be back on Monday. Luke has been in. Great job from him as always. Tyler's in the building, fresh off that migraine. I will not be here next week. Some of you are celebrating. Many of you not really are. Gonna miss me. Miss me so much. I'm heading to Disney World, fellas. Third time's a charm.
You ain't lying. I hope y'all make it there this time, man.
This is I've attempted for the third time since October. This will be the third time we've attempted. We've not made it to the airplane, to the airport at all. In-laws, I think they wasted 2 days in Tampa meeting us there. Probably, they wish that didn't happen. We ran into that hurricane in October that took us out when they took off the roof of Tropicana Field. We said, well, we probably shouldn't go. And then February, our two older kids stood in there and got sick and at the flu and tried to lie themselves out of not being sick. I don't feel anything. I'm not bad. Your temperature's 103, son. I don't feel anything. I'm good. I'm good. I really am. I promise. But now we're heading down. Heading down tomorrow.
It's exciting.
I know you just went. I'm a little concerned about my shoe game. I'm trying to.
I made a mistake. I'll tell you that.
See, I'm thinking about buying some I'm thinking about buying some shoes that I might do that before I leave.
My dogs were barking at the night at the end of every
Vans?
night. Yeah.
Were you walking? Oh, well, you stupid.
No, yeah, and I meant to pack some better ones, but I didn't.
That's what Charles would say. But I mean, you're an idiot. You're a foe.
But the short answer is yes, I would do that because I think the least amount of steps we took any given day, according to our phones, was like somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000 or something.
Oh, my God.
I mean, you do some walking down there in Orlando.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm ready for it. I mean, we'll have a good time. We got them at a good age. My daughter just turned 8 yesterday. My son will turn 5 tomorrow. We got 11, 8, and 5. And down, my son's going to be going down on his birthday. Shout out to you, Nicholas. Happy birthday.
That's awesome.
Happy birthday, Lo. Yeah, that's a lot of money right there, folks. You hear that? Those March birthdays in 2 days? Yeah, 3 days, you hear that. Yeah. But no, it should be a good time. I was thinking about getting them hookahs.
Oh, yeah. Those are all the rage. I thought you were talking about the Luka Doncic.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, be careful with that hookah, birthday, man.
Yeah.
It'll get you traded.
Nico, he'll get your ass going from Nico.
5th birthday to you.
Nico Harrison will let you go or anywhere close to it. Somebody said New Balances are Skechers. Yeah, I can't do that, folks. I would like
something with a little style.
It's stupid, and that's why I'm being held back by those hokas or whatever they're called. I see a lot of
pricey.
I see a lot of older people wearing them. That might take me out anyway. But I mean,
it's probably a good move.
It had to depend on the type of New Balances. But some Skechers, nah, man. I'd rather have my feet hurt.
It is not the S.
I am vain when I come to that. I'd rather have my feet.
Get the Joe Montana Skechers. They're good enough for.
Joe and Tony can hold them their own. I saw a basketball player out there in the NBA wearing them Skechers. And you can tell, I said, you'd have to pay me a whole lot of money. A whole lot. I think Puma's where I draw the line. You got to pay me a whole lot of money to work out there in them Skechers. I don't remember who that was, but I can't.
What are those?
I can't do that. No, not no Skechers. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets. We'll see if he'll finish out the week well. And Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they will come up behind us at 6 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. What Caserio might do at the O-line in the coming days, that'll be the conversation as we feel we'll be talking about new members of the offensive line, and hopefully it's a move in which Texans fans feel as good as maybe Bears fans felt last week adding to a team, adding a guard, adding an offensive lineman to a position that has struggled and has to get fixed. So hopefully that happens next week, but they'll talk about that coming up on Texans All Access. And then following them live and local, 7 to 11, baby. Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago. So stay tuned for that. Before we get to T-Mill's Best Bets, Luke, they have restructured contracts of some guys. They haven't touched the two top guys that they have long-term that are making big money, in which they could restructure and get even bigger numbers than the $6 and the $10 million they've got from Nico and Aziz Alshire. You think Titus and Laramie on this team when we start training camp? I'm talking both of them. You think they're on the team?
I will say, let me think about this. I will say, it's interesting because when you think about the contracts, we discussed this earlier for Laramie. You could get out of the contract after this upcoming year. So do you restructure? Do you just try to suck it up for one more year? Do you just cut bait? Titus has 2 more years.
Yeah. Hit the money sign again?
I mean, look, based off of performance.
They have Blake Fisher there that I believe they want to get on.
Off performance, get rid of both of them. Just start fresh.
Yes.
But because of the financial impact, that's where I'm struggling here. Where maybe you keep Laramie and then get out after this next year. Titus, since it's 2 years, maybe you just swallow it now and move on. So
I think one of
I was going to say
I don't know which one it is. I think one of them's gone. And listen, I could be dead wrong, and hell, probably am. But if I had to guess, I think Blake Fisher is starting on the football team next year. And then the thought is, do I want to have an $18 million left guard that's not great, that we're crossing our fingers and hoping is average? Do I want to do that, or do I want to really step out? And to me, I could be reading too much into it, but the thought that Nico and Aziz are restructuring deals, but the guys who are long-term, who make $28 million and $23 million, are not restructuring, at least at this point, to create the space, and they went ahead and moved on from Shaq Mason and created some more space there, that is something that makes me just wonder, like, maybe they just aren't. Maybe they're taking their time. Maybe it is something that is coming. But I get the feel that one of those guys aren't here.
Yeah, I'll put it at half, and expect that one, if not both, will be gone. When you look at Laramie Tunsil, I mean, the dead cap hit this year. I mean, it's almost like a sunken cost at this point, and then next year it'd just be $7 million. So maybe you do move on from him and just swallow the $7 million next year, and you're done with it. And this year is what it was going to be anyways, and replace that spot, and then you ride with Titus Howard for a little bit longer, because for him it'd be $21 million this year in the dead cap, then over $12 million next year, and then over $5 million the year after. So that's a little more of an investment to get nothing out of. So yeah, I think the easy answer would be you move on from one, you suck it up with the other, and you piece this thing together.
Well, Clint was talking, boy, if we could have just said, hey man, hey Kansas City, you trading Joe Thuney? Let's have a little switch here and work something out. When we give you Laramie Tunsil, you need a left tackle, and we'll take Joe Thuney.
I think the Chiefs are too smart to
How come they wouldn't have been all over this sucker right there? All right, let's get to best bets. T-Mill, you gotta pull it together. You had it 80% on Tuesday, 3 for 4 on Wednesday, 75%, and then 4 for 6. He was a little aggressive yesterday with 6, but he said, "Let's go." So you have closed the week out pretty well after starting 1 for 4. What are the best bets for you tonight?
Yes, sir. And all that Ron just laid out there, folks, means that if you've been following these best bets, if you've been tailing what me and Chris Santiago, shout out to him, by the way, if you've been tailing these bets, you got cash in your pocket this week. Or 4 on a Friday night around the NBA. First off, I got the Miami Heat +6 tonight. They're going to be at home taking on the Timberwolves. Then I got 2 unders for you right here. First of which, Grizzlies at Mavericks under 239.